We stand for the Pledge of Allegiance being led by Colby Pro. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands. Can I get a motion that the minutes of November 14th, 2022, that meeting be approved?
Make a motion.
Trustee Fondainsa,
I'll second.
trustee Cormos, discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. In order to make sure this meeting ends before USA versus Iran tomorrow, I made mayor announcements on Facebook, but I have to do two things. First, I did forget breakfast with Santa to announce that it is Saturday, December 3rd, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. at St. Mary's School, $5 per person, pancake breakfast, and Santa will be giving out presents. And I don't know where Santa's coming from exactly, but I'm excited to find out. So if somebody could trail him afterward, please let me know. Number two, I do have to state for the record what I stated in the announcements that Caitlin Parwana is now chair of the Park and Tree Board. And so I stated for the record so that it can be in the minutes officially in case there's any question for that. Having finished that, let's go down the line here. Trustee Raymond, liaison reports.
I just don't have a lot tonight, other than yard debris. The last hurrah will be Sunday, December 4th. So have everything out by then. Anything after that, it's not gonna get picked up. And that's about it. I mean, Jeff is busy trying to wrap up some projects and getting ready for the winter. So.
Also, we one thing I talked to Father Vacqua and suggested if he wants to take in that pedestrian sign in the middle of the street for wintertime and store it, feel free. Less storage we'd have to do ultimately, and we're gonna have to get those inside because you can't plow with those things out there, obviously.
Right, yeah, I mentioned that to Jeff, that, you know, it's up to you guys when you wanna pull the plug on that.
Soon, obviously, though, because I'm gonna assume we're gonna get some snow soon, but
Yeah.
you will see those disappear for the idea that plowing would become almost impossible, or it would take those signs with the plow, which is not optimal.
Well,
Trustee Baskin.
I think we'll get to some updates as we go through the motions pretty soon, so we can keep it short. And we had Colleen Russo hopefully might be.
We'll get to her in presentation. Jennifer will keep an eye out then. Okay, and that's it. Trustee Cormos.
I don't have anything. Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, I feel lately.
Nobody's meeting this last week.
And Trustee Fondainsa.
Yeah, you guys went so quickly.
She's taking some of your time, that's some.
It is in here. We have a lot of sheets. There it is. Thank you. Just want to talk about kind of the great weekend that the businesses had. Small Business Saturday was an awesome success. Anybody that saw your wife, except Kristen downtown, and I saw the bills always, but it was packed downtown. Every shop was filled with people, which is really like a blessing for them, especially the last few years that they've had with COVID. BSBPA did a really great job. They have their usual insert in the Gazette, but they also got coverage from WNYT, which is really wonderful for them and our community. And also they did something different where they had like a hub in Wiswell Park and maps, and people could stop by, have coffee, and also give donuts, just, butter them up to spend money downtown. And they also were able to distribute gift cards to people in the community. So it just was a really positive thing. There's people from Saratoga shopping, there's people from all over the country because there's family members still visiting, and just really put a really wonderful foot forward for the village. Holiday parades this week, this Friday. I hope everybody's really excited about it. This is our favorite thing in our family. But there's going to be 60 participants this year, which is really great. They continue, the BSBPA continues to work on marketing the village, marketing our small businesses, which is just really awesome. And thank you to our board for supporting that this year. One thing I did want to talk about, which is it's going to be kind of a tough topic, but our businesses have talked to me, or the board members from VSBP have talked to me and have just raised concerns that our board does not, get along, and that's fine that we don't agree. But I know and have seen that we've been able to disagree and still function and talk about the issues. So I just really want to set that tone tonight and encourage all of us to be a part of that and have a conversation tonight and not have what we had the last meeting. So thank you. That's my report.
Treasurer's report.
I have some numbers from the Saratoga County mortgage tax distribution. The November distribution, which covers April 1st through September 30th, 2022. The county total was $6,464,395.11, which was an increase of $18,651.35 from last November, which is approximately a 0.2% increase. For the village total this November is $102,743.87, which is an increase of $40,846.29 from last November, which is actually a 66% increase for the village.
And that's mainly Milton.
It was mostly Milton. Yeah. Saratoga County sales tax distribution for November, which is the period covering September. The county total tax and interest received was $667,473, which was an increase of $1,120,789 from November of last year, which is approximately 9.71% increase. And our November distribution was $108,633, which is an increase of $8,678 from last November, which is approximately 8.68%. I've been working on catching up the October 2022 journal entries and preparing for November. EFPR was closed all of last week and was not able to finalize our reports today, but I'm hoping to work with them to have October and possibly November reports as well for the next meeting. I've also been working on preparing the submission for the USDA loan application for the fire pumper truck, which we hope they will send out this week or early next week to secure the price report increases, actually on December 12th. We thought it was the 15th, but we were given a list of 24 items we need to submit. Some are standard forms or come from existing information, but some require narratives, which the fire department has helped with, or are dependent on figures that we didn't have before tonight. So the application itself evolves as we get closer to submission.
Let's go to presentations. One thing I'll ask Barbara up front is when Julia had factored in an increase for healthcare benefits, there was an anticipated increase of how many percent?
10% starting January.
Okay, so that leads into Paul Von Schenk from Amsher coming in right now via Zoom. And Paul's going to explain to us a couple of the options we have here. This is kind of carryover from our last meeting as he was unable to join us when he was in New York City. He claims it was because of bad internet.
Sorry, I just had one question. Why did we get $40,000 more, 6% increase?
It was Milton.
Mortgage.
Yeah, that was mortgage. The mortgage from April 1st through September 30th. More houses, so mortgage.
Yeah, or more transactions, whatever
Yeah.
you want to look at. Yeah. So Paul, that excuse was you had bad Wi-Fi in New York City. I'm not sure if I believe you, but at least you're here now to join us. How's that?
Fair enough. Hi, everybody. Hey, Rob. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, I'll make it as brief as possible. I'm sure it's a busy agenda, but thank you for having me. Hopefully a familiar face to some or all. We are the health insurance broker for the Village of Ballston Spa. Again, my name is Paul Von Schenk, and I'm with Amsher. We're the insurance division of the Adirondack Trust Company. And as mentioned in the introductory comments there, we do have the increase for the in-force health insurance plan for the village employees from Empire. Empire has been the insurance carrier for the village for several years now, and the actual increase came in at 13%, which represents roughly a, call it $50,000 increase, $55,000 increase from what we had seen in the prior year. And a lot of what's driving this, so just to give some context, Empire had filed along with the other small group carriers in the local marketplace for a 20% increase, call it on average, increase for this year. And so the actual increase came in quite a bit lower than what was requested from the Department of Financial Services. And a lot of that is due to COVID. So the last 2 years for the village, the increase has been 6% each year. So we've had 2 years in a row now of 6% increase, which is actually a little bit below trend. Trend has been sort of in the 7 to 8% range when you factor in medical and drug costs. So there's a little bit of a catch up going on now because of COVID and also because of delayed procedures, offshoot of COVID, folks that might have had an elective procedure that they chose not to get, that they're getting now. The other big cost driver is vaccines that were previously funded by the government that are not being funded going forward, but are still being required to be fully covered by the health insurance companies. So those are the primary cost drivers. Again, it's come in less than what they filed and approved for or requested for, but not filed and approved ultimately at.
Hey, Paul, can I jump in for 1 second? I just want to be comprehensive here. The Medicare component or health plan we have, could you just catch us up on what that does ultimately? Does it go up or down, et cetera?
Yeah, so that component of the program has actually been going down pretty steadily. I'm just pulling up my numbers here. That is going down again for 2023. The rate there is currently $355 per member per month, and that's going down a few dollars, and that's been steadily declining. So we are seeing some relief there, $353. So a $2 decrease per member per month on that side. So that is certainly welcome news. And that's one of the things we've worked very diligently with the village on, is getting retirees that are Medicare eligible onto the Medicare Advantage plan, because the government is subsidizing those plans through Medicare, and because as a result, the cost is substantially lower to the village. So we've had some good success making that migration. And so that continues to be a positive. Now, one of the things I know the mayor wanted me to talk about today is some potential for cost savings. And this is a theme that we're seeing with other local municipalities that historically have been on what are generally referred to as copay plans, which is what the village currently has and has had for a long time. Meaning when you go to see your primary care specialist, you're paying a $20 or $30 copay. What many municipalities and certainly public sector employees have migrated to is a deductible style plan. And in that case, there's more consumerism, if you will, more out-of-pocket costs that shifted to the employee. So certainly a lower premium to the employer as a result. And I know that because of collective bargaining issues, or just because it's too dramatic a change, there hasn't necessarily been a willingness to do that with many public employers. And there's a reluctance, if you will. So one of the ways we've gotten around that with other local municipalities is to go to a modified deductible plan. So not a full-blown high deductible plan, so sort of an in-the-middle plan that still maintains a rich benefit level. It's still a gold level plan like the village has today, but it incorporates a relatively small deductible, not a high deductible. And so the plan that we've identified that we think looks compelling is with CDPHP, who is the name that's well known in the area. And they have a gold level plan, again, same metal level or tier as what Empire offers today, but it has a deductible component of $250 per member and $500 per two-person or family plan. So a relatively small deductible. And essentially all of the benefits on the plan are subject to that deductible. And then after the deductible is met, there's copays that kick in, similar to the plan that the village has today. So the net effect here is that the village in premium dollars could reduce what they're going to pay for next year by about $52,000 in premium by going to this plan. Now, that sounds like a really great option. What are the drawbacks here? Well, there are meaningfully more cost sharing that will now shift to the employees of the village with this plan, because as I mentioned, there is a deductible, and then the copays that kick in after the deductible are a bit higher than the copays on the current plan for most of the benefits. So what we've had success doing in getting around this is setting up what's called an HRA, a health reimbursement account, which would be the village's money that it would take some or all of those savings and put aside in this HRA account, which and we could choose how much each employee has in their name, but that could be used to reimburse employees for their out-of-pocket expenses under this plan. And so the long and short of is it really comes down to utilization. And if there's low utilization, the plan makes a lot of sense. If people get sick or they use the plan or there's a few big surgeries, then it might not look as compelling. And so there was a cost share spreadsheet that was prepared. I don't know if there's printouts for that in front of you, but okay, good. I made some assumptions in terms of what the village might consider putting aside and what utilization levels make that sort of break even above water or underwater. And if you're looking at this chart, I tried to simplify it as much as possible. At the top, you'll see the annual premium for the Empire renewal is just over $600,000 annually. And the CDPHP alternative is $555,000. So there would be just under $52,000 in premium to go to this plan. Now, if we take some or all of those savings and put it into this HRA mechanism, I use the methodology below of, let's assume $1,500 for a single contract, that's in that gray bar in the middle, and then $3,000 for two-person and family. If we quote unquote fully fund that with an HRA, I use the current contract counts, so 13 for single, 10 for two-person, 12 two-persons, and then 7 for family. You'll see that that totals just over $76,000 in HRA funds that would be available to the employees of the village. Now, here's where the rubber meets the road. How much of that pot gets used up on utilization? And so I ran some scenarios down at the bottom, and in essence, the red represents where the village would be underwater, and the black represents where the village would be getting out ahead. And that break-even point's at about 60% utilization. So unfortunately, because the village is in the small group pool, insurance carriers don't release experience data. It's not available to small groups, but based on our comparable book of business with like public employers, it tends to range between 50 and 70%. So you're sort of in that break-even spot based on historical data. Now, we can play with these metrics. We can lower the amount of HRA funding that's available. We can shift how much the village contributes to the employee's premium. Those are all parameters or ingredients we can push on to influence the break even. But I wish I could say it was a no-brainer. It's sort of at that break even point where I see historical experience data for municipalities. And so that's what today's discussion was intended to be about, is answer any questions certainly and see what other analysis or assumptions we might want to make to help clarify here.
Paul, if I remember correctly, is there not a credit that goes toward the deductible for each member ultimately?
Yes, so good point. There's a $200 credit that CDPHP gives to each member to go with this plan. So basically the first 200 of that out-of-pocket cost is covered by CDPHP. So I said it's a $250 deductible. It's really a $50 deductible because of that $200 credit that CDPHP provides. So that's an important consideration. The other thing too is that any unused HRA dollars are retained by the village. So in a perfect world, let's say there were 0 claims. If you did decide to put $76,000 in an HRA account, you would have all of that to roll over to next year. The village, it's the village's money. It's not the employee's money. That's an important consideration as well.
I had a question. What is the total we spent this year? We've got 607, 555.
Yep.
What was is that up or down from this year?
Paul, you got that on your end?
Yep. So the rate increase was 13%. Based on current contract counts of 32, the village paid $537,000 in annual premium for 2022, or will have paid by the end of this year after deals. And the renewal projection is for $607,000.
And that's based on calendar year, not our fiscal year, because obviously they're not the same year, right?
Correct. Yeah, this is a January 1st plan year, so it'll renew with the calendar, and that reflects the 13% increase. Now, I mentioned those numbers, that's total premium. So I should clarify, that's not entirely what the village spent. The village pays a portion of that premium. And it depends on employee, it depends on years of employment, et cetera. So it's actually some amount less than that the village actually will pay or paid. But those are the total premium numbers.
Okay, that's the comparative numbers to the 607 and the 555.
Correct. Yes, it was 537,000.
Thank you.
Paul, what's our timing? Because technically, when you came to talk to us the first time about this, you were talking about December 1st. Is there leeway to December 15th?
Absolutely. I would say ideally we have a month to implement a new plan, but in reality, we could implement it up to the day before a plan effective date. Really, the only consideration or drawback to that is ID cards, especially for switching carriers. We want to make sure folks have ID cards, which we can do electronically, so it can be turned around same day, but definitely a week or two to make sure ID cards get processed timely.
I would implore trustees, if you have questions, now is the time to ask them, because if we are going to possibly, and we can determine this by email, head in this direction ultimately, then we're gonna have to talk to the unions as well to get their buy-in, or we could stay with the current plan. So I'm not asking for a decision, but if for any questions ultimately that Paul can assist us with at this point in time.
Well, most of our employees are under a contract. Right?
A number are.
Most of them. Aren't
I guess if you look at DPW, yes, we only have 4 full-timers in police, so
they? But we're not providing premium, we're not providing healthcare to the part-timers.
correct, that's what I
So
say
of
for,
the
yeah.
pool of individuals getting health insurance coverage, a lot of them are under contract, so.
I think it's right near the edge, to be honest, Liz, because you've got village office employees, library, it's not affected that way too.
Okay.
So it's somewhere near it, half and half, I would say, give or take. I'd have to actually sit down and look at each one individually. It's close. But nonetheless, the unions get to say in this, and so we're going to have to go that route no matter what.
For them, or we would go one plan.
What's up?
To have 2 different plans.
Yeah, no, I mean,
No,
that's my
that's not the
question.
idea.
No,
It's an all or nothing, honestly, in this respect, so.
so. The decision isn't just ours.
Correct, and that's why I'm saying I'm not asking for decisions tonight necessarily, but for questions that can be answered. And then we'll also maybe line up Paul with employees that might have questions on the union side ultimately, if that is a route we want to go. He's been very good and available to us, and we always do appreciate that, Paul. Any questions before we let him go, though?
I mean, this plan, if the utilization is much higher than it costs the village, and we won't know that until it happens, so. That's a risk.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk. And I would say what it would look much more of a slam dunk would be to go to a true high deductible plan, which is what most of the other municipalities have done on this route. So this is sort of an intermediate step. It doesn't make it as clear cut as a result, but the idea is that if we were to get union buy-in, it would have to be an intermediate step. And so that was the thinking behind it. But you're right, there is some downside to the bill.
Ben, any thoughts? I want to make sure you got all your questions answered.
Just seeing these numbers for the first time, so. I don't know, I feel, responsible for making sure that employees can afford their health cost expenses. And so I wouldn't want to burden them too much. I'm interested in what the unions think about this hybrid.
Okay, so let's maybe then over the next day or two maximum, because again, we're starting to go against the clock a little bit here. Exchange emails, questions, thoughts you have, process you want to partake in to get to an answer ultimately. We'll keep Paul in the loop, but I did want him to at least have the opportunity to present the options, answer any questions live, and we'll move on from there.
Is that just one question? Do all our employees have to go on Medicare Advantage, or can they just go on traditional Medicare? I mean, do we care?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Well, yeah, once they age of 65, they have to enroll in Medicare Part B. They're automatically enrolled in Medicare Part A if they're retired. So really considerations whether they're retired or not and whether they're eligible for village health as a retiree. If they are, then yeah, they have to be enrolled in Medicare and then they go on the Medicare Advantage plan through the village. If they're not eligible for health insurance, then they're just on Medicare on their own.
Okay, but they can, I know we want them on Medicare, but they're not compelled by something don't know about to join Medicare Advantage.
They're only compelled to be on, so if they're still actively employed and post 65, they can actually stay on the Empire plan. If they're retired and post 65, correct, they can stay with just Medicare. Now the Medicare Advantage plan is a more robust coverage offering. So if they wanted to stay with just the Medicare Part A and B, they're certainly able to do that. But the Advantage plan provides the remaining pieces to that. So it's a broader coverage plan.
We're obligated by union contract to offer it. So
I've heard mixed things about Medicare Advantage.
What are you meeting?
well, again, we wouldn't necessarily have to meet with the unions if we're going to stay status quo, is my understanding, Terry.
Yeah, unless we're gonna change, well, we do have to show them the new,
Correct.
premiums, but, it should be a quick meeting. We could probably do it tomorrow or Wednesday. I could call, Cody and Scott.
So again, if last questions or process issues, get to us by email, hopefully tomorrow, and that way we can navigate where to go with this ultimately. How's that? Okay, Paul, thank you very much. We'll be in touch.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
You too. Next up on our presentations, Colleen Russo over at BACC is going to join us, and I assume that Jennifer is getting her on right about now.
She's under Ballston area community.
I think that's probably a good assumption there, Jennifer. I think that's a great one.
Yep.
Is this the Colleen Russo on mute currently, but that's going to unmute as we do this and maybe shows a camera. There she is. Hi, Colleen.
Hello. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks. Go right ahead. We'll let you jump right on in.
Yes, so just to give a little update on some of the things we are doing over at the Ballston Area Community Center. In October, we held a monster bash. And we had over 110, actually, I believe it was 117 total kids attend, so it was fabulous. We are going to be marching in the parade on Friday, and we have some really great programs that we are just really rebooting. Our teen program is Mondays, 6 to 8 right now. We are looking at launching some new teen, I say tween levels, so kind of really capturing that 11 to 15 group in 2023 in the very beginnings. We've recently also expanded our universal pre-K. We are now offering full day for the Ballston Spa Central School District. We have 2 full day classes and 1 AM class at this time. So that's going really, really well. We've had a really good response from the community in offering that full day. And we are looking to expand in 2023, not only in our school age program, but hopefully the UPK program and some other community-based offerings. So we're really looking forward to some good announcements, hopefully for the community in the next coming month or two on some new programs that we're going to be offering. We're really trying to target that teen tween spot because I think we would all kind of agree that there's a little bit of a need for that in the community. So we're hoping to try to meet that a little bit. So if anyone has any suggestions or ideas, we are open and willing to listen and partner. Recently, we did partner with Nourish in the village, and they made us a nice mandala and we got a lot of buy-in. And I believe, I don't have the final numbers, but somewhere upwards of 500 meals were provided just based from our sales. So we were really thankful for the community and for all of our families at BACC for really stepping up. So I think that's my briefest synopsis I can give at this point. Are there any questions?
Yeah, it's actually a couple for you. First, I remember you, I think it was you or somebody working with you that got in touch with our office about the pavilion down at Kelly Park and whether or not things are going on down there that were not conducive to having the kids go down for lunchtime, et cetera. Did things improve at all toward the end of the summer?
They did improve, and we are looking towards kind of securing for the kids next year once we figure out our schedule, reserving it. So I think that'll also help to just kind of give us a little bit more, but it did resolve, and you know, the kids really enjoy going to the swimming lessons, so it's worth it. Most days were nice enough to picnic too, so we encourage that. It's fun for the kids. But yes,
Great.
it did resolve.
Good to know that. Number two, we've talked in past meetings about maybe reviving the skate park. And I know obviously it takes resources. Are you open to the idea, and can we discuss possibly getting it reactivated?
Yes, we absolutely want to use that space. We look at it every day. We have staff that are knowledgeable in that area that would be more than willing to partner with someone that probably knows a little bit more about engineering and such. But I think that in 2023, one of our goals is to hopefully partner with the village and look towards some grants or funding opportunities to revive that space. Because right now it's sitting. So I think that would be a great idea.
Let's definitely talk soon then. Feel free to contact me, and we'll set something up and, you know, brainstorm a little bit with Jennifer, et cetera, and see what we can come up with a little bit too, to present to the board eventually.
Frank, would skate as in what kind of skating?
Skateboarding.
Okay, no, because can I skate too? And
That's
I
a
know
whole
that-
different conversation.
I know that area was looked at potentially. No,
That's roller skating.
yeah, there's roller skating too, but that area was looked at as a potential ice skating. That's why I wanted to clarify.
No, we're talking skateboarding. Chris Biddle was the inspiration in that one. You'll have to make sure Chris knows that we're talking about him. But Ray Otten's got a question.
Yeah, I was just wondering, it was brought to my attention that your playground areas are available for the public use, same hours as any of the other parks in the village. Is that true? Because I see you have signs up until 7.
So our playground space, when you come into the parking lot to the right, is a community playground space, and it's typically open. I would say, you know, dawn until dusk, typically after dark, I believe is what the sign says. And I think that's the 7 p.m. is typically, you know, after dusk. We don't allow visitors in the playground. The playground adjacent to the building is for UPK. So during the day, that is not open to the community. And we're actually probably going to be fencing it in just so it's a little bit more designated. But the playground in the back of the parking lot, the larger playground with the swings and all that stuff, is open for the community during the day, every day.
Ray, you're not getting on the swing.
Yes.
Weekends, everything is open.
Weekends are open too, is what he asked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Holly, can you just tell us a little bit about yourself? How new are you to the business, or how long you been there? 'Cause
So
we
I-
haven't met you yet. After you've been
Yeah.
there.
I started with the ACC in June, and I have slowly but surely learned everything. I've been a member of the Ballston Spa community for the past couple of years. I did work remotely for a little bit, more in a regional perspective. So I was more familiar with the county as a whole, and then moved into Ballston Spa. And after a couple of years, I saw the listing and really thought that this would be a good fit for me. And it's going pretty well so far. I'm right now in the acting executive director position. Kathy is still in recovery, and I saw her recently and she looks really, really well. So we're hopeful that, you know, she'll be back in action in some capacity sooner than later. But in the meantime, I'm kind of taking the reins and really trying to further what some of her plans were for the center pre-COVID. So kind of a little bit of what Kathy was trying to do with a little bit of extra in there. And that's kind of really the UPK and expanding some of the other community stuff. my background is kind of a mixed bag. I come from child protective. I've worked DSS. I've worked in a regional planning capacity, project management, staff development, kind of a catch-all bag. So so far this has been a really good fit, and the community has been wonderful and really welcoming. I know Kathy was kind of the unspoken sweet mayor of Ballston Spa in some terms, so it was really, really big shoes to fill.
You prefer goddess, I think, actually.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to actually being able to pick her brain a little bit more about some more things, but she left really, really big shoes to fill. So I'm just trying to kind of live up to what she's done over the past 20 years. So
Are you
going
looking,
well, but yes.
sorry, are you looking for board members or more children or staff? Is there anything you want to request?
Yes, so we are recruiting board members. We're always, I want to say, somewhat actively recruiting board members if it's a good fit. If anyone is interested, there is a intent or an interest form that can be filled out through our website. And right now, staff-wise, we are looking to hire probably January 1st and after we have some college staff back. Right now, we are pretty much full in our afternoon program, but we do have some morning spots open for childcare. And then our UPK program, both of our full days are waitlisted, and we have a couple spots available in our morning pre-K program, but that does have the Ballston Spa residence eligibility requirement.
Thank you. I just want to say that I greatly value this institution, VACC. I was on the board, but more importantly, my two kids went straight through VACC for years, and it was so helpful for them and for us as working adults. And so I really appreciate everything you do there, and you're a great community resource. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Colleen.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You as well.
Thank you.
Good night.
Let's go to old business. Sean, I kind of grouped, because I intended on this too, so I grouped it into kind of more of a general water everywhere type of approach. But I'll let you go first if you want on what you want to talk about on water feasibility, water tower.
Yeah, I just figured I would share what I found out. We met with LaBerge Group, which is the engineering firm doing the water feasibility study report. We met on the 17th of November, and I just kind of want to go over some points that we discovered. Trustee Baskin was with me, so to summarize, basically, they're pretty much ready to go to develop a water feasibility study report. The only thing they need is a couple, is the water billing data. And they did request it back in April. They haven't received it yet. And I know there was some contention regarding whether it was privileged or public information. Regardless of that, they said they were willing to sign a confidentiality agreement. As of that meeting, they had not received the water billing data yet. So that's kind of a hold up. That water report would be really useful in making a decision on what exactly we're going to do for John Street Water Tower. There are other options other than paying. There could be a replacement with a glass line tank. It all depends basically on what we want and what we're willing to pay over the cost per annum. I mean, obviously, one more probably has a longer lifespan than the other. A glass line tank. We have glass line tanks currently that are 30 years old that we've done virtually nothing to, and we've virtually nothing done. Paying, that's obviously uncertain. One thing that was shared with us that I hadn't seen before was a document that had preliminary quotes regarding the paying process. And they range from anywhere from 350,000 to 800,000. So to me, that means that there's obviously a wide range of what you're getting for it. So until we actually write up a really tight request for bids and specify material requirements, environmental requirements, warranties of workmanship, design requirements, whatever they may be. There could easily be that vast range. Obviously, once you really specify what you want, that range will tighten up. I'm not sure where it would land between the 350 or the 800, but we were also told that replacement with a glass line water tank would be about 1.25 million. Now, that I don't believe included getting rid of the old tower, but it is steel, and I don't know, there may be a salvage company out there that might be interested in tons of steel, but again, that information hasn't been nailed down yet. But if they do get it, the information, they said within a couple of months we can report. So I urge the mayor to release that information as they requested it, because that'll also affect if we have to raise water rates, how much we have to raise water rates. It's just good data to have when we're making that decision process. The other issue they had that may affect the grant application at some point is because we don't have written municipal agreements with our customers outside of the village, in the different towns, that essentially means that we need to have those agreements in place, and it will influence how much it's going to cost the water rates, because if they maintain, obviously that's the cost of village less than if we end up maintaining. So having those maintenance agreements and those municipal agreements is vital. However, they don't need to be concretely done before the grant application. All they really need is a legal opinion to say this is the procedure that we're going to follow, for the water districts. Now, they issued a request for that legal opinion on June 8th this year. And as far as I know, as again, day of the meeting, they have not received that legal opinion. I had an email conversation with Carla earlier today, and she says that she was never directed to produce a legal opinion. So I guess for us, so that we can get the report in a timely manner and they can proceed with the grant application, we need to get them as soon as possible, water billing data and that legal opinion.
Okay, so a couple things. First off, let me go reverse order on this. We cannot handle or own infrastructure in another town or outside of our district. And I've stated that multiple times in this meeting or these meetings. And what we have been trying to do, Carla, with me on this is ascertain, first off, Iron Springs housing development, which is new with that new Roland Street line, which was incorrectly approved by a former board. The way it was worded was that we would take dedication of it, and we cannot do so by law. That was one of many errors or issues that we've noticed from past water situations. We are working with the town of Milton to try to figure out how to essentially get them entirely into a water district. We cannot do that. It has to be the town of Milton ultimately. And so we are working to ascertain that. I've passed all of that information on to Don, so he understands it too. The only real asterisks we ultimately have is that Saratoga a city cannot do water districts. A town can. So we're always somewhat exposed in cities, especially if we didn't do individual agreements. The most recent city of Saratoga water user that we added on, we actually utilized an agreement for the first time. That was Saratoga Today, their building back then, which we collected $400 escrow. As remember, we decided what the escrow should be. We have the ability to turn off water in 6 months' notice for non-payment, et cetera. So I don't know what study he is or what opinion he's looking for, but he is well aware of what the status of Milton is, especially. And then we'll have to tackle Ballston, which is less of a problem, I think, than Milton is, because we can ascertain some districting in Ballston, whereas with Milton, we cannot ascertain what is and isn't an active district. But we do know there are people left, right, and center falling outside districts, even if the ones we think might exist do. Number two, back in April, May, I brought to the board the fact that there was sensitive information being sought by LaBerge and that we were requesting a confidentiality agreement to be signed. Nobody on this board objected. They all viewed that as a normal course thing. I, as a lawyer, encounter it all the time, and we know that. And Carla had no issue. Out of state, be safe, because of the responsibility we have as a board, we need to make sure that we have protection. Don didn't follow up on that. However, April 27th, Jennifer Moskowitz, our village administrator, had sent over to Don the utility report dated April 19th, 2022. We do not have number of units and EUs, is what you said there. Previous holder. Number two, each report broken down by year. 2020, 2021, each report broken down by cycle, February, and August billing. So he had that information. Don's response was, unfortunately, drinking water engineering reports need to provide EDU details according to DOH-ESC engineering report outline. You might be able to update spreadsheets by collecting information from the building departments for each tax parcel. The spreadsheet also needs to group customers based on service area. Service areas are inside village, contract users outside the village, and district users, with each district a separate service area. Jennifer then referred that to Scott Kearns, and nobody followed up to me to say that he was lacking anything at that point in time. I still haven't received any requests to pursue the confidentiality agreement as well. So I don't know what to tell you. Carla, you were mentioning a couple of those, so if you want to take on that.
Yeah, and I actually reached out to Don after your email to me, which I never received direction to give any legal opinion. That I asked him if there was a confidentiality agreement. He hasn't got back to me, but I asked him if he'd be willing to do it. So I assume we'll get that answer. I'm actually speaking to him tomorrow at another meeting, so I can bring it up then. With respect to the quote unquote legal opinion that was asked of me, that email of June 8th, that was an outline that Don put together of what he thought we should do. And in it, he said, "Oh, I hear Carla's already done an opinion," to which the mayor responded that same day, "There's been no legal opinion. And, you know, we're going to meet with Jim Craig and deal with what's going on with Milton. And then we can go back around and figure out what the best approach would be." So as we sit here today, I don't know what legal opinion is being requested. I don't know what he needs. I don't know. I just don't know what's going on. I've worked with Don for years, and usually if I owe him something, he tells me this. So I don't know what's going on.
Right. No, and again, this is, you weren't directed to do anything by either the mayor or the board, so there's no reason to do it. This isn't necessarily saying that you did do something, you simply weren't directed to do it. Now, again, from our conversations, he seemed that this was something that he's done in the past. It was fairly typical. Now maybe there's a disconnect there, but he said moving forward, the legal opinion was essentially more or less a policy, from my understanding, of how you're going to approach getting water districts from the outside, folks outside the village, that they just have. So when they submit a grant, because we don't have those agreements,
at least we have a course of action, so to speak, for those agreements.
You also left out one of the municipalities. We also have water going to Malta. I'd like to understand better how the districts work, or how we intend this policy that we're talking about. Because I think there are, questions like, do we turn over all the infrastructure to them? They own the pipes, they own the pump. Let me finish, please. All the equipment, that's one question.
Can I answer that question real quick? Just in order to keep it. The answer is a water district owns the infrastructure. Yes, the village cannot create a water district. The municipality forms it, sometimes by request, sometimes sua sponte by themselves. But a map plan report has to be created and it has to be approved, and either a petition process up front, or if it's the municipality, petition process later has to be done, or referendum, I think, on the flip side of that.
Yeah, it's subject to
Yeah.
referendum if the municipality does it.
Right, I understand that part.
But they do own the infrastructure, because the whole thing again is the village cannot own infrastructure inside the ground of outside our village.
Okay, so
Yep.
they own it all.
Yep.
That's answer one.
Yep.
Do they do the maintenance?
So I can.
You
okay.
take it.
I can respond to this because I do represent towns as well, and I've done this in the past. That the water, it's just a contract between the village and the water district to supply water.
Yeah.
It is up to the water district, which is really the town on behalf of the water district. If they have a water department, then they can, do all the repair work. If they choose not to, and they want the village to do it, then they have to ask the village, and then there's costs involved in that. But
That's a contract. And they pay us to maintain their system. It's like.
Well, they
using
Well,
our-
no,
they
it's
pay
all-
us for the repairs.
right.
They pay us for the repairs. It's not a service contract. It's basically a, hey, this,
There's
what pipe isn't
maintenance.
working? Hey, you gotta pay us back for it now.
There's maintenance and then there's repair. I look at those,
Generally, it's the same thing.
so it would be maintenance and repair.
Well,
So
again,
in other words, if $150,000 pump that they have in their system fails, who
Ah.
pays to replace
it
that?
depends
pump?
on what you negotiate, and no one's ever negotiated. I mean, we met with,
Jim and
Scott
Scott,
O'Scan,
yeah,
yes, in the summertime, back in July.
absolutely was.
To discuss this actually, and the understanding, and even most recently, probably a few weeks ago, the understanding from Attorney Craig was that the town had no desire, well, the town was going to look into consolidating their water districts to make it easier to enter into agreements with us, but they haven't done it yet. So there's nothing we can negotiate or enter into an agreement with them as of yet.
But who's gonna do the repair and maintenance?
That's
It's up to a negotiation.
Absolutely.
Either we do it or they take it on, right?
and I doubt they'll take it on if they don't have a water department.
Okay, so the likelihood is we will provide that service to them.
That's a possibility.
Which is what we've been doing anyway currently, just not in the correct manner.
Right.
No, I know, we're doing it now
Yeah.
because we thought it was ours. So we would.
I don't think you thought it was yours.
Well,
I just think the contracts weren't in place.
Right.
Basically, you just need to contract with the user, and the user is the water district.
and so this will be them billing the individual.
Depends. A lot, and I'm not trying to.
No,
to
I just
be
want to
gray
know
here.
what is going to be negotiated and
Now,
what
now you
is
see
the
what we're
best.
going through.
Hey, there are
And
many-
what do you feel is the best structure for the village?
well, that's a loaded question because each district is different, and I don't know if they're consolidating the districts.
At least it sounds like it. but-
Well, that could be a year down the road too,
Right. Well,
because they have to have map plan reports, and they have to have 202B conversations, and they have to have all sorts of things to consolidate.
so basically, we're not going to be able to apply for any grants for water for a while.
I have
The,
no idea.
so the big picture is, for people wondering why we're even talking about this, is Don, the engineer, is trying to get together a plan of action for like a big water improvement. Phase one, $18 million, 5 years, and he needs certain pieces of information in place to create that either, series of proposals or one big proposal to finance it. And so one of those things is this water data and what's the usage of the system and the needs of the system. And the other is And he said just knowing that we don't know all the details of how this is gonna be negotiated, just a plan of action from the lawyer saying, we are working on it in this manner. And
It's
I
not
don't
the
know,
lawyer's plan of action, though.
I don't know all the details, but Don, Liz suggested a meeting with Don and all of us, a special meeting to talk about all these things in the same room at the same time. And it sounds like that would be helpful, because it sounds like there's been a lot of miscues and communications that have slowed this down. And so if we can get it was very helpful to have this meeting with Don, it was like 2-hour meeting. And if we could get our game plan just, more solidified and clear for all of us, we could really move forward and make some progress. But that's why we're talking about this, is the idea of having a big plan of action created by the engineer that we can apply for, but he needs a lot of information to put into that.
I'll tell you, Ben, to be honest with you, the conversations I've had with Don about where we have gone and where we've been going with the town of Milton, he hasn't pressed me to pursue any further information with respect to it, or given me any of that detail in the last couple of weeks. Bernadette, you and I sat down with him as well,
Was it last Friday?
2 Fridays ago. Yeah.
And we did talk to Water District Milton issue, so I'm a little bit familiar with it, at least with planning board, and none of these same concerns were brought up. So I mean, I would like to talk to him again about this, but I know that we've been waiting on Milton to kind of, I mean, a lot of this is sadly their hands a little bit right now.
He acknowledged that this is an ongoing long-term process, but so he didn't expect a lot of details in place, but he said even just some statement from our lawyer saying, this is what we're doing. Like, this is how we're moving forward.
You sure he didn't mean Jim Craig perhaps in the town of Milton?
Because a lot of it has to be dictated from the town attorney, like, I mean.
Well, again, not the details of this is what we're gonna have, what's gonna happen exactly.
No, I understand what you're saying, but even like, because we can't say to town of Milton, this is what it is.
Go make a district.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, I mean, that's like,
we
So we can
tried.
say, this is our preferred.
And they may.
stance, This is how we're
is that what
pursuing
you
that.
said, that we say this is our preferred?
Well, yeah, I don't know everything he needs, but he needs some, he said he needs some, it sounded like a general course of action statement from our lawyer about how this is gonna be pursued without having all the details, because he recognized that's not possible yet.
Carla, would you like to tell the camera right there for the record that the preferred action is for water district in the town of Milton? I mean, I guess we've stated it.
Well, yeah, and they're aware of it.
Yeah.
Right.
No, in right, and, something he can.
I just
attest
sent,
to a-
I sent him another email. I will talk to Don tomorrow. I've worked with Don for a decade.
Right,
I'll talk to him
Yeah.
tomorrow and see exactly what's going on, because it sounds like there's some miscommunications going on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think getting all of us in a room with him and
Yeah.
get a policy, get a direction that we feel comfortable with, we understand what's happening.
Well, I'll tell you what, any contentious issue that we have tonight, why don't we just push over, if we did note it as contentious or time consuming, to a special meeting that includes that Don thing, so that we can actually have one.
well, you don't want a crazy special.
Well, no, but
This is a
I think-
major
Yeah.
issue for the village, the water system.
it absolutely is. I'm
And
glad you
therefore,
agree.
I think of all, it deserves, and in December, we only have one meeting anyways. We could probably carve out a time to hash this out.
It won't be in December, listen, we've been through this. We have been in a situation for years where we do not do multiple December meetings. Out of respect for staff, unless there's an absolute emergency, which has never happened. We can obviously navigate some of this by email and get the information from Don. I'm happy to talk with him as well tomorrow after you talk with him to clarify where we are and give you a full-on report. If you have any questions, we can get through that. And if there's still stuff left in January, happy to go there. And that's what I'm saying. Why don't we collect the issues that we'll need to do special meetings for, and basically start scheduling up special meetings after December 31st, out of respect for our staff especially.
But to get back to the water billing data.
Sure.
I think that we've established that's public information. So I assume there's no holdup now to give them that data.
And I still want a confidentiality agreement that they're not going to abuse or exploit the information. I think that's the normal
They-
request.
Well,
They told us,
Yeah.
all their clients, they've never been, denied that
Yeah,
data. I mean,
Historically,
as.
this has never been asked for.
Right.
Well, I don't think it hurts to give our village a little extra protection, you know, if he said he was willing, which, unless I heard you wrong, but it sounded like you said he was willing to sign it. I don't see why we can't ask for the extra protection.
But-
So,
It's already cost us a massive delay in the report. so-
signing a confidentiality agreement, I don't think it's gonna delay it any
But,
further,
but the
so.
whole issue of
Well, things that we've
confidentiality,
already established are clearly public information.
yeah, the confidentiality issue is after last time's meeting, which went on for, I don't know, an hour on this issue. I talked to NICOM's attorneys and they told me all that data is public.
And our attorney disagrees. I disagree with the situation as well, because they base it on the fact that it's akin to a tax situation. 30% of our customers are not in the village of Ballston Spa. As such, we cannot be a taxing authority on folks that are not in the village of Ballston Spa. So to make it akin to a tax situation is incorrect. It is a truly merchant consumer situation. And so I will be reaching out to the Committee on Open Government to ask them what their opinion was based on and if they considered that situation. So it is an open question. We do have contrary legal opinion going back and forth on this. And I did speak to Rebecca Rosito at NICOM, as you did, and she welcomed me and instructed me who to contact or what to contact, essentially, the Committee of Open Government. So I would be, as I stated in an email to you earlier today, Liz, careful about exploiting that information or assuming that it is or is
Frank, you're
or
making
treating it,
social
you're
media.
interrupting me now. So in terms of treating the information as foilable / public or open to that degree, I would be careful about that until we get a better certainty on that information.
And in the meantime, if Don is willing to sign it and he wants that data sooner, that's the route, I think, until we sort that out. I think it's easy enough. So,
CDTC ADA transition grant, good news, correct?
Yes, we were granted this grant and, I'll be contacting tomorrow because today was a little busy preparing for this meeting. The folks at CDTC and start the process rolling, although, as I mentioned last time, with the weather changing, it'll be a little bit more difficult to go out and inventory everything. But I think we can get the committee together and get, I don't know if this one requires an RFP or they already have a consultant. I have to remember, what that is. But we could, get a plan together. So as soon as the weather breaks, we can start collecting data.
I think you may have forgotten one thing we need to do, though. There is an agreement I have to sign, is there not?
Yeah, I haven't gotten that yet. So.
No, I
Did
got
they
that.
send it to you?
I got that. I thought you were CC'd on it, to be honest with you. So why don't we include a motion that permits me or authorizes me to sign any documents related to a CDTC ADA transition grant agreement,
Okay, yeah,
because I think that is due very soon.
right.
So please, somebody, if I forget this, remind me at the end of the meeting, another.
Um,
You want to do that now?
We'll let them have their say in terms of public comments, instead of having to drag on another public comment on that. New business, CDTC UPWP grant. I put my name on this because you want to talk CDTA. And didn't tell me what CDTA was, so I'm assuming these are two separate things. The one thing I want to clarify here, there was a grant that was discussed. I guess it could have been old business, but we'll go with it as new at this point. There's a grant being sought by Trustee Cormos related to rezoning, new zoning law, new zoning map, essentially. And it's called the CDTC UPWP grant. That is, I guess we're seeking $80,000 in total, of which we need to put 25%. We're seeking 60 for a total of $80,000 to be used, 20,000 of which has to come from us. Something that in your motion I caught from going to look up the information later, because you weren't getting back to me on it, was that $15,000 of cash and $5,000 of in kind would be sufficient because they count as additive. So the 20,000 could be comprised as cash plus in kind. So
no, I put 20 because if you put more match in, you're more likely to get the grant. And we already have 30,000 budgeted in this year's budget towards zoning. So I figured we put in 20, and then we also have 5,000 in in-kind services. to put in, so that's.
Where, I don't know if I saw that, so you may want to, just for, even after the meeting, just to,
Yeah, no, we have
record that.
5,000 in for in-kind.
I don't know, and I'm aware of that. I'm just saying that, maybe $5,000 more than we need to commit to. I couldn't find something that said, hey, put more in if you want better access to the grant. Nonetheless, the one thing that raised concerns, and Bernadette, I'll let you kind of take over after I mention it, is something called New Vision 2050 that they were seeking adherence to, and there's a little bit of stuff that you learned about what that is, just to be clear.
Yeah, I reached out to Sandy from CDTC, and I had that question about, because reading New Vision is very,
Transportation focus.
yeah, and my concern was how pigeonholed are we gonna be into following that guideline versus what our actual village needs are, and she did bring up that, because how much of it will we be responsible if it doesn't fall in line with that, and she did say that that's not uncommon, that there are some zoning, like obviously, our village's priorities as far as going from comprehensive plan. But I guess I was just a little concerned about how much. I just am concerned that if you read New Visions, is a little, I don't know that it necessarily fits us, and we already have some of that stuff in our zoning, like dense development or housing along the corridors. So I guess I just had a little pause on it as far as
We just want to know what we're in for here, if you sign up
yeah,
for this.
how much are they gonna require from us?
Well, you
In
mean
our
require
zoning?
from us.
From our zoning, like, are they gonna say that
No, they're not going to.
that it's
dictate.
not enough?
No, the whole process is very similar to what was done in all the studies we've had done, the economic development, the pedestrian and bicycle master plan, and now the COG plan is a process really where you look at the existing conditions and then you go for public input, because it's public input in the rezoning. And then you come out with your plan. They don't dictate any part of what goes into your zoning. They don't say, oh, you've got to have this. No.
It was
all
concerning, because it just sounded like they were so favorable to very heavy and dense development, and I'm just like, I'm thinking, how can a village support?
No, they
that,
don't. The village of Manans just went through this process, and they've actually just published their draft of their zoning.
And she shared that with us. I guess my question is, normally a redo on the zoning code and a zoning map would be about a 12-month process, give or take, for a village like ours. This seems to suggest to me that because of the extra or special sauce or whatever you want to call it, on top of it, ends up being an 18 to 24-month process, and we are in bad need of getting our rezoning done, I believe, and our comprehensive plan is on the way to being done. It sounds like, Jared, tell me if I'm wrong in that. I think we're close, at least.
Draft has comments back to the consultants.
Thank you, sir. So, I just want to make sure, and again, it's a question of making sure we know what we're buying into in this. If we can save some money, absolutely, great. Just want to make sure that the money we're saving is not going to put us further in a hole somewhere else, ultimately, than what we need to do. So that's what I was asking you about last week. We sought some of our own answers. I'm glad Bernadette got that answer, because it gave me a little bit more reassurance on that it's not going to necessarily red tape us to death, but reading it'll be probably 18 to 24 months is what I've read into it.
Not necessarily. It depends really, just like on the comp plan, how often you meet. CDTC, by being involved, actually keeps the project on track. And I talked to Megan Grenier, the Village of Manans, and she says that they, set working with you a specific timeline. And she said, even though it's taken some time for them, and now remember, they actually used Chazen as the engineer, and they had 3 changes of personnel because of the merger. And actually Eric was one of their consultants, and then he left. So that, slowed their process down. But he says, she said, even though it's taking time because it's a big undertaking, their timeline kept the process moving. And that was our experience with the the pedestrian and bicycle plan. They, set the meetings. And they keep it on track, and they're one more party, yes, that's involved in the process, because you do, do an RFP and pick your consultant, but they keep the consultant on track too, as well as keeping us on track,
The
so.
Village of Manans started, their funding approval date was March 5th, 2020. Now, obviously, that runs afoul with some of the COVID situations,
Yes.
although on the flip side, it actually made some municipalities work better, faster, because they didn't have as much problems getting things together via Zoom and whatnot. So you actually work both ways. Paulson will tell you that too with the moratorium. But March 5th, 2020, the estimated completion date for Manans is December 2022. So that ends up being 2 years, 9 months. The consultant team is drafting the new zoning code and design guidelines for CDTC review in August. SAC meeting is being scheduled this September. This was as of September 1st, so a minimum of 2 years, 9 months for them, just to give you clarity of one that we're mentioning here. So
Are we gonna get done a year? It depends on how fast we want to move. I think that's pretty aggressive, given, if you remember, you were not sitting up front here, but I think you were at the meeting when Stephanie Ferradino basically told us that the whole zoning code needs to be redone.
well, if I remember correctly, Anna Stanko and Rory O'Connor and some others actually in some type of committee or something like that had actually tackled what they viewed, and again, their zoning board chair, planning board chair, Anna and
Yes, they
Rory.
did a report on things that they think need to be
Oh, it's
addressed.
more than a report. I think they actually marked it up.
I don't believe
Yeah,
so.
we need a professional consultant that we're really
Yeah,
revamping.
Yeah.
We can do it faster, we can do it right.
Well, it's done. It's basically, or some level of it is done, just to remind you.
No,
And
I
so,
think as far as the process goes, if we do get this grant, we provide that report, to the consultant and, involve, all the different interested parties in the process. But I agree with Stephanie Ferradino. She said the whole thing needs to be redone.
I was also.
She said that every page they looked at, there was something that had to change, and then there was one thing that led to other things,
what's
so.
interesting here is that there is 7, 8. Excuse me, sorry about that, folks. 18 different projects listed from the September 1st, 2022 plan. And Manans is the only one that's a land use regulation update. So the only one I can go by is the 2 years, 9 months of Manans contract.
Yeah, we don't know what internal processes happen. I don't know if we can blame the grant. I also was concerned. I read some of the background online, like this looks like a transportation.
Yeah, okay, you had the same reaction then.
Yeah, but you were saying, it's not transportation oriented. This particular piece is general code.
Yeah.
So,
You know,
and that's what Manans did under this grant. They did their, not just transportation related, but everything.
everything.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
CDTC is emptied up. Municipal planning organization.
Oh, actually, the zoning law adoption is now timeline for February 2023, so it'll be a full 3 years. I just went to the Manans website, actually, I have one dedicated to this.
Well, it takes us 6 months to get something done, get a piece of data or whatever, so, it's, who knows what.
I think we should discuss it at the motion and not take up the time now.
I
Bernadette's
did
got
have
something
one
she wanted
last
to bring up.
question, that's all. So just so I understand what the costs are, you have it broken down in the form. I'm new to this. Why is it so expensive? It's $90,000
Yeah.
total. So what is that?
That's because we need to write the whole thing again, and if we want to start from, basically need to write it over. If we just had some modifications, it wouldn't be that expensive.
Well, let's go to our legal experts here, Carla Bittner, who can tell us, because she does this for a living, what do you assume when you enter into, let's say, a village's zoning code changes? What do you kind of estimate if you had to in something like this?
if you're rewriting, I've been asked this question a couple times today.
There you go.
If you're rewriting a code, you're looking at 5 figures. You are looking at 5 figures because it is not as simple as people think because there's a lot of research that's done, a lot of, you have to look at a lot of other people's information. You have to tailor it here. There's lots of rewrites back and forth. It is very time consuming and it is quite a bit. 90,000, I'll take it. I'll write you a zoning code for $90,000.
I'll be recusing myself again right now.
Yeah, I've seen them at 5 figures. Because you're asking for a consultant and consultants aren't cheap.
I would have probably estimated about 40 to 50.
That's what I'm thinking,
Yeah.
but they must be, maybe that 90,000 includes, they think they have to do a comp plan.
No, no.
I know, that's why I'm.
What did Bonanza charge or
They went for 80,000.
have 8,000?
So,
So, okay,
Sandy recommended with price
Well,
increases,
whatever
and
it is,
we've
it's-
seen rates go up. for
If we only
consultants.
pay 20,000, that's better than not having this grant.
yeah, it's just 3 years is a long time. That's the
We
flip side.
don't know it's gonna be 3 years, and
We don't know it's gonna be 1 year either. But here's the thing, we have a deadline to apply. We saw information, we got some information, and I think we could still probably ask some more questions along the way. Having said that, get the application in, and then if we want to change our minds, I'm sure they wouldn't be upset if we revoked the application later, if somebody said, oh, no, this isn't what we really wanted to do. So we'll go that way probably in the motions and, continue to seek more information. I think it doesn't hurt in that situation. Okay. CDTA, I have no idea what it is, so go ahead, Liz.
well, let me see, I have some notes here. Okay, so as you heard, we received the ADA transition grant, and part of that grant is to look at transit bus. And we have a bus line running right through the center of our village.
Ray Otten told us all about it last meeting.
Yeah, and one thing that I discovered in talking to some folks was that the Malta stop at Malta Avenue is the most used stop on all of that route from Schenectady all the way up to Saratoga. And yeah, and over time, number of residents have both users and non-users, and one of the users was our former mayor, who doesn't drive and has used the bus a lot, and other folks that talk to me and other trustees have mentioned there is no bus shelter in the village, and we have all these people standing on the curb, and we're about to head into the bad weather where they're going to be standing in the sleet and the rain. So I had the opportunity to meet with Ross Farrow, and he's the planner for CDTA. And I mentioned that we don't have any bus shelters. And I said, I'm just asking, I'm a single trustee. I think it's something maybe we, that we'd like to have. And his response was really positive. It was like, oh, we'd be happy to look at putting in a bus shelter into the village of Ballston Spa. And I went, really? And then, I was talking to him about the plans to add a crosswalk up near Doubleday, because we have a senior complex there, and that Ben was working on that with DOT. And they said, oh, who's he working with? We can work with DOT. Maybe we can put a second one up at Doubleday.
I think you may have some issues with what we're running into the right of way up there right now with Labella. So I'll talk to you guys about
No,
that during
This
executive
was
session, just
just
so you have that, okay?
discussion. This was
Yep.
interest, and so he explained what their process is. They hire the engineers to do the design work, they explore where's the best place, they work with DOT, the Doubleday area. And the last thing I asked him, I said, well, what would it cost us? And he said, it's not gonna cost you anything. So I said I was gonna bring it back to the board to see if the board was, in favor of CDTA improving our bus line and putting in some shelters. So
Ray, what do you think?
Oh, thank you so much for asking. the first thing that I brought up last week was the fact that, yes, that is probably the busiest one going, but it's not in the right place. That doesn't mean it's the right place because it's the busiest. If we go a block north and we go a block or 2 blocks south, we got a lot more room. It's less obtrusive to traffic. It doesn't block up the center of our village. And I don't know where you would put shelters on that section of Malta Avenue unless you go inside the laundromat,
That's what,
because it's very tight. So if we were to move the bus stops out to where the existing ones are and eliminate that one, to me, the flow would be just that much better in the village. You wouldn't have, and you're inconveniencing somebody on a bus to walk another block. That's the inconvenience.
I mentioned that to him, that I thought, that corner was a problem, and they said they would hire the engineers to
I don't know
look
about
at all
engineers.
this.
I know about people that drive through the village.
Well, I was just gonna say, Kevin and Colby Crow with EML nearby there, has there been issues getting fire trucks around when buses are stopped, or what have you experienced?
It is a problem. Buses are there.
What's happening exactly,
Well,
so we know?
We've changed our policy because of this, because it is very hard to get out on to Milton Avenue with the ladder truck especially. We have approached the state numerous times, and if you want to try to work on that, we've asked to put a sign designating a firehouse off the beaten path of that intersection, and they've always turned us down. It is very hard to take a right-hand turn going southbound, okay, with any of our apparatus. So we changed our policy many years ago to take a left out of our firehouse specifically and go up Bass Street and then hit the corners of the West High and East High. That gives us a more broad daylight of, vision for anybody coming up the hill off Milton Avenue. So as far as, CDTA shelter there on that corner where the Cunningham's is, or where the laundromat is.
Spy cleaners, yeah.
Yeah, probably not a big issue for us, because as I said, we don't take a right anymore going out that way. So I don't see that being a problem. As far as our end, honestly. And just to make Union's coming up straight through. Yeah, it's not a problem.
Colby?
Just to add to that, we don't get a ton of car pedestrian accidents in the village, but I would say 60 to 70% of our pedestrian accidents are at that intersection. Because it's very busy, there's a lot going on already, with the buildings coming up on the north end towards that intersection, it's very tight, or, seen around the corners. So I feel like if you were to add a structure there, that's one more thing that's gonna block vehicles or people from seeing through that.
Oh, sight lines, you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, it's another distraction there,
Good point.
as to as many. Sorry. no.
Well,
As one who drove 1 or 2 ambulances through that intersection.
Oh, that was you?
If you get a bus there, when you're coming up either south or north on Milton Avenue, it is very hard to get through that intersection with a bus there, more so than the cars. Yeah, you get tractor trailers too, but when the buses are stopped, the lights changed, they're still stopped. It's just, I advocate that we just ask them to leave the existing bus stops where they are at the top of the hill and across from St. Mary's. Leave them there, put shelters there. That would be great. But I don't think Malta Avenue is the right place.
I would invite you, Liz, to maybe get one of the Crows, maybe Colby, because you bring up the sightline issue, and Ray, maybe in a phone discussion with the CDTA rep and hash out some ideas and thoughts here.
No, definitely.
My only thing is, no matter where these go, that we include the residents that are there, the property owners.
Good call.
There's, it's tight spaces,
Absolutely.
Sidewalks, so we gotta get their opinion.
Okay, so kind of a plan of attack. Appreciate that information. Anybody down here? Sorry about that.
No, sound like we're all in support of pursuing this. Obviously, we don't have all the answers yet.
Yeah.
No, but it's just, it's a possibility, and I mean, they gotta take it to their higher ups.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for providing shelters for, folks traveling bus. But again, they're gonna have to
figure out, are we gonna still have any sidewalk width when they put in shelter?
And that's part of the issue we're experiencing up on, like I said, Trumbull. We'll talk more in executive session about exactly that conversation, so that everybody is aware. Later on, we'll probably, another meeting, be more open session about that discussion. Okay, believe that is it. Public comment number 1, 3-minute limit per speaker. Anybody in the room? Jared Ikelucci, sir.
My name is Jared Ikelucci. I live at 24 Chapman Street. I'm here tonight to address the water and sewer fee increases and the ongoing issues around data. For any of the public that was not at the last meeting and did not watch the 4-hour recording, the board was asked to vote on a motion increasing water and sewer fees by 10% over 2 years to fund system maintenance and improvement. Based on the ensuing 90-minute discussion on this topic, the proposed rate increase had not been previously discussed, and no analysis or data had been shared to make the case why that increase is the proper amount. During that discussion, we learned that the mayor, who has since made public statements about the urgency of these issues, denied his colleague access to usage data that could be used to better understand the scope and scale of increases as far back as August. Where was the urgency when board members were seeking to collaborate nearly 4 months ago? If the mayor spent those 4 months doing this analysis himself, why wasn't it shared with his colleagues ahead of time? Perhaps the answer lies in his admission that he did a, quote, bare bones analysis, unquote, to determine that 10% is what is needed. This is the issue at hand. Mayor Rossi wanted to increase our taxes without involving all our elected leaders and without the detailed research and analysis required. Lastly, in his letter published today, the mayor attempted to deflect this criticism with an outright partisan and personal attack against me. Why does my party affiliation matter when it comes to understanding why my taxes are increasing? It doesn't, and our mayor knows this. Anyone who cares about their village would care to know why taxes are being increased and how the local government plans to do so, regardless of party. He also knows that I did not mention party affiliation in my letter published on November 18th, nor in my public comment last meeting to the same effect. But this did not stop the mayor from making insinuations about my family, our political affiliation, and our involvement in the village and town. For an elected official, one who has used his gavel to silence commenters that remark about his family in meetings, to take to the pages of the Gazette with personal attacks on a resident and their family is the height of hypocrisy. Moreover, to do so in order to distract from a failure to collaborate on an urgent issue with willing and eager colleagues is petty, partisan, and to paraphrase his own words, puts all of our welfare at risk for his own personal gain. Thank you.
Okay, Jared, so if you want to remain there, I'll give you a chance to talk back for a second. Sure. Because you are a believer in open discussion, as the Democrats page stated today, so
Excuse me, Mayor.
I thank you.
We're gonna
No.
take it 2 hours on this.
No, we're not.
Board response. at the
Jared,
end.
are you okay with this discussion for a
Well,
second?
I'm just thinking we.
Frankly, this is a 3-minute public comment period, correct?
I will work, and so.
This was my public comment.
Mhm.
I've asked some rhetorical questions because I think
No,
most people who are paying
they're
attention
more than-
understand.
They're more than rhetorical, and so here we
Can
go.
we just stick to
No.
the agenda?
No,
I agree
We're not-
with trustees asking. There's no need to deviate.
okay, everybody, thank you. I presided. Thank you. You're interrupting, Liz. You don't like being interrupted.
Yes.
Okay, Jared, as I stated in the letter today, or it was about a week and a half ago, but it got printed today. First off, your affiliation was,
It has nothing to do with this. Craig.
excuse me, man,
You're going to bring my family back into this conversation now?
I'm correcting what your assertion was. I didn't mention that it was because you're a Democrat. I stated you did not include in the letter that you were the son of the Democratic chair of the town of Milton. And it matters because, as you admit in your first letter, the rates are too low, that they need to be increased.
That's not what I said. But
You
thank
didn't?
you for mischaracterizing. my
What was the
comments.
first
I
paragraph?
said we all agree that funding is needed
Okay.
to improve and maintain our water
I
and sewer
think
system.
that's French for we need to increase revenue.
Frankly, excuse me for a moment, but you're bringing my family back into this again. You're making a comment that has nothing to do with the issue at hand here. You're again trying to distract from the fact as my statement has just said, that you did not express urgency 4
For
months
7
ago.
months, I've been stating this,
4
Jared.
months ago,
7
you were
months,
asked
Jared.
about collaboration
7 months,
from one of your
Jared.
colleagues,
Jared,
Mr. Mayor,
7 months.
and that has not occurred.
Jared, 7 months.
I have nothing else to add.
I do. 7 months is what I've been telling this board. We need to do something about our water and sewer rates. What else did I include in my letter today? The fact that we have $12,000 left, according to our AUD, in unappropriated sewer fund balance, 12,000. We missed the opportunity for $360,000 if we just stayed true to inflation over the last 5 years on water rate increases. I've been here for 7 months. Julia was hot on my tail early on to say, we need to do something about water and sewer, especially sewer, because of how low it was.
Mr. Mayor, you
I-
expressed urgency around this issue
Mhm.
when 4 months ago, you denied a colleague access to data that
She's,
could better
excuse me,
understand the scope and scale of the
Jared, she's got
increase.
2 versions of that data already from 2020. Let me tell you what she did with that data, if you're gonna ask. She put together a report of 10+ unit properties in the village.
You're turning this all on its head.
No,
Again,
no,
Mr.
no,
Mayor.
no,
The
you
issue
don't
at
want to
hand
hear, you don't
is that
want to
you're
hear the truth,
refusing to
Jared.
collaborate, and this is proof of it.
Jared, you don't want to
This
hear the
right
truth.
here is proof
You
of
don't
it.
want to hear the information, Jared?
No, we don't want to hear.
Yeah,
this.
you especially don't,
We'd
but
like to
let
get
me go.
through this meeting.
Yeah.
This, are out of the order of this agenda.
Good. So,
Let's
not
continue the agenda.
all
Let's continue.
So
the
Jared,
public
Sure, there are other
comment.
members. of the public who would like
there,
to
I am sure too, but Jared, let me now finish. So 2 years ago, she put together 10+ unit land pieces in the village. Name, owner, address, tax ID, number of units or / usage type, etc. Money paid for that year, 2020, I believe it was, for water and sewer, cost per unit or payment per unit. And so we heard all about one owner who we all can figure out who it was ultimately. It wasn't me personally, it's Rosemary Rossi, actually. We heard all about that one. So the other day, Liz puts out that chart. I've never seen this table before, to be honest with you. So I've always wondered how this came to be. And this table has all this information on it. And here's the thing that I was shocked about. That Rosemary Rossi was not the lowest payer per unit. However, the only person we heard about was Rosemary Rossi.
No, you did not hear it. It was
Yeah.
listed
Thank you.
10 properties that are large properties, large residential.
And it was
properties,
the,
and there were
in the
3
middle.
of them where I questioned their, what they would charge and how much water they were using. So you were not saying that.
The only one we heard about, the only one you told Wendy Levator about in the Times Union, etc.
Let's move on with the
So-
agenda, please.
So the problem ultimately is that information like that wasn't being used for the intended purpose, it was being used to target.
As I stated, I see a clear issue here,
She-
and that's a refusal to collaborate with colleagues.
She has the information, Jared.
I
So,
got the information this morning.
no, you had the same information because you told us in open forum here that you got this information twice before in
Yes,
2020.
and it's
So what's
public
changed?
data.
So what's changed? Why
She
couldn't you
did
use the
it this
information?
year when she
I'm
asked
not
for it.
answering your
Interject.
question. Can
I'm
we
gonna
stick with
interject, both of you. We need to just continue with public comment. I know we have a disagreement about this, but let's just please continue. We started out good.
I agree.
Don't be high on your horse. Let's continue. Okay.
Next up. Martha?
I'm Martha Iglucci, 9 Russell Street, Ballston Spa. I believe that the residents of the village and town have the right, if not the responsibility, to attend meetings and respectfully question any actions and decisions made by the governing board. After the last village board meeting, in which the mayor proposed a 2-year 10% hike in the water fee, my son, Jared Iglucci, did just that. He wrote a letter to the Gazette in which he questioned the mayor's actions and how the mayor came to this decision. There was nothing political in this letter, not even a hint of political parties involved. The mayor has a right to respond, and he did. However, he chose to take the road he often accuses others of. He chose to make this a partisan issue, and in doing so, he also chose to attack family. Another subject he strongly criticizes when it affects him. Let me make this clear. My family members, and there are more than one of them, have the right to speak their own minds, and what they say has nothing to do with my position as chair of the Town Democratic Committee.
Thank you, Martha. Next.
Yes. Pardon me?
So thank you, Martha. Next. Ray?
Ray out in 16 minute bed.
16?
Yes. I want to address motion G and H. Just curious as to why we are getting more complicated with trying to get folks involved with committees in this village. It's just getting more and more paperwork. I think it's going to be discouraging to people that don't feel they have to make out a job application to be on a committee. Just my thoughts. And more importantly, number L, or letter L. Mr. Raymond, I'd be curious as to what data you're using to limit the free speech of the folks that are in this crowd and at home to 17% less time to talk to our village elected officials. By cutting it down to 1 5-minute period, we have no way that we can address anything after the fact that you voted. And secondly, this is the way it used to was, and we changed it because we thought it would be better, which it has been. So I don't understand the reasoning behind cutting our time to speak by 17%. I don't know what data you use to come up with that number. And I know you always are talking about that. I agree with you 99% of the time on data. So I'd like to hear about that if you could.
I'll provide comments at the end of the meeting.
Okay. Are they going to answer that before or after this gets passed?
That's an interesting question, actually, since it is relevant to something that might
I think
suppress the
yeah.
discussion.
I mean, we can have discussion during the motion.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
heard it here first. Who else? Anybody? Mike?
Thank you. Mike Iacolucci, 9 Russell Street. I participated via Zoom for most, but not all, of the meeting on November 14. I want to briefly recap what I heard and saw relating to the water issue. Mayor Rossi proposed a flat increase of 2.5% every 6 months for the next 2 years, for a total increase of 10%. When questioned by trustees and some members of the public as to how he arrived at that level of increase, he indicated he had done an analysis and saw that there has not been any increase since 2017 and concluded that a 10% increase over time was important to do. The mayor did not provide any documentation of any analysis, and he basically said that trustees have not given him input on water rates, even though he had asked them to do so months ago. Given that Jared and the mayor have engaged in a discussion about Trustee Formos's request, I'm going to pass over the rest of that. During the November 14 meeting, Mayor Rossi implied that leaving rates where they currently are would deprive the village of funds that could be used to repair or replace the water tower on John Street. I do not know precisely what amount of incremental revenue will be gained over 6 months from an increase of 2.5% in the rates, but I doubt it would go very far in covering the expense of repairs or replacement of the water tower. Following the November 14 meeting, my son Jared wrote a letter to the Daily Gazette. That letter begins with the following sentence. Everyone agrees the village of Ballston Spa needs funding for water and sewer maintenance and improvement. I do not think anyone can disagree with that statement. For comparison, Mayor Rossi's letter to the Gazette published today complains that attacks lobbed at me are nothing but unnecessary partisan rancor. Hopefully, the board will finally act now that I have shined a very public light on these important issues. Please note, nobody at that November 14 meeting attacked Mayor Rossi, and no one has brought the idea of partisanship into the discussion other than the mayor himself. A final point relating to transparency and communication. In his letter to the Gazette, Mayor Rossi claims that the village has lost about $360,000 because of the board's failure to increase rates over the last 5 years. Based on budget figures for the village as posted online, the receipts for metered water sales were approximately $950,000 in each of 2021 and 2022, and are budgeted at $900,000 for 2023. I strain to see how the village has lost out on $360,000 in revenues, and I implore the mayor to demonstrate to the board and the community how that is so.
So 3% of 800,000, because that was the number I used.
Okay,
is
24,000.
Correct. Now do it for another year.
Okay, do it 5 years.
No, no,
104,000.
no, slow down, Mike. When you go up again 3% the next year, it's not 24,000 that year, it's
Add on another 25,000 to the total.
48,000, so now it's 72,000. The 3% the next year goes up to 90, or what is it, 92,000. So when you go 24, 48, 72, 96, and 120 and add all those together, Mike, that's $360,000 at $800,000 of receipts. That's the math.
I don't believe that math is appropriate.
How isn't it, Mike?
You're
That's
starting at a base figure.
if $800,000,
800,000.
correct,
Yeah, 3%.
Goes to 824, correct,
3% of that, you get. what?
848,000. So now you're up 48,000 from your base amount plus 24,000. So 2 years is 72,000. Yes, it is.
Well, again, I think it would be helpful if you could explain that.
I just did.
On paper.
Mike, I think it's actually, I guess you wouldn't even understand on paper the way you're acting about it because I'm saying 3%,
the insults, Frank.
3%.
I need nothing else. Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna give it to you for a second, Mike. 3% of 800,000 is 24,000. Martha, let me tell you,
Let's move on.
our entire family here, Frank.
and Jared, you've disrespected me multiple times and I have sat there and taken it myself.
You're an elected official.
I am.
We all take it
So-
all the time. Let's
So
move on.
again, 24,000 plus 48, 72, right? Plus 72 is 144, plus
On paper,
96.
Frank. We need it on paper. We need it all on paper.
Frank,
This is not adequate.
I was
What?
saying.
We need everything on
incremental.
paper.
Incremental.
No, not handwritten. We need.
Go ahead. Who's next?
We're gonna get,
Who's next? Oh, hold on, we got Bob Bush.
I'm listening on church, I'm not talking about any of that stuff, so I'm gonna. The water bill, since someone brought it up already. I find it fascinating you guys are not willing to raise the water rate, you're willing to raise the sewer rate. Without any data as well. Just saying that, putting that out. I want to talk about letter L. Which. Is about the public comment, in case no one doesn't know what that is. I want to believe that you made this motion, John, helps shorten the meetings. But I have reservations that it's for other reasons. Let me ask, is it safe to say that over the last year, there has been more participation in the public than in the past, especially in the last 6 months? It's also safe to say that you get more communication with two public comments, am I correct? I'd like to express concern of limiting it to one public comment and putting it at the beginning of the motion that you as a board are limiting what you want to hear from the public by not having it also after the motions. You express you want to be transparent by doing this, but by doing this, you are not, I'm sorry.
But doing this is not a way to be transparent, rather a way to limit the public. Remember, you work for us. And a good example are these sidebar conversations your board has, is why you should have a public comment at the end. As so the public can ask questions on off-topic discussions and hold you guys accountable. Because if you don't have change, I'm sorry, if you don't have a chance to ask questions for clarification, we the residents are not getting the best representation possible. I'd also like to comment on letter K. Can you guys explain to me what a UPWP is? not familiar with it.
PWP is Unified
Yeah,
Unified Planning.
Yeah,
Let's see.
we'll get there.
Work programs.
Unified Planning Work Program, yes.
That's the program the MPO puts together for everything that they're doing. And this is part of it.
I was just wondering, if actually you guys use an acronym that I'm not familiar with.
Sorry about that.
I don't expect any of these questions I've asked to be answered right now, because I'm sure you guys are going to have the last word on it, so. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Anybody else? Hey, Chris.
I'll let them go first, so.
Okay.
Joan Marin?
Joan, go ahead if you unmute. Joan, we cannot hear you. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can.
All right, this
That's not Joan. You can't fool me.
is Christine Fitzpatrick, 31 Chapman Street, Ballston.
Go ahead, Christine.
Okay, first I wanted to comment on one thing. The first thing in terms of the CDTA, the whole question about the bus shelter. And I am a lifelong public transit rider. And I'm happy to see that Malta Avenue is being acknowledged as the Malta Avenue stop is one of the most used spots on the whole line, because I think it's probably one of the most used lines on the whole system. What I hope will be taken into account is actually the needs of pedestrians. You know, I don't and bus riders themselves, you know, the people who are commenting about it doesn't work, it doesn't work, it's very crowded, it's all about the transportation. It's not necessarily about the people who are actually using that bus stop. And I will tell you that I've used it numerous times, that the people, it is very populated. I talk to people, they're mostly workers, people who are using it to go to work, and people who live very much in that area right there. They live along Front Street, or like myself, they live along Chapman Street. Those are the people who are actually using the line. And to say that this bus shelter should be put up at the top of the hill is no small thing to somebody who is going to have to walk there on streets that are not necessarily taken very, very good care of while, you know, at snowy times. So I think snow and ice. So I want to please keep in mind the people who are actually utilizing that spot. They're there for a reason, and they have as much right as anybody who's coming through on transportation, you know, using a car or a truck or whatever coming through the street to have access to that transportation. The last thing I'll say on that is that I have often thought that one of the things that would be helpful is if they actually marked the bus stop in yellow and required the buses to actually pull in out of the lane of traffic, which they don't do. But I think that should be a requirement. The other thing I want to say
is enough room for that, out of curiosity, because I don't think there's enough space to truly pull over with parking the way it is.
Would you please, Frank, this is my.
I'm curious just on that question.
And that this is my next comment. I mean, to congratulate Jared Iacolucci and Martha and Mike on their very cogent comment, and on the rest of the members of the Board of Trustees trying to keep this agenda on track. This is it's very unprofessional what I am seeing here in terms of being interrupted. I mean, this is a public comment period. I mean, my time is up, but I also was interrupted. You're watching this and I'm seeing you, Frank, interrupting people. I haven't marked down that you've interrupted somebody, if not another board member, but a member of the public 15 times, excuse me. And it's only, I don't know what time is it. It's only 8:47. Anyway, I think one of the things you have to, I see this proposal for, limiting public debate. I also think, I mean, I'm not quite sure, how I feel about that, but I think one of the things you have to do is stick to your own rules of procedure, because what is being portrayed here is a very unprofessional look. Thank you.
Christina, can I ask that question I was asking, because I'm genuinely, I don't know the answer, and I'm trying to figure out from people that might know better. Do you think the bus has enough room to pull over in terms of existing parking and markings over there?
I think if you marked it, it would, and it would take it out of the lane of traffic, which is what buses do in cities, in every city that I've ever seen, that they have special, you'd have to, take out a couple of parking spaces there, but that's what they do. That's what's done. And that would get them out of the lane of traffic. It's a
Well, that's what I was asking. Existing parking, if there was existing parking there, did you think that the bus has enough room currently where there's marked, don't park here because the bus could pull over?
Well, I think you'd have to lose a parking space.
Okay,
But-
that's the question. Ultimately, we have to be prepared to answer for businesses, et cetera, over there. That's why I'm just trying to make sure.
Let them come up with. a
Yes,
plan.
that's what yeah, let them figure it out. All I'm saying is that I think you really have to keep in mind, not just what's good for the traffic and not just what's good for the transportation, but for the people who are actually using that spot. And I'm telling you, I might be retired, but most of those people are working. Those are working people who are using it, or people using it, getting back and forth to doctor's appointments and doing the business of their life. Thank you.
Thank you.
The length of a bus turnout would
Yeah.
probably be what you would need. So however, I don't know what the length.
Yeah,
is
that's
off the top of
okay.
my head.
That's what I'm trying to figure
But
out.
yeah, for the bus turnout would probably, whatever the length that is, would be
Yeah.
the area of
Is-
clear parking.
Sean, isn't there also where the CDTA has coordinated with DOT and the timing of the lights, which could assist?
Yes.
Yeah, so in other
worst
words, when the bus is
expenses,
approaching,
yeah.
the light goes red and you gotta stop anyways.
It's called TSP, transit.
Yeah, I
signal
have a
priority.
feeling that they're gonna probably look at that and maybe recommend that, and that could be simple. Because how often does this bus doesn't run that often? It's not like there's a bus every 20 minutes.
It's every half hour, isn't it?
Every hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, I mean. So there'll be, transportation engineers who do this for a living looking at this. Right?
Who's next?
Kristen Iacolucci.
Good.
Hello,
Chris.
Kristen Iacolucci, 24 Chapman Street. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I just want to reiterate that I've heard a lot of calls for transparency in our government. I'm in full support of transparency. And I think that's the issue at hand when you want to increase our water fees, Mr. Mayor, with no data ahead of time. That is the ultimate issue at hand. I want to see your data. I want to see your bare bones analysis on how you and only you decided on this 10% increase. I think it's unprofessional and unacceptable to have data shouted in the meeting, not prepared ahead of time for anyone to review, and then to sit there and berate someone like my father-in-law who has years of financial experience to claim that you know best. That's unacceptable. You are one member of this board. Please work with your colleagues and be transparent and show us the data. Thank you.
Anybody can have that question?
No.
Here it is, Mike, if you want.
You understand, I was talking about incremental revenue.
Well, no, incremental, it's
Frank,
it's a total amount, Mike.
Here, if you want to see the numbers.
That's great, but every year you.
That's right.
add it
That's how
on.
much you add on each year. The incremental amount is
Can we take this
135.
It's not incremental, it's total, total 360.
You're misleading with the numbers, is what I'm trying to tell you.
That's not misleading.
I understand.
Is $130,000 different from $360,000?
Is incremental different from total?
But it's irrelevant. It's 5 years ago. Most of us have to learn here. So what? You can't do anything about it.
Procedure, sorry, procedure.
Oh, hold on, before Keith goes. You know, just to at least give him a comfort zone. How do I put this in? Okay, Keith,
You ready?
just for you.
I have no idea what that means, but Keith,
Remember your last meeting comments, Keith?
sorry, I'm afraid I binge watched all of the village meetings available since April, and I can't remember the last one. Anyways, it's Keith Lewis, 38 East High Street. First off, I want to remind the board that we still haven't discussed Saratoga County's eminent move and devised any kind of plan, and it has fallen by the wayside. I realize they haven't put out the report, but I had hoped months ago when it was first brought up, Mayor Rossi, that that was likely, and there was discussions about buildings the village might acquire, that there would be some public outreach, there would be some discussions of options. I feel like that's a real missed opportunity. And although there are many pressing issues, I think that one, especially as we're looking at an economy that's taking a downturn, and someone like Jeff Bezos recently saying, don't buy things. If you're a company or an individual, get yourself some cash put away. I mean, he runs Amazon and he's telling people not to buy things. Makes me a little concerned. Anyways, I believe in critical thought, especially in government, and that occurs only when it doesn't occur when we extract out simple sound bites, as you've done, Frank, pertaining to the water fees, but instead when we assess all relevant data and allow input and collaboration. Water was a very important election talking point for both you, Frank, and Bernadette, since being elected 7 months ago. Your water discussions, according to my most almost unbearable binge watching of village board meetings over the last week, has totaled under 3 hours during your entire time as mayor. As a comparison, Frank, you've had over 18 hours of discussion on art funding for your sister and her friend's nonprofit. I believe that alone should give us pause. In addition, as you usually do, Frank, you bring it up when there is a desperate urgency and it must be decided immediately because bills were about to go out, which feels extremely unwise and very unprofessional. And then as a note, approximately 65% of the public comments during the second period were duplicate comments relating to issues that had been discussed by the same people in the first period. Thank you.
A couple things here, Jared. I saw you shaking your head yes, and I just want to clarify something that you were saying there. The increase would take place for the next period, not the current billing. That was the whole idea. You can't retroactively charge people for current water usage and sewer usage. retroactively. The idea was to beat December 1st if we were going to do anything with it, so that people knew what their rates were going into the next period. That's the only acceptable way to do it. Retroactive charging is not something we should be doing. It's technically a questionable legal, ethical issue. Second, I want to read something from Thursday, 10 a.m. That's Thanksgiving, that I received from Mr. Lewis. I just want to preface this by saying, thank you, thank you, Ben, thank you. I want to preface this by saying that, as many of you know, our clerk, Terry, has vision issues and has had some other issues, and my sister Gina Rosie had attempted to help her with her roof replacement that was going on. And it went through a big rigmarole because it was a permit asked for, wasn't it, et cetera. Things got resolved ultimately, but went in front of the Historic District Commission.
Can we do this under other business?
Yeah, this is
This
not.
is, I mean, we
this
have a
is-
lot.
This
a
is
lot to
public.
You know what,
comment.
you could have responded to this email in the last 4 days and saved all
Well,
this
let's
by
wait.
stating that this was not appropriate. So here's the email sent to Trustee Raymond and Trustee Cormus's private addresses.
Responsible leader of this meeting right now.
Because you know what, you have prepared statements, sometimes I need one too.
But
This
do
is
it
not
at the
the
right
period.
place.
Other
Do it under
business.
other business.
Under other
This has nothing
business.
to do with anything.
This is public comment followed by agenda items.
Hi, Frank. I read the HC Historic Commission minutes and listened to a recording. I'm sorry to hear that your sister has been forced to hustle up some side work for extra cash, but there are probably other gigs she'd be better suited for since she isn't able to comprehend village code. I'd be happy to forward over a few employment sites if it would help. Please let me know where to forward them to, and you have my sympathy on your family's hardship. The economy has taken a bad turn. Hopefully we'll get back on track soon. But this raises a number of concerns about ASCC and the village involvement. Your sister has said there is no requirement for this new village nonprofit from disclosing financial information, but if she is in a situation where she lacks her financial requirements, I believe it is important to revisit the issue. Happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, can we move on?
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
Back to the agenda.
Back to the agenda, please.
My statement continues. People are using their official positions to target others in this village. Keith, as a Historic District Commission member, is doing it in that email, and has been doing it to Terry as well, I feel, with her situation. Disappointingly. I've talked to Terry. She was in the litigation mindset, and I've gotten her back down from that. That said, she has every right to be mad about how she's been treated by the person that just spoke in that email and everything else that's been going on here. Liz, I brought up your targeting of people earlier today in email with that water data in your official position. I'm tired, and this has been happening too much, of people being targeted by people in their official duties. This village can do better. Debate, discussion, fights, whatever can happen, as the Icolucci's can tell you right now. But I'm not targeting you for anything but exactly what
Frank,
your
I'm
position
sorry,
is
but
or isn't.
I really need to interrupt you here because
Yeah.
you
You
called
can't.
me out by name
Procedure.
in a letter insinuating that I lack agency because my mother holds a position in a local Democratic.
No, I stated that you didn't disclose everything that would be relevant in a
That is
situation.
not what you said, first.
Yes,
of
it
all.
is. Actually is, Jared. So thank you.
Second
So,
of all, when
thank
you
you,
start
Jared.
attacking people from your official
Jared.
position, it's very difficult to take anything you're saying about that
Jared,
at any sort of.
Jared,
value.
thank you, Jared.
You're welcome.
He is in order as you are. You're no more out of order than you are, Frank, at this point in time.
Now, having said that, the targeting has to stop. And the issue ultimately becomes this. Only one person responded to that email, to me at least, to tell me it wasn't right what happened on Thursday.
I don't even think I saw it.
Well, it didn't have anything to do with village business.
Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah.
worth.
It
responding to
wasn't?
anyway, but-
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
Okay, Jean Rose would like to speak. I guess I heard 3 minutes.
Oh, I'd like to just respond to what you said, and my concern is that we use public positions to privilege ourselves over other people. That's what I got my eye on with your sister, and other people in this village. That's what I'm worried about.
Okay, Gina Morosi.
Thank you for bringing that up, Ben, because I'm
right
going
ahead.
to discuss your targeting. Gina Morosi, 10 Old Glory Lane. First and foremost, the document that was supplied as part of record regarding the grants, I would like that removed because it's factually incorrect. I have supplied the facts and would like it replaced.
What document?
Did you not look at the
The
attachments?
chart that you raised in your email last night.
There's some,
Yes.
Yes.
I was gonna bring up a lot of this during when we got to the motion. The things that are
Retain
marked
my
as
time.
asked.
Yeah, no,
Are not, they're not applying as ASC. So
apparently. So we need to change a lot of things in that motion, so we can talk about it at that time.
At that motion during the discussion period, we'll talk about it.
Okay, well, she has the right to speak as public comment right now, so go ahead.
And we can also address the email crap show that happened during the day and the implied actions that were made by ASCC. So there was harassment there, and we'll get into that whenever you want. Number two, that letter by Keith Lewis sent at 10 a.m. on Thanksgiving morning. Does anyone think that was proper here? Anyone?
Aren't we not supposed to talk about other people?
Anyone on the board?
Frank, last meeting you said.
Anyone on the board, do you
we're
find
not-
it proper
we're
or not,
allowed
Ben?
to
She
talk
asked,
about-
she
we're not
asked.
allowed to talk about other people.
Good,
at
okay,
this meeting.
no, she has
I'm
to direct it to
talking
the
about
board,
me,
she is now.
Ben, I'm
Okay.
talking about me. Was that properly, a proper way to treat me or my family?
I don't think anybody can comment on that. He is exercising his First Amendment rights.
As an official of the village.
How is he doing it as
You
an
know
official?
something, let me continue, and I'm again regaining my time. I stood here and asked you if anybody felt that the treatment of Larry Wilbright was wrong. I asked you, three of you, to condemn the behavior of your campaign manager, and none of you have. You have created a monster. And now you feed the monster because you do
So
not.
this is different than how we did it last meeting. This is different, where
Retaining
people
my
were
time
not
back.
allowed to.
She's
attack
addressing the
other people.
board, she's addressing the
People were
board.
addressing the board last meeting. You said, don't attack other people in the community. You said that.
can everybody?
And now,
just
but
pause?
there's two, see, that's what I'm talking about, privilege. There's two
Ben.
sets of rules,
Ben,
one for your person and something else for other people.
Ben,
Yeah.
just a reminder to the whole room. At the beginning of this meeting, and we do not agree, right? Not a lot of us agree on certain things. But at the beginning of this meeting, the people in this community, especially our business community, is sick of hearing about this stuff. So, including you, Frank, please, like, everybody just dial this down. I understand you're upset. Guys, I hope you can work it out after the fact. Gina, there are things that you have a right to be upset about. So all of us, just calm down. Let's proceed. We started out well. So let's get through public comment. I'm really kind of honestly tired of this, and so is our business community. And then you know what, Ben? We can work well. We have worked well. Sean, I enjoy sitting with you. Liz, we're getting along today. You know, and we worked with, see, but the point is, we're getting wrapped up in all of this stuff. And Frank, I adore you. You're a lovely person, and you know, it's the politics, both sides. Sorry, Gina, I'll let you speak after. They're just public comment. But like, there are things that we're missing about each other, wonderful qualities that we're missing about each other because of all of this. So can we, even if we disagree, can we just proceed respectfully to one another and get through this meeting? I'm honestly I was upset at the last meeting. I'm growing upset now, and I'd rather not. I'd rather go to bed not upset. So.
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm going to bring
Sorry.
you more, Bernadette. I'd like to go to bed not upset also. I'd like to enjoy my Thanksgiving dinner, not upset. We're trying to do a good deed and help a friend, okay? And no one here speaks up against the actions of your campaign manager when he does these things, and you're feeding the monster. I
object to your language
Ben,
in
what did I
attacking
just
other
ask
people
for?
in this setting.
Ben, what did I just
What
ask
did,
for?
yeah, you asked her too, didn't you? You asked
know
her
what,
too.
Ben, if you read that email, right?
Yeah, that was
Did you
not,
read-
I do not
it
approve
was-
of that email. I
Thank
don't
you.
approve of it,
So,
okay?
so
So-
why defend that?
I'm not defending it. I'm
Yeah,
saying
but
this is not the venue
Yeah,
for
well,
one
it's
community
great.
person.
Wait.
or
That's fine.
This is not the venue for this.
There's no reason to raise voice. There's no reason to be more than one at a time. If you want to say that, it's fine, but calm down.
How is this not the venue, reclaiming my time again? How is this not the venue when it was sent to public officials? I am discussing a letter that was sent to public officials. How is this not the time or place?
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, look at that.
But
I'll be damned.
So,
I still object, I object to the language of monster, and the personal attack you're doing is not appropriate. It just isn't.
Ben,
Okay, excuse me.
I don't think that's appropriate what he sent either, okay?
Ben,
Gina, one of the things is, when we get to be elected officials, you can say whatever you want about us. Really?
You're an elected official. I'm not.
Yes, but you can, I've gotten insults from you, from your brother, from other people, and I just have to take it because I'm an elected official.
I don't.
She's a resident.
So, no one's insulting you.
That was pretty insulting.
Hustling side jobs.
Frank didn't have to read that in public. Now he did, so that you can now
Oh.
stand up and object to it.
Would you rather have
Nobody
me?
read- nobody
Would
even
you?
saw that
would-
email.
May I for a second?
Maybe you should check your email.
Maybe I should.
Would you
I don't
rather?
always look at every email that Keith sends, frankly, in a timely way, because he sends multiple emails, so,
Oh, good to know.
yeah.
Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
All right, guys. Are
Would
we
you?
done? Are we done now? Can I finish my public comment?
Yes.
You're not gonna call him a monster, go ahead.
Oh, Eddie Haskell, does that work? Seriously. I am shocked that finally I got at least one of you to condemn the bad behavior, okay? Because I'm seeing a pattern here. Larry Wilbright resigned. He resigned.
Who said quit?
He quit.
Okay, Ellie, thank you.
He
I'll
quit.
say he quit.
He quit.
He abandoned his post.
Because of people on this board.
No, that is not correct.
You can ask him.
Yeah, he can not say the truth.
And I see, then we saw that we lost a village attorney, then we lost members of committees. And now I'm seeing the same treatment going on here.
And we
Stop.
lost our accountant, our treasurer, and our, so. Do you say that that's because of anything?
No, their
Or-
reasons are different and we know their reasons.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Liz, is this procedure? I'm just curious. Is this proper procedure right now?
no, I won't say anything.
You're the one pushing proper procedure. This needs to stop. You need to get a rein on your campaign manager and make him stop attacking. The Iacolucci's don't like it. I don't like it either. Okay, welcome to my world. It's been years of it, years before he was mayor. Okay, it's not fun, is it?
Is this, we're addressing members?
It's
of-
not
Yeah,
fun.
Well, This is.
What does this have to do
Mr.
with
Mayor.
this meeting? It has nothing to do with this.
I don't see
We are
anybody
trying
else
to
getting
get
up and
business.
speaking directly. to
We're
you.
trying to get work done. It's 9:10. We have a lot to do here. This is irrelevant.
You know, it's irrelevant, the fact that you sit there and raise your voice to me constantly. You better remember
You're out of
who you
order,
work
Gina.
for. You better remember who you work for. And speaking of working for, Sean, it was said to you about your motion about limiting public comment. You work for us. You're going to give us public comment before, you're going to act. We have a right to address your actions afterwards. If you want to create rules where it's strictly agenda in the first comment, and that's it, period, fine, but we have a right to address your actions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who's not spoken yet? Chris?
Chris Duke, 6 Scaling Drive. I went since the last meeting, had some great discussions with various members of our local school district. As you may or may not know, the high school is engaged in the New York State Seal of Civic Readiness, and there's a lot of impetus they put on the students, qualifications they have to get in order to get that, something they can put on a college application. I know it was discussed by a little bit earlier in the public comment, G and H. Again, I still object to those. I think there's a lot of
roadblocks you're putting in the way for volunteerism, getting people involved. I know it was discussed at the last meeting, you'll look at qualifications, you'll judge who's better qualified, and then pick one. I say pick them both, because whoever is better qualified can teach and train and get that other person up the bar. Two heads are better than one in most situations. So again, I don't see limitations on, encouraging committees. The school has expressed interest in getting some of these high schoolers. I even went to the middle school. They expressed interest in getting middle schoolers involved as well. They mentioned they have a passion project with Kelly Park. They love Kelly Park. They want to give their input on that. And again, young minds, don't question them. They are wonderful with thinking outside the box. That again, I think that would be great. But part of that I'm encouraging them to do is come here as a group of 8th graders and pitch that to the board. But this nonsense has got to stop, because I'm not going to welcome 8th graders in here. I'm not going to reach out. That's putting my name on there, and I'm just not going to do that. I'll have cake on my face. Same with the high schoolers. Part of the rule for the New York State Seal of Civic Readiness is they have to attend public comment. So again, there's a better way of doing this. And it's on both sides. I've come to plenty of these meetings and I hear a lot of attacks on one person, constantly one person, yet no solutions brought to the table. I try to bring solutions. If I don't like your motions, I bring solutions, and I'm trying with the school. And the school is ready to jump on this. They're ready to go with this. They're ready to have some teenagers here and engaging in public comment. That goes with public or the motion L as well. It's good to have the public comment at the end. So again, we can hold you accountable and address stuff that's discussed on these motions. And sometimes if you're going to have somebody in here and they're not brave enough to talk during the first public comment, after they see enough proceedings and hear from enough people, that shows them there's encouragement. Because one thing the school is discussing is also having some public speakers, students that are engaged in that on the high school level, coming here and practicing here. But again, this is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I've had my own kids show interest and I told them no. You're better off watching a rated R movie than come here for Christ's sakes. So again, get it under control. And then the yelling people down and shouting at people, come on, stop. You work for us. Don't yell us down. Listen, maybe people are getting upset for a reason. Listen to why that is. And I've heard it before. I've heard attacks on the birdhouses, for Christ's sakes. So again, there's a lot of back and forth. I'll tell you like it is. And I'll talk to you before, after, whatever, but I can do it cordially as well. I don't go to the paper. I will talk to you directly to your face. And again, I want that same respect back and forth. Other than that, I have a lot of, again, some great ideas here moving forward. But before I put myself out there and reach back out to the school to get this process going, got to see a little bit more adult level behavior here. I like to think we're adults at the table. Thank you.
I want to bring up something that I got a phone call on. I thought I was going to be here for possibly public comment, but I want to share it because it was important and you raised the school. Resident 17 Ballston Avenue, which is halfway down the hill on Ballston Avenue as you head toward Charlton, had raised that his middle schooler is not being allowed to be bused to the school, which poses some real issues because crossing Route 67 is a vexing issue for people. And I promised him, first off, I told him that it's a DOT road. And so we were still waiting on our original batch of questions with regard to it from back in May to this day. He's a letter writer, it sounds like, or a hellraiser of sorts. So he's going to probably be reaching out to DOT, which I said, by all means, go ahead. But I also reached out and I promised him I would to Stuart Williams in the school district and ask them to really consider what is going on there with respect to safety. My question ultimately was, why is any resident of the town of Milton part of the village of Ballston Spa, because that would require across the Route 67 being forced to be a walker ultimately. And I get the bus route deficiencies that are going on right now with the bus drivers, et cetera. But there's got to be something that we can do to not place youngsters in danger in that way, shape, or form. Stuart's looking into it. He's going to get back to me. But just if that person is listening, I want them to know that we are trying to take care of something like that. Because when I heard that story, he's by all means right. It's something that needs to be resolved. So hopefully the school district can work with us to resolve that issue. Mark, your hand was up.
Mark Black, 10 Thompson Street. I want to just give a brief update about the birdhouse project. We've got a lot of press lately. We just did a drop off of more wood at Burnt Hills, Ballston Lake, and they're very excited about that. I also tell the mayor yet, but I got a message from Stuart Williams that the 5th and 6th graders, I think, want to do the kits, which is really great. So we'll provide kits and do that. So this, Ballston Spa has already finished theirs, and it's really become a great program. So I think everything's really going well. My concern, and is that the ongoing harassment of my nonprofit. Quite honestly, it's really getting out of hand. Sean, 2 weeks ago at the special Tuesday meeting, you were attacking me personally. And, and that was really unprofessional and uncalled for. And it's a harassment, quite honestly. You kept saying, mark this, mark that. And then the whole thing about giving back the 2,500 just was really uncalled for and inappropriate. Ben, today was a real crap show. You were given wrong information, and it's very damning information. You were given information and you attacked me and told me that you contacted Saratoga Arts, and that doesn't look good. When you're a nonprofit, you're going for money, your reputation and your experience, and what you produce is everything. So undermining my nonprofit because of your bad information is harassment. And it's really gotten too much, but quite honestly, people are using the nonprofit as firepower against other people, and that is there's no merit for that. What we do at the nonprofit is valuable to this community and is much loved. The task force, the arts task force that I'm also a part of, which is a separate organization, a separate club, is doing great things also. And we shouldn't be attacked, and we shouldn't be used for political gaming by anybody. And I completely echo what Bernadette says, that we need to act more civilly, and we need to, do what's right by each other. And because basically today, Ben, that was it. This is actionable now, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not going to sit here and take the abuse from some trustees. I don't want to be accused of taking money illegally from the mayor, or be questioned about who I voted for, and questioned if I'm a Democrat or not, how I self-identify. I just don't want that. I don't think that's appropriate, and I think those are actionable things. And I think you guys have to stop using me and my organization as political ammunition for each other. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll follow the agenda by not responding if I have a lot I could respond to.
That's fine.
Anybody else? Okay. Motion A is not going to be pursued because there are no transfers to be done. We resolved that after the fact.
I'd like to, didn't have time to bring this up when the staff was still there, but in the abstract, which we approved at the end, there is a item on page 3 that looks like it should be a transfer. And it's actually for the birdhouse program, and it shows annual birdhouse program, $400, $4,000, and $100, sum to $4,500. And the counts that it's coming out of is judgment and claims, taxes on village, and unallocated insurance. And I believe the way that should be handled is a budget transfer to the right account, not having those expenditures come out. And it probably, I just noticed it. Might have been an oversight, but I think those things shouldn't come out of, birdhouses shouldn't come out of a judgment and claims account.
Were you talking to me?
Well, I guess, I know you're new, so maybe.
I think we took that from meeting minutes.
Yeah, but I think the proper way to handle it is a budget transfer and then take the money out of the correct account, as I understand it. So I just want to raise it, that it's something you may want to look at. Because it sort of struck me as birdhouses coming out of taxes on village. No, usually you have expenditures coming out of the account that was set up for that expenditure.
Can I get a motion that budget transfers that may be necessary for the birdhouses be approved?
I'll make that one.
Trustee Raymond,
Not a good motion.
we're gonna go with it. How's that?
What
Are you gonna
account-
second or not?
What account is that? Is an account for that? You should Name the
Well,
account.
you're allowed to second it. Anybody can
I
second
know
it.
what Liz knows about it. I don't even know what.
Should we just take that portion out, like approve that?
Well,
At the end.
I,
Just take it out. just
I'm
say
permitting,
that
I,
part.
my motion suggestion is permitting any transfer necessary to get it from point A to point B, basically, before it goes from point B to point C.
Should we just do the next meeting?
I think we should do it now because it's gonna hold up the check ultimately if we don't.
Yeah, this is just a procedural issue.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just,
I have a motion made. I need a second.
I'll second.
Second by trustee Funday, said discussion. Basically, it's precautionary.
Yeah, what account should birdhouse program come out of?
Celebrations. I think.
I
Celebrations.
mean, you should name the account you're transferring.
I mean, I would be comfortable with celebrations, you know, it's just a transfer, correct?
How much is it?
It's
45.
4,500. I just want to make sure that's the right account with his money in there.
The issue, just for Barbara's edification here, is that it was intended to be moved and then given, and it never got moved, probably because it got caught in Julia's exit ultimately. And so I get where she's coming from, and if we wanted to show the accounting correctly, so the FPR is not having to track it down later, what we're doing with it, then this is probably the smart move, just in case. But I'm just giving you the room to be able to make that decision ultimately on where to transfer it, basically.
Do we have an arts account? I thought that was the one. that was-
We do, but it's,
The Arts committee's
Yeah.
budget, so I don't know that it should. go
I think
there.
celebrations is generally our fallback on this. Jennifer's giving me a head nod on that too.
Well, here's the question, if state celebrations now, if it needs to be corrected,
Be moved.
yeah, right, I would assume, or we can.
Okay.
You know,
Can I get an amended motion that the budget transfers related to birdhouses be first transferred to celebrations before being approved for a check cut?
I'll make that amendment.
And,
I'll second it.
well, you're deciding yours a second, sir. Yeah, sorry, it was amended, so. Now discussion further. All in favor? Aye, opposed, motion carries. Taking a motion to allow the slate of recommended artists / projects by the Committee on Arts to apply to the Saratoga Arts re-grant, using the village as a quote fiscal sponsor in order to promote more arts projects within the village of Ballston Spa, to authorize the mayor and village attorney to execute any final paperwork required.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fondanza,
I'll second that.
trustee Baskin, now discussion, go ahead.
You want me to start, Meredith?
Well, let's take care of the first thing, gosh, so many papers,
I have
sorry.
I have 3 amendments.
Sure,
3
well-
motions.
Let's start with, anywhere where it says ask. Where the first Luke Birdhouse project, that is asked, but the following ones are not asked, so if you just cross that out, these are people that intend to apply individually. It's just it was a confusion about that.
The question I had was, is the birdhouse project you're applying for, is that last year's money, that's being transferred from the arts committee?
No, this was approved actually by us for the
Technically, this
next
shouldn't
one.
be on this, actually.
So it's 2023 money that you're asking for that birdhouse project.
But we already approved that,
Yeah, I know. So what is it on?
which shouldn't be on there, so,
No, I just,
but I think.
Well, you don't want to lose track of that
Yeah, I think
application.
it's the working document that Arts Committee has just been for their status, for their ability to keep track of. They're gonna, in some way, with some, especially some of these additional artists, kind of help them and, you know, make sure everything's.
Do we want to let Katie speak at all? Just to
I'm
make sure.
comfortable with that. I'd be
Go ahead, Katie.
can I say something?
Oh.
Because
Go
I've
ahead.
prepared a whole thing to try to fix this. First of all, just like I say, this is a learning process for everybody, like Saratoga Arts have changed their process. Saratoga Arts is figuring this out, we're figuring this out, so it makes sense that there would be some glitches along the way and some amendments needed as we go, so. So that being said, nobody should feel bad or like anything's been done that's wrong. But we do need to figure it out. So one, I tried to separate these out. And so as a first step, one thing we could do is make a motion to approve having the village be a fiscal sponsor for a number of projects that I think are straightforward. The ones, some down below with ASCC below them, we need to discuss more, but some are just straightforward fiscal sponsorship by the village.
Well, I just, point of procedure, I'm not trying to interrupt, I say is we have a motion pending, so we can't do motions right now.
So when can I, because I think we need a different motion than this one.
Well, I'm trying to listen to you and make sure we're going some direction, but just want to remind you we're in a pending motion, so we can't just do it right now.
So can we amend this motion?
Right, the amendment.
Well, we could try amending it, but I might actually suggest somebody withdraw it and just start from scratch at a certain point. But go through your stuff. Again, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I just wanted to let you know that.
I appreciate that. So the amendments that I make to this motion, because it's just on a village as a fiscal sponsor and doesn't get into the how many grants and who's doing the grants, just fiscal sponsorship would include. So we had some more information from Betsy. She's not quite ready to move forward. So that would come off, that first one. So we take Betsy off. So it would include, I assume, Mark Fleck Birdhouse, 5,000.
Already approved.
It was already approved, but maybe keep it on
That's
just for
Working
records.
document.
Yep.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
it's not.
Don't want to forget you on this.
Already approved to be for us to be a fiscal sponsor.
No, that's the village application because
It was
that is
approved
the-
in that prior motion.
It was approved as a village application.
Yep.
Yep.
And this is why the fiscal sponsorship is important because it allows us to open up to these. other
So we had no more
opportunities.
money to spend as a village.
Or to apply for a grant
Right.
toward
For
directly,
village.
for direct,
All
correct.
right, I didn't realize that.
As village, now mind you, Committee on the Arts can technically, because we asked this of May, that they could apply for fiscal
Well-
sponsorship.
That is unclear.
Because they're part of us.
Because they're part of us. I actually sent her an email, but she's at a retreat this week and she didn't get back to me. I gave her a hypothetical. If our arts committee applies for a grant and the events committee applies for a grant and the board of trustees applies for a grant, would that be acceptable? So she hasn't got back, but I would suspect that she would not approve of that approach.
Well, a couple things. She doesn't approve them. It's a sort of committee that looks over these. When I had talked, oh gosh, I wish I remember the date, but I did ask her. It might have been a conversation with you, Frank. Because we knew Birdhouse was already, a motion that was approved whenever that was, I forget. And committee arts had an idea for their own, or might have an idea for their own, or might want to pursue a mural again. Would they be able to apply? And it was my understanding that they can do it as Committee on the Arts through the fiscal sponsorship. path.
Well, here's what May wrote when we asked that kind of question. She said, according to our guidelines, technically speaking, yes, they could apply individually for a different project using a fiscal sponsor. However, I think that if the panelists, the grant reviewers, saw multiple projects from individuals, or in this case, committees, that were in some way associated with or being rooted through the same organization, like the village, that all of these individuals are connected to, they might question and deprioritize funding for those projects. So,
Is this the only such case of this, though, the Committee on the Arts and the village itself, or?
well, this is a new model of.
Right, I'm talking about these grants, though, that we're looking at, the amounts that we're looking for. Is this the only instance that we have one for the Committee on the Arts and one for the Birdhouse Project Village?
Yeah, I mean, the questions related to Mark's and ASCC's piece were similar in that they're different people connected to ASCC, and is it okay for each of them to apply?
Hold on, folks, hold on for 1 second. That is incorrect, as you're hearing from the audience. Only 2 people are associated with the ASCC, the rest were the mayor's Events Task Force, their connection, but technically that's not an organization in that realm.
All right, so that's a whole nother question about what to do with those projects.
They're
But
all
I think-
individuals.
I think we can. The question is, so for example, I mean, the question I have, I guess, for ASCC.
Well, hold on, let me let Katie, I invite you to speak and then we can cut you off, but did you have anything you wanted to add, Katie?
I don't have anything prepared.
That's fine.
But I'm happy to answer questions to the best of my understanding. I think I was under the impression it was up to 3 per applicant. So each applicant can apply up to 3 times, totaling 5,000. Totaling 5,000. So that was the issue was more about transparency.
Or what constitutes an applicant maybe in this case?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Or if somebody is in, if somebody's applying and something else is associated with it, we have to disclose that. And then had a couple good options of maybe we push it down the line and let them sort it out.
That's my thought.
It
And
sounded
I
like,
can't remember off the top what the other options were, but
in our conversation with May that you and I had, she was inviting the more the merrier types of applications because it helps justify their funding from NISCA ultimately. And so I can't see necessarily them just being like, hell no.
just going back to what Ben said about his email from May, is like, should we make that abundantly clear who's associated with what?
Well, everything that's qualified as ASCC, there's only 2 people associated with ASCC. Everything else would be independent individual,
I guess the question is who ultimately is receiving the funds to do the work.
the individual.
So that was my question. So for your project, Mark, the spring banners, that's not going to ASCC, that
Or go to me.
to you.
Check with
As
the
artists.
village, and then you'd write one to Mark Black.
And, all right, and then Anna Stanko's holiday banners.
Same.
The funding is staying with Anna and she's doing the work?
She would distribute it, she would hire people
And who is she hiring? Is she hiring?
Or
ASCC?
volunteer.
or get volunteers. That's up to her.
Is the money going to ASCC after?
No, it's not going to ASCC, thank you, no.
And another question is for Ray Otten's holiday ornaments, is he doing that project?
He's the project manager, just like all of these. So when Dana is getting a grant for doing music, I believe, she's not playing the music, right? She's not up there stringing the guitar.
She's talented.
Is the funding going to ASCC?
No, it does
eventually?
not go into
Ever?
ASCC. No.
It's not eventually going to ASCC?
No.
You're not gonna be employed by
I
these
may be
people?
employed.
No, ASCC?
No, ASCC is not a
So
employment agency.
you may be employed
I
by
may be
these
employed.
people.
But you're the president of there.
I'm the chairperson of it.
Chairperson.
But that doesn't.
Oh.
No,
All right, so you may be
you have 2
employed for,
jobs, everyone has 2 jobs.
you may be employed for 3 projects potentially.
Yeah.
And those 3 projects equal more than 5,000.
Yes, but I'm not, it's not about who's employed, it's about who is the grant manager.
So that was my.
That's all they're asking.
So that was my concern, that's what May said. That's what May said, you know, if the app panel saw multiple projects for individuals that were in some way associated with it being rooted through the same organization or person that all these individuals are connected to, they might question, that was the impetus for me asking if it was appropriate for you to be the employee of all these, or ASCC, which.
ASCC is not involved. Please stop that. Please,
Oh, well, here,
please stop
Okay.
saying ASCC.
so here's an email from you, Mark, where you say, in response to a question from Committee on Arts, the way the grant system is designed for fiscal sponsors, any one individual can apply for the $5,000 grant. ASCC is already applying for its own $5,000 grant for the birdhouses, so the other programs can't technically be asked programs, but each individual can get a $5,000 grant and then quote unquote employ ASC to complete the project.
Oh, I'm sorry, I made a
The
mistake.
individual is a program manager, not necessarily a program administrator or facilitator. So the grant applications, besides the grants being applied for through ASC, cannot have the same, that can net out the ASCC name be attached to the application. So
Correct.
that's prompted me, obviously, to think about what is, are we being completely transparent with
I was mistaken in that case. ASCC will not be involved. No money will go through the ASCC bank account.
All right, we'll just go to you eventually.
And
Yes.
why didn't you come to us and ask us? Instead of undermining our ability to get grants?
Oh, I didn't. Your name in ASCC was never mentioned by me or Committee on
This is
Aging.
a very small, why wasn't it cut? Why would, instead of sending it to May, this is a small community, the arts community, it's a small, even smaller nonprofit community. And as I said before, it all runs on reputation and integrity. Why didn't you come to us first?
So I'm.
Before you started.
This is
that?
all the
I
week
think we've
before.
got another base question
In the.
on
Go ahead,
the
Liz.
village.
Go ahead, Liz.
No,
What's the
on the
question?
the village and the Committee of Arts, how. They're
So-
part of the village, and so, I think this whole thing needs to be tabled and relooked
Well,
at to make
okay,
sure
well,
that.
excuse me.
No, we don't have to table everything.
May I jump in?
But
Okay, Bernard, let's
So-
go. Bernard, she's been-
I think what we're kind of, and Katie and I talked about this a little earlier, and you wanted to jump in with something, so I'll let you chat. But it is getting to the point where there's their own guidelines, and even May is like twice in this process, like you bringing up something, and I brought up something earlier, and I'm like, oh, this reads funny, and they're like, oh yeah, this reads funny. They're still not really certain of their own guidelines. I almost say, let's push everything forward and let them sort out their own guidelines, because it's kind of.
I tend to agree because we're not gonna get anywhere, first of all, and second of all, it's just asking questions needs to be okay. Just being able to ask a question and say, hey, I don't really get this, how does this work? That's all, to be clear, that it was. It wasn't an attack or harassment. And I'm not, it was just an ask of like, hey, I want to make sure we're doing this above board. Is this okay? There was no ill intent.
Well-
And that's okay. I just.
yeah, I have the email right in front of me. It was, when this was, when this was.
So let me wrap this into a focus for a second here. What are we gonna do to resolve this then?
Right, so I did actually have some motions we could do to move forward with some of this. We could use the same motion, and instead of saying the whole slate is attached, we list the ones that are no issue. And so we could do that.
Why don't one of you in the next 20 minutes, while we're kind of going through other things that might be less
No, I have it
problematic,
right here. I've done this.
mark up the chart and we just offer the chart as revised and have it retyped up tomorrow.
By tomorrow?
Retyped up, yeah,
When are we
because
voting on this?
we
have
would,
to vote on
we,
this.
Just do a marked up chart. He's
Yes.
got it.
All right, I have it right here. So,
Mark, no, he's got motions, not a marked up chart, I think is what's going
no,
on.
I have a list. I have a list.
So mark up the chart.
Right, this chart is all marked. This is gonna be more efficient, I think, and feasible than leaving it and coming back in 20 minutes.
No,
or-
I think what he's saying is just edit the current.
Cross
chart
out the one that doesn't belong, cross out
and
your
then
FCCs,
Use the same motion and just with the edited chart, just make that as a motion.
and then
That's what he's saying.
we'll,
So-
whoever's got the main, do you have it, or who has the chart anymore?
I have
to
the
edit?
chart.
I have a really
It's all-
I have to like the chart. Would you like this?
With the one cross out at the top?
We'll all need to see that,
Okay, bring it up.
Here's a
Yeah,
clean
Right, because that
copy.
might be shady.
Clean
because
copy
we don't
right
know what
here.
it is. We have to
I
see
have
it.
a clean, an extra clean.
That's not clean, it's got markings on it.
Well.
All right, so the ones I think are non-controversial
No.
are,
Gina, can you bring it up, the one you got?
Dana Warmer, Concerts in the Park, fiscal sponsor for 5,000. Kathy Hackard, Sounds of Summer. Terry Donahue, the Craft Festival for 5,000.
And these are ones that you're okay with?
These are, yes, because it's clearly one person.
No, I just because I actually am doing it right now,
Okay,
the chart. So
yes,
that's
all
where
right.
I think that's gonna be. what-
So this is what I'm suggesting is,
I'm- He's doing it now.
we don't
Committee
need,
on
we don't
Arts.
need Betsy's, we don't need Mark's apparently, right?
The
to be
first
on
two,
the
yeah.
list.
What about the third one?
what's the third?
Committee on the Arts.
Right, all right, so,
I say we go for it.
well, we've
Honestly.
already spent our 5,000.
No, I'm
All
telling
right,
you, there
try
was a
it.
conversation with May. She said that the Committee on the Arts could be its own applicant. I'm pretty certain that we had that conversation with her. So I say, why not try it? We have.
All right, I've actually asked her that explicit question today, so she'll get back to us, so we can try it, and when she gets back to us, we'll have a yes or no.
I guess
said,
if she
Committee on
decides
Arts
it's no,
apply.
we're gonna go
She's not the
And-
person who decides, guys.
No, but she'll get the answer.
Okay, can I ask for an amended motion for the following? That everything in the motion remains the same except replacing. Heck is it now?
Line using.
We don't even have the chart.
Kathy Hacker.
To allow the following slate of recommended artist projects to, by the Committee on Arts to apply to Saratoga Arts re-grant using the village's fiscal sponsor. Colon. Committee on the Arts. $2,500 for Village of Friends banners. Mark Black. $3,500 for spring banners. Dana Womer, Concerts in the Park, $5,000. Kathy Hackert, Sounds of Summer, $2,200. Donna Darderas, Youth Art and Craft Area at Family Fun Day, $2,500. Gina Morosi, Refrigerators Concert, $5,000. Carrie Donahue, I think that's Craft Festival, $5,000. Anna Stanko, November Holiday Banners, $2,500. Ray Otten, Holiday Ornaments, $2,600. Is that accurate?
That's not what we requested. That's not
What's
what
on
we're-
this sheet?
Seeking from SA, it
That
says.
sheet's wrong.
That's not
Okay, well, then that's another problem.
The agenda.
Just for the name, well, the one, what did I say at the beginning of my public comment? Liz?
Why was our
I
budget-
requested that be removed.
Well, then, you can't.
You can't request it be removed. It's out there as part of it.
It's factually
All right,
incorrect.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it gets removed.
Well,
or changed.
here, I think
So
now just.
But they're not members of the SEC.
Ultimately apply, grab the means with that.
Well,
Which is
so
like half
why
the-
would they- again, this is harassment. Where did you get those numbers?
What I'm
Well,
trying to
actually,
say is the
Katie,
numbers, I
did they
don't
come
know.
From the Committee on Arts, ask the artists for numbers?
Yes, and everyone was $5,000.
$5,000.
Maximum.
Everything was 5,000?
Yeah.
All right. Do you
This
have
is
any
again-
knowledge of it?
What is it?
Well,
Talked about
Okay,
that.
okay,
hold on, what I think we can do,
We're trying to find out the source.
Donna, were
Why
you-
it's not 5,000?
were you-
We don't know.
Were you applying for $5,000, Donna? Okay, then,
The chart with what it was going to be spent.
Oh, from the applications you sent.
Ray, were you asking for $5,000? Gina, were you asking for $5,000? Mark, were you asking for $5,000? Okay.
So what I
know.
continue,
Yep.
so the issue that
Yeah, I think you
Dawned on
were.
the issue is, actually, it sort of exacerbates the issue. But go ahead.
Paragraph 2/3 down, not stop. Is that on there?
No, we only have a chart.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the amended motion, as I stated with the following after the colon. Committee on the Arts, $5,000 for Village of Friends banners. Mark Black, $5,000 for spring banners. Dana Womer, $5,000 for Concerts in the Park, BSBPA is her affiliation. Kathy Hackert, $5,000 for Sounds of Summer. Donna Darderas, $5,000 for Youth Art and Craft Area Family Fun Day. Gina Morosi, $5,000 for Refrigerators Concert. Carrie Donahue, $5,000 for Craft Festival. Anna Stanko, $5,000 for November holiday banners. Ray Otten, $5,000 for holiday ornaments. Is that better,
That's
everyone?
correct.
No, but as Kathy Haggard, she only put in for 2,200.
there must be some.
I think
something
there
between
is-
the village.
I'm sorry, but there is an issue because I got an email from Kathy Hackert saying she was asking for 5,000.
Yeah.
So she could add other concerts to what we do at Brookside. She wants to add some winter concerts. So I don't know where any Who made that chart up?
I think
It must be a glitch because there's so many incorrect, Kathy's is wrong, like, so.
Bernadette, would you accept that
I will
amendment?
accept that amendment.
Ben, will you accept, second the?
Yeah, I guess the one thing I'd add is.
Was that a yes to the second? I just want to make sure, you said yeah, but,
Yes, can I add something to it?
well, let's stay stationary right now. Would you accept that as an amendment for now, and then we can re-amend it in a second?
No.
With a, I'd like to make a caveat or a
Well,
something to it.
Yeah.
okay, so you're not accepting the amendment?
Well, I'll accept the amendment, but I guess what I'd like to say is, that along with, agreeing to be fiscal sponsor for, well, you don't even need us to be fiscal sponsor for half those things, right? I thought ASCC, you said ASCC is gonna be fiscal sponsor for Donna and.
No, it helps them, it helps the whole process for them ultimately, because we're standing up saying that we are standing up on behalf of them as justifying their existence, basically, to make this request.
In another email, well, today, actually, you said ASCC will become the fiscal sponsor of the programs not associated with the village events. That is the 2 grants for Family Fun Day, 1 for Arts Center, 1 for band. So the others, the banners and the displays are being
If you guys
sponsored by
don't want to
you.
be our fiscal sponsors, we'll walk away from the village.
I'm asking you what you intend.
I intend to do it as I applied for them.
Their
Okay?
email says you're gonna be the fiscal sponsor.
If you guys want us to walk away from the village, we'll do.
Mark,
that.
hold on.
What-
Mark, hold on though for a second.
You have to be able to answer basic questions.
Donna, would you like the village to be your fiscal sponsor?
Yes, I would.
Ray, would you like the village to be your fiscal sponsor?
Yes.
Gina, would you like the village to be your fiscal sponsor? Mark, would you like? Okay, I think there's a general uniform yes that the desire is for fiscal sponsorship by the village of Ballston Spa. Would that be accurate, Bernadette?
All right, so the caveat / amendment that I'd like to suggest.
Just to be clear, we have an amended motion because you said yes to it eventually there. So the amendment was my chart.
Yes, period. I said with qualification.
It's
The issue I have.
yeah, I just okay. No, go.
The issue I have,
Say the whole thing.
sorry, the issue I have is now for both of us, for both ASCC and the village. It's not clear to me that we are complying with their guidelines with this approach. And I understand that they're not sure maybe, but I'd like us to just clarify those projects that are village grants, village grant projects. And with the, caveat that this is allowed, we understand there's limitations, but if you think it's permissible, we are applying for this. And same with ASCC / Mark, there are multiple projects that are associated with Mark. And just to make sure that they are okay with it.
So just to be very clear, we as village, just for the public, because I think it's getting a little confusing, the public is not an applicant. Every individual that said they wanted to apply is the applicant. So all our responsibility, if we are rewarded, is that we just handle and facilitate the exchanging of money basically, and just, making sure you provide them with the AUD summary and the template sort of, what is that called? The memorandum of understanding, right? So they gave us a template for that. Really, I don't think we need to get into all of that, and that is ultimately this panel that would suss that out. Ultimately, I don't know. I think we're thinking too much about it because we really have so little responsibility in this other than say, yeah, we think that's a cool project. Like try to get some money. That's the way I read it. That's the feeling I get from May.
I just want to make sure if we're endorsing these projects, sponsoring them, that we are in, that there's transparency and that we are in compliance with their intention, and that we are not sure if that is the case with all these projects that we're endorsing.
Well, to be clear, any applicant is not sure if their application is fully in alignment with the guidelines. There's a lot of applications that come through and we get an idea.
Jared, come here.
So we did ask May, and she did say, oh, that might,
I don't know, the way I read her email, it didn't seem so terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not real comfortable if we don't know the rules.
So,
Yeah,
all right.
I agree with Bernadette. We gotta kick this to Saratoga plan.
Saratoga Arch.
Whatever. Yeah.
And you know what, and here's the best thing about this whole process, when you like growing pains, like, we're gonna better understand it next year. May's gonna better understand. She's fairly new staff in her position. So is the other woman, I can't think of her name. Louise, thank you. So like, there's a lot of people learning this process, and I think we're gonna be that much more like geared up to like go after this even more strongly.
Change.
Yeah,
Everybody's
so,
in the same way, so.
yeah, so I, you know.
Ben, do you accept the amended motion?
Yeah, I'll accept the motion, and I'm going to talk to May directly, to clarify.
I strongly advise.
But
you.
Okay, stop, everybody.
And I.
You know what?
Stop. Ben,
Careful, because at the end of the day, we are technically not the applicant. So just.
But we are the fiscal.
We're the fiscal sponsor,
And
It's that.
and we're the applicant for some of that.
Does it make sense for the questions to come through the committee then?
I would prefer it, to be honest with
Yeah.
you.
Let's do that.
Again, the other, like I said, you be very careful about undermining and destroying our reputation.
Mark, I'll tell
Okay, I'm
you,
just telling you.
the only one
Because if I
mentioning,
hear any, if there comes anything back, those are actionable, okay?
the only one who mentioned your name to the Saratoga Arts is you.
Okay.
You raised a big red flag when you emailed them, because
Yes,
Committee on Arts did not mention you,
Okay.
and I did not mention you.
but you said
Or
you did.
ASCC.
Wait a minute, how many
We
groups
didn't-
or how many people apply for multiple grants?
Discussion is over among the board.
We-
All in favor?
You were.
Yes,
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Katie, for all your work. And thanks
Okay.
to Kate and Buren too, and all our applicants. It's
I know, I'm very excited.
exciting.
Hey, just for the record, what is your address, please? 22 East North Street.
I'm gonna be asked for $5,000 to turn our meetings into a Netflix series just for Keith, I think at this point. Gonna get a motion that the building department may purchase the attached printer and a set of related toner cartridges for an amount not to exceed $999. The amount will be funded in the following manner: $100 from zoning CE supplies, that account code there, $100 from planning CE supplies, account code, and the remainder from safety inspection CE supplies, that account code. Trustee Pandanza,
second.
trustee Raymond, discussion.
Emptying out these other,
No, it's not emptying out.
well, we're transferring money
They're-
from one to another. Is there sufficient excess money to get us to
Yes.
June?
They were for 5 months, well, under
I
what
mean,
it should be at 5
$100
months.
isn't much, but you know.
I think they had, I think they did like 20%, if that, of their budget.
In 5 months,
And it was like
Okay.
$500 or $600.
But most of it comes out of safety inspection supplies.
correct, and that's the one that she's referring to, had the
I just
lease
wanted
usage,
to
yeah.
know,
So,
We shouldn't be doing too many budget transfers. I mean, if we do our budgeting, correct. I mean, it happens.
I don't think it's a
Shouldn't be lot.
transfer per se, that's just a spending in this case. We're not gonna transfer it anywhere, this is just outlay.
It's the same issue as I raised on the abstract.
No, because these are the relevant things that come from, we're doing it this way because we're attributing part of it to zoning, part of it to
Oh, okay.
planning,
All
et
right.
cetera. So it is
Yeah.
different in this
Yeah,
case.
it's different. It's gonna be used for safety inspection and for planning.
And so you got it, there we go. All in favor? Aye, opposed, motion carries. Can I get a motion that the village submit an application for USDA loans and or grant related to new fire truck for Eagle Mat Leaf Fire Company number 1, and that the mayor be authorized to execute documents related to such application?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Pandanza,
Second.
trustee Raymond, discussion.
Discussion. I have a question, which I do not know the answer to, is is there any cost associated with submitting this application?
There wasn't in for the DPW, there isn't for this.
Okay, no legal fees, no nothing that we have to spend money on. Okay. Second
Kelly, are
question,
you digging us or anything?
second question is putting in this application. Does it commit us to making a purchase?
It didn't for the DPW, it doesn't for here.
Okay.
All in favor? Aye,
Aye.
opposed,
And so it would be good.
motion carried, I gotta say at this point. Go ahead.
And we would be good to get in writing, the financial implications and costs.
Well, we would know that better once we get a answer from USDA. Making a motion to hold a special meeting of the village board of trustees to finalize the recently revised ethics code. Mayor's note will not be read here.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin,
Second.
trustee Kronos, discussion.
So I'm hoping that we have 3 weeks in the month of December, before the holiday, that we can find a time to bring this to the next stage. The idea is not to have a revised ethics code at this meeting, but simply to go through all our comments, go through Julie's responses to our comments, and come to an agreement on what should be changed and what should not be changed, so that Carly can then come up with a final document in January. So, I mean, we do have 3 weeks to work with, and we've been waiting months and months to move this, to get this to completion. So that's why, and I think actually, in these special meetings, it's actually a very efficient way to move the ball. And I found versus a bunch of emails where there's no resolution. So I think this is a good way to get to the finish line.
Terry, as head of HR, do you have any input you want to give toward an extra December meeting?
I don't think it's fair to something that's been given to the employees for several years now.
What's been given?
The reprieve of the second meeting in December.
And how about all the added special meetings we've had so far?
What about them?
Well, we added at least 4 or 5 special meetings to our calendar this year.
That has
So-
nothing to do with the fact that the village has for as far back as I can remember, removed the second meeting in December as a gift to the employees.
It is removed, so
It
you
is
don't have to do that meeting. I mean, December is a work month, everyone's working full time, everyone still gets paid. There are 3 weeks where there's no holidays. And so I'm hopeful we can find a day that could work for us. That
Carla?
is not a major
Sorry,
conflict.
but Carla, when did you send out the revised draft? I think it was the night of a meeting, probably about 3 meetings ago.
Perhaps October, maybe.
Have you gotten everybody's comments?
I have gotten comments from, yes, I have. And I sent that email out to you today with everyone's comments on it. So we all had the same, working document,
Didn't have time to look.
So,
but I sent it.
So just to answer my question, if you can quickly find it,
I will-
thank you.
Yeah.
I think unfortunately there was some feet dragging that went on here that does not, to me, make it a good idea for our foot dragging collectively to do that to staff. For that, your thoughts?
I understand wanting to move forward on this, but I also would like to consider also the committee and Julie's time, I think it's fine to wait until January. I don't know, I would also like to respect the fact, and I understand what you're saying, that, there's already one meeting removed, but I think that's the point, is to give everybody a break from each other, right? So, I don't know, I'd say we gather in January, discuss this in more detail.
I mean, the thing is, there may be 2 special meetings in January because we have this water issue special meeting. And that, to me, it's harder to do 2 board meetings and 2 special meetings in January versus we spread it out and have this, we're not having another board meeting, but special meeting in December. Find some day during the week.
Why not join the special meetings to the one special meeting? It doesn't make-
No.
Why?
So Carla, you sent that on October 24th.
I did.
I would suggest if we can do a special meeting, we do it on the water, because that is clearly more important.
Well, we
get
may not
that,
have all the data that are in December. So
what, the data from.
I don't know, there may be preparation.
Yeah,
for
that's
that.
true.
We're ready for more or less for the.
Ethics, that's true.
You're not.
You say you're ready, but I know Julie and I communicating today, and I got Sean's comments this morning. I have not had an opportunity to look at everything. I did put that email out saying perhaps Julie and I can get together and get your comments within 10 days.
I will say, I know that you're leaving December 22nd.
I am.
I'm going to Arizona.
I'm just going to Cleveland. The first vacation since 2019.
I'm so happy to go to Cleveland.
My in-laws, so.
But if we lose that time working, then we really have to push everything else that we're missing the last 10 days of December into the beginning of December. So I don't know what Carla's schedule looks like, but it really is an overwhelming workload if you add additional.
I mean, again, we're not asking for a next version at all. That's not what this
Just,
meeting
I
would be.
mean, review
Not sure
time.
how it's possible to do that.
All the plans.
There are concurrent comments that are not necessarily going consistently. And so I don't see how you can't produce or wouldn't produce another version per se that at least had red lines showing the options that were being presented in those concurrent problems. So I don't see how you can do this without that version.
Well, isn't that what she just sent us?
That's what we would.
No, I didn't say
No.
That's what we would get to as a result of this meeting, that at the meeting.
That doesn't make any sense to me though, Ben. It just, I don't mean to
Yeah.
interrupt. The way generally I review comments, and Julie, you're an attorney, and the way I sent out on October 24th, the code. I got responses. A couple of you actually did redline the one that was there. At this point, to revise a document, you go through it and you add things, just like I did with the sidewalk law, exactly what you guys got last week with the sidewalk law. I had comments, I had red lines, and then we discussed it. So I don't know what the special meeting would be for, whatever you folks decide. Obviously, I work with you. But I would propose that we just provide you with a next draft, like a revision.
How would you decide, for example, whether to put nieces and uncles in or not put them in?
Same way I
without
did the sidewalk law. I put things in there and I said I did not include this, and I put a comment on the side. I do this all the time.
Yeah, she put that we disagreed on this particular issue. That would indicate to us that we need to continue talking about that, but
Right.
unless it's all kind of put together one document,
Right.
we're probably gonna be wasting a lot of time. And, there might be a lot that we agree on,
I don't see the water situation discussion with Don taking more than an hour, as long as we come prepared with questions. Do you?
But ultimately, the water thing isn't any good until he gets the water billing data. Otherwise, we're just throwing darts in the wall.
Well, yeah, again, the confidentiality agreement will be quick and painless.
Just don't know Don's schedule. With respect to that,
Yeah.
not here to ascertain. his
But
schedule.
does it have to be in January so we can, put the whole budget together?
Yeah, we're gonna be bumping up against budget pretty soon.
That's, January's not gonna be budget meetings, so February, March.
I mean, but
How
even if late
fresh?
January, we did water, or early February, that still gives us time to come up with some sort of plan. Once we have the data and it's been analyzed.
So
We've had 2 special meetings in January.
I would like to try to confine it to one, because again, we know if we come prepared, it's 1 hour basically for Don.
No.
You're very ambitious with these special meetings, man.
Well, no, I'm trying to actually be respectful to the public and to the staff to consolidate a little bit here.
Well, maybe back to back, but not. And I just know that ethics is gonna be a big discussion and water is gonna be a big
Only if you
discussion.
make it a big discussion, Liz. I don't know
Frank,
some of the
you
stuff we'll
stop
agree to.
being insulting.
I'm not insulting. That was not insulting.
I took it as insulting,
then-
only if you make it. so. You choose that.
No.
I'd like
Thank
you
you
to
for.
stop comments like this and just stick to the
The
facts.
point, yeah, and the fact is that even Bernadette and I said some of those things we're okay with ultimately. It may have been just glitchy writing or something like that didn't get carried through. Some things like Sean, you didn't think that there was a partisan breakdown requirement. Yeah, exactly. So that's gone. There's something like that. So
One issue though can be half an hour.
But I think having that red line document with pointing it out, we can really maybe do a little bit more legwork individually, really thinking out exactly why, rather than trying to suss each other out and figuring out
I guess.
20 minutes why this one issue we don't agree on. Just
I
state
guess,
it.
all right, I guess what I suggest is we're not gonna.
I was gonna move the table list until the next meeting.
If you think it'd be more efficient in what you can do, Carla, for this meeting, we can move it to early January, I guess. First half of January, and then do the water thing the second half of January or something.
Yeah.
Well, can I get a motion to table, this motion, currently that is being
Can
considered?
we reschedule it?
Well, you can lift it from the table to have this discussion in the next meeting in December. And then we'll have better specifics as to what Don's gonna be doing and everything else too.
So yeah, so they will-
Maybe
Okay.
Carla will have a better gauge as to what she's gonna be able to do.
I can get you the red line by next Wednesday, Thursday. I already advised that in an email. So and then,
Well, I still think scheduling, I mean, let's look at January.
no, that's what, yes, I said that because I also indicated, my schedule
We'll all be
with kids
fresh.
and things, they have things in
Hopefully have
December.
I'm just worried about,
Next Thursday is December 1.
No, this Thursday is December 1.
Oh, that's right, sorry.
Yeah.
So I can make the motion to table.
Can I get a second to table? I'll second the table motion. Discussion. We go directly about actually.
We can.
You don't even need to go to table. It's just not, it's like a table.
Well, there's a motion, a second, but not a vote yet.
my worry
So I can
is,
already do it.
we've had a very nice and easy December, and then we're just killed in January. We're just destroyed by 2 regular meetings and 2 special meetings. And why not spread it out a little?
I hear what you're saying. I still contend that we could possibly put them in one meeting. I know no one likes that, but I do think that if we're efficient, whether wise on things and think a little bit more ahead of time and I don't know. I think, maybe I'm just an optimist. I don't know, but.
Can I?
Physically and mentally conditioned for 4-hour meetings.
Well, I'm not, so. Can I make another suggestion, if I may? As I indicated in my email earlier today, why not have a special meeting on the ethics an hour before a regular board meeting? Because you're all gonna be here. You just all have to be here an hour before, and that limits it to an hour, therefore we have to be more efficient.
I don't think that'll work well.
Why
Well,
not?
it's just a discussion, right? We're just discussing things. It's the start of a discussion.
And by that time, you will have the second version of it with the red lines, and you can always give me a call.
I
and say,
find
"Why are we
myself
on this?"
preparing for this meeting, mentally distracted by this meeting. I think I'd like not to be burdened by a 1-hour cutoff if we're in the middle of something. I think there shouldn't be a cutoff where we then have to restart at another time. I don't think it should be right before a regular meeting.
We're currently tabled and we can continue talking how we would do this, so, are we currently?
I just don't know that, we're talking about one staff person, it could be Terry or a deputy clerk.
But
If
you know
we're,
what?
if we're
It's so-
up for-
somebody who's assembly for 18 years. I can't tell you how disrespectful the assembly has been to staff, and it's exhausting, and let's give them this, please. I'm sincere. I've been in the assembly sometimes till 6 a.m. in the morning, and not that we thank God we don't do that to you guys, but let's just give them this December. Do you understand? As a staff or working for a government,
All right.
all right, thank you, Ben.
All in favor of tabling a motion?
Hi.
Aye. Opposed? Motion table. Can I get a motion that the attached charter for the Committee on the Arts be approved?
Yeah, so nicely.
Is that a yes?
Oh, it's Ben making the motion?
What?
Oh, I need the motion.
Committee on the Arts, oh. I do have it,
Wait, I
Are you
need a
seconding?
motion and a second first before we go there. Thank you,
Okay.
Sean Raymond. Yes.
as I was looking at this thing, we actually passed a, what's it called? Village of Ballston Committee Policy on October 11, 2022, which would apply to this board, because it applies to our committee, because it applies to committee, but it's not already described in village code. And it talks about how to recruit members and so, sought via email, website, provide a brief statement, online form. It also says, village board majority will approve the purpose committee duties, maximum number of people. Then each village board member gets to pick an equal number of committee members from a pool of applicants. An odd number extra picks go first to the mayor, then board members in order of seniority. Members will be chosen qualifications. And then it says committee shall appoint their own chair. So we have something in place that would work. And I guess,
Oh,
or that is is currently in effect. And so I'd like to approve the motion with an amendment to the attached Committee on the Arts Charter, which basically just says, under committee membership, that the committee members and chair will be chosen per the Village of Ballston Select Committee policy that was approved on October 11, 2022. Well, that's,
yeah, makes sense. I mean, policy exists.
Policy exists, and then I believe there's no code already for this. Committee, correct?
No, it's not.
So fall under that purview.
So just to basically amend the charter to replace what they wrote about appointments and,
So we still have to have that consists of 5 members regardless, right?
yes, we're gonna, yeah.
So where are you talking about? 'Cause actually-
Under the committee membership section, it could read like this. Committee will consist of 5 members. Members are not required to be those residents, but preference will be given to those who are. Initial terms will be for 1, 2, and 3 years respectively, with subsequent appointments 3-year terms. The committee members and chair will be chosen per the Village of Ballston Select Committee policy that was approved on October 11, 2022.
Joe, that policy, the October policy, you have it in here?
I have it.
Can I see the policy? This goes back to the old question about 400 question. Well, vacancies, I guess is that was the question.
Is this the same one that I reviewed?
Yeah.
Is it the charter?
October 11.
No, this is going back to the code or not code, the resolution from October 11.
we said all committees that are not.
Oh, I see.
So we're saying that needs to be applied to this committee if they're redoing the charter.
But it doesn't have to be in the chart. Do we have the charter? I don't have it as part of the.
Yeah, but here's the
It's
charter.
after the photocopier section.
Okay,
of
thank
the
you. I can
attachment.
find it.
Sure.
Yeah, this is the one that I went through, right? Yes, yes.
I believe so.
So that's a photo capture.
Only you can tell us that.
Well, I don't remember what it looked like.
That's from the minutes of the meeting.
The charge is from the minutes?
No, not the, sorry, not the policy.
The committee. Charter committee.
So what do you want? You want to add to this?
No, he wants to use this instead.
For committee membership.
In my left hand.
I just want to make sure we're addressing vacancies.
He's saying that this supersedes anything else.
Well, that's what we're requesting.
Yeah,
To
so I
fill out
guess,
a term.
so I
This
guess,
is-
but,
This is,
yeah,
this is for pet the organization. When people are,
Probably,
When
what
they
he
turn-
wants is basically this committee to be commanded by the October 11th resolution for any committee, board, or other group here and after collective leave for this committee is not already described in village code, including committees, boards, and ad hoc groups required for grants.
Right, but there's nothing in this charge that runs contrary
Yes,
to
it
that.
does. The mayor would,
Committee
There you go,
membership.
then look at your copy.
They
Sure,
can-
look at the right one. I guess I'm trying to
The- the-
entertain the problem. No,
oh, no, that's
No.
actually not right.
this-
Yeah.
okay,
yeah.
discuss amongst yourselves.
Do I have the wrong copy?
Yeah, you do.
The members were picked by the board for the committee policy and the chair is picked by the committee. That's a change. What this one? Should be the same.
Believe it is.
No, this
Actually,
one
no.
should say
Well,
so.
I mean, I myself, I put. That's mine. It's not mine.
I know, it's burned up.
Oh, it's pretty.
Rotated.
It actually doesn't.
So what do you want to change?
Committee
And
members.
All right, what did I write?
I don't know.
They want this October 11th, 2022.
Yeah, but what does he want to change in here? Do you want to take out entire committee membership and put in the entire, and just say,
Here. It's all right.
Anything related to selection,
Here,
basically.
this is what I wrote. And then
whole thing?
Well, hold on. Yeah, that doesn't even work because you haven't even done the charter approved. So, you know, so if you're gonna use that, it has to be a two-step process, Ben.
Okay. We can't.
So you
amend it.
just want to take appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the board of trustees? No,
There's,
why?
well, there's a couple.
Because of that whole October motion thing about they want the committee to pick their own members, yada, yada, yada.
No, they want the committee to pick their own chair. That's all what we put in.
Yeah, this is the, this
Go
is
back to
the,
the-
this is on the,
You just read thought the committee was picking its own members. Right? Or is there, oh, no, there was that
that's a
whole
little
odd even
different.
requirement.
Yeah.
Yeah, the initial terms can stay in. Initial terms will be 1 3 years, respectively, subsequent 4 years. At the beginning of the official year, the village around pond vacancy of the chair.
God, I really want to be part of this committee at this point.
This puts more control in the hands of the committee.
A committee that's supposed to be recommending things to us, so we kind of want to have a trust in the committee itself, right?
I mean, I have no legal issues if you want to do that. I don't see anything wrong with it. I just,
It, the one thing that, it doesn't address that Frank brought up is vacancies. Specifically.
Do you have, if it's covered also?
if it's covered under the regular committee policy, then you don't have to specific.
Yeah.
Out of respect for the Committee on the Arts, probably should be taken back to them to see what the change is.
Ben, do you and I want to work on the final language on that?
Can I be? part of it?
Well,
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, this is our part of the charter. They're really concerned about the other parts of the charter that have to do with what they're doing. How the committee is chosen is really up to us.
Well, it's
So-
funny, I remember walking them back, they wanted to fully appoint their chair and have 2-year terms, and I was like, I don't think you can do that, so. I mean, I do think they think it's important how they're. that's
Yeah, we're touched. I mean,
constructed.
this policy says committees appoint their own chair.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, so
So
it gives that to
their
them. They want to do
desire.
that. They want to do it.
Well, regardless, we don't have a clean copy in front of us, so what do we do?
I got a motion to table this.
Well, I have a clean copy of the motion with the charter right here that I can hand to Tara. I can read it out. And we could do that motion. The motion, I mean, what I've written out is I'd like to make a motion to amend the attached Committee on the Arts Charter charge/charter according to the following. Motion made by, second by that the attached Ballston Committee on the Arts charge/charter be amended according to the following. Under the committee membership section, the existing text will be removed and the following text will be substituted. Committee membership. The committee will consist of 5 members. Members are not required to be village residents. But preference will be given to those who are. Initial terms will be for 1, 2, and 3 years respectively, with subsequent appointments for 3-year terms. The committee members and chair will be chosen per the Village of Ballston Committee policy that was approved on October 11, 2022. So that's the motion.
How does the motion start again? I just want to make sure that we're not
It's-
excluding the.
It's
other
everything,
changes.
it's everything that's in.
Before that, she's talking the actual.
Because there's other changes to
motion.
the body above. So.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, all right, I'll read it again.
So I'm sorry, I just
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
double check. if
Motion-
we're using that stuff.
Motion made by, second by, that the attached Ballston Spot Committee on the Arts charge, so the thing we have,
Mhm.
be amended according to the following. Under the committee membership section, so everything else is the same.
Okay.
Under the committee membership.
You'd have to call it proposed charge first off. It's not a charge. You'd be amending the charge that's already approved. If you didn't change the wording on that. Proposed charge, you would have to call that
Not charter, oh.
proposed. Is
Instead of
the
instead of attached,
attached proposed charge.
okay.
So that there's not confusion of which one you are or what thing you are.
But beyond that, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm just uncomfortable that you work with the committee on it, and then the committee's basically not getting the say in the final if it's changing this.
If I thought they had any problems with it, I would definitely share that, but I think they're gonna be.
They asked for us to appoint their own chair, so that we're giving them that.
All in favor?
Uh,
Mayor abstains.
okay.
So I'll give this to Terry.
Wait.
Or-
Is the charge been approved? Or you're just changing that and now you're gonna approve the charge as changed?
No, the motion got amended, seconded by Bernadette, to change, or to amend the proposed charge that was attached
Right,
with the language that he read off.
right. So now are they going to adopt the charge as amended?
Well, I'm wondering, should we say here, motion made so that the attached proposed Ballston Spa Committee on the Arts Charter be approved and amended? Does that do it?
Amended in.
I don't know, first you gotta.
If we need to vote again to approve the amended charter, let's do it.
Yeah, just, yes,
I make a motion to approve the amended charter.
the amended proposed charge.
Charge.
Charge, that's what you guys have.
Okay. I make that. Second. All those in favor?
Hi,
Okay.
discussion,
Discussion, sorry.
Yeah. Anybody from the audience with a 90-second requirement?
Oh, for the second round?
No, for
No.
public comment for this specific
Yeah.
motion.
Excuse me.
Just for this motion.
Yeah.
Gina Morosi, Eternal Glory Lane. You changed a committee's charge and didn't consult with them, and you think it'll be okay? You need to consult with the committee. That's just decent. You can't speak for a committee. You're only the liaison. They go through you. They don't do what you tell them to do. This is procedurally incorrect, and we're all about procedure up here, aren't we?
All those in
You are
favor?
not the mayor of this. Stop acting like you are.
She has a point. Would you like to address it?
No, I'd like to take a vote.
Bernadette, would you like to address it?
In all honesty, I think, no, I think they're fine, and I'm sorry if they disagree with you, but this has been going back and forth, and I still think it's within the nature of what. My preference is that we didn't do that whole committee thing in the first place, however, it exists. It is what it is.
Well, here's my 2 cents on it, to be honest with you.
No, sorry.
What did I just go through with Caitlin? Basically having a good sit down discussion, talking to Ray, talking to Hirsch about, the committee's situation, was this unanimous? Having a great conversation with her, what can we do for you and everything else. I feel like we are sort of acting like a despot instead of like a diplomacy about our committees right now. And I have a real problem with the way this is coming off right now. It's feeling a little bit awkward, to say the least, and not a good advertisement for how we're going to treat our committees if somebody wants to come on to it. That's my feeling.
I actually think the end result will, the committee will be very happy with this, because they will get to choose their own chair, and it doesn't affect how they do business in any other way.
And just to be clear, when they choose their own chair, they still have to affirm it as a board.
No, that's not what it says.
Where's that committee
So, Bernadette,
policy? No, the committee policy
From October.
from October.
I think you took it back. didn't you?
it's the second page, but I left with Bernadette.
Oh, Bernadette's got it done?
Or Terry. It just said, all it said is committee shall appoint their own chair.
But I guess my question is, what does I no longer remember whatever committee policy,
That's it.
So we would.
that's the charge.
No, this is the committee policy.
That's the committee policy.
Which is going into the charge.
Committees shall appoint their own chair. That's all it says.
Yeah,
That's fine.
when you appoint a chair to one of the committees, you don't ask us to approve that. Do you?
I was directed multiple times to appoint Caitlin. I said I would like to speak with her before I appoint her. I think that was only fair ultimately. When it came to,
But we don't vote on it.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean, this goes
Right,
back to
the
my
chair,
point, why I
they
voted
choose their
against
chair to the-
so you're giving a chair of committee the role of a mayor, basically. Yeah,
Well, this is, we're showing respect to the committee and allowing them to do their business as they see fit.
If they can't pick a chair, then you pick them, I think is what's in there, right?
No, it's just-
No, you took that out.
Okay. But we pick them.
No, it's not in there at all. Well,
that's a deficiency in the policy. Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, so anyway, that was my feeling on it and I made it
I
clear.
understand, I do, and it causes.
Would you like me to move the vote or we want to?
Then let's take the second to just confer with them. I mean, it's mostly buttoned up, you know.
Well, I'd like to just get it done.
Yeah.
Let's move the vote.
Yeah.
They're not gonna,
The
Yeah, I mean,
the
they already
appointment
said they
isn't
wanted
up
to
to the
appoint you to the
manager.
chair.
The appointment was either gonna be the mayor or the whole board. They don't have any say.
Well, no,
in
it
that.
was a requirement that the mayor basically seek the recommendation and give them up to 31 days to give a recommendation. I wasn't obligated to take it, but I
Well,
would be
that
a
was for the
fool.
chair,
Right,
but for
That's in
the
there.
composition of the board,
it's the,
it's appointed by one or more of the.
but then
board
we don't have
members.
vacancies correctly covered, is that what you said?
That's what that's what I know, that's a little concerning.
That's the stuff that becomes most problematic.
yeah, well, let's move this, vote on it, and it is possible that policy can evolve. But I think it covers the bases that the charter covers.
But explain me what happens if there's a vacancy. What do you
Well, the
assume
charter
happens?
itself doesn't explain that, so.
That's already covered in other.
It's covered, yeah. it's
It's,
mayor-
The original committee membership did address a vacancy issue in the charge.
Where?
It said at the beginning of the official year, the village or upon a vacancy of the position of chairperson of the committee.
It's not on the thing we're looking at now.
No, I'm saying on the charge before you
Yeah,
amended it.
but that's changing what is in village law.
no, it's not a village law, it's a resolution. Let's get
Okay,
clear.
no, I mean,
So who took
my
that?
understanding
You
is
just
when
did.
there's a vacancy, the mayor gets to fill it, right? Except when it's outlined differently in the.
Can we please figure this out and get it
Let's
sorted
let's
out?
give them the charge and then we will modify the policy as needed. And then it'll refer to the policy ongoing.
I said, you can always
This-
amend it.
yeah.
Living document.
Yeah, this is the Committee on the Arts charge will refer to the committee policy, this umbrella policy as its guiding document. If we modify the committee policy, it will apply.
I'm curiosity, were they okay with the committee membership paragraph as amended?
The long one that I wrote?
Yeah. this one.
Yes, they didn't, Katie and Kate both said they thought that was fine, ultimately, the bulk of the stuff is the most important top, and they didn't wanna have, so much obligations on them, as a committee, there was,
So,
Asian had. No, that's okay,
They were okay with it.
yeah, what is in the packet today? What?
Yes,
What, no, thank you. What is in the packet that you all received? They confirmed that they were okay with that change. Ben has concerns about that change though, however, maybe we really should just take a second and fix it. So that all parties are a little bit more.
I would like to be more clear about what the hell happened, what happens with vacancies here.
yeah. So I'd like to vote on the motion and then we can revisit the committee policy at a later date, but this will cover everything that's in the charge that they need.
But here's the issue, Ben. If you're lacking a vacancy qualification, you're not having another official year until January 1st of 2024. So what's the hurry for the stuff that you're trying to pass right now instead of just getting it right completely?
This charge doesn't have, that you edited, doesn't have anything on vacancies.
I assumed that it was based on normal vacancy rules, which would be the mayor would appoint.
So that's what we'll assume.
So it wasn't in it
If you're-
before, why does,
All right.
and we'll put it into the committee policy.
Yeah, we'll put it into
later,
committee policy.
Okay,
Yeah. All right, let's vote.
So are we adding that currently to the document today for the arts charge, just to
Right,
button it up right now.
yeah.
Mayor has the authority to whatever Carla language we should use.
Appoint during
He's
vacancy.
throwing this at me.
Yeah.
My brain's just not working. That's.
Does that require board approval? Or no?
No, but the point is, there's no mechanism right now.
It's an unclear mechanism right
It's
now, is what I
unclear.
would
It's
call it.
just-
I'm really surprised we don't have an overarching resolution that just says during vacancy.
Well, no, there's,
Because it's 4-400. The mayor has the right to appoint a vacancy.
And this
It's
is-
not during the official year.
this is the question about sometimes what you guys are trying to do with some of these resolutions, and I brought it up, obviously, is are you not shirking on mayor duties ultimately, which would require what, a referendum or public law change, basically, right?
Referendum, yeah.
So we'll defer to what you're saying.
If
It
we
wasn't
refer
in
to that
that.
section, that should come.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be.
Right.
I think what we did here was we had a document that had a lot of lack of clarity back in October, and it's now being compounded by a document that's got unclarity or lack of clarity in almost December here. So that's
Yeah, we
why
tried to clear it up. We
Yeah,
did try to
we
clear it up.
tried, and
It's, you know, so,
gotten worse in some ways.
um,
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I will abstain. Okay. Can I get a motion that all applicants for village boards and committees requiring board approval be required to complete the attached committee interest form, which will be posted on the village website? Completed forms will be distributed within 2 business days upon receipt to all board members and to the chairs of the boards or committees of interest. Information on this form will be used to help select members for vacant board and committee slots and slots that are up for renewal at the organizational meeting.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin,
I'll second.
trustee Raymond, discussion. This is procedurally a little bit not great, and I'm going to explain to you why. So, for instance, I've got people already asking me about interest in, you're putting in interest, but there's no vacancy currently. So basically, this space is saying, hey, within 2 business days, you got to send over to X, Y, and Z, and that'll get circular filed because there's no open committee position. So now when we get to a point where we need those members, we're not going to have those resumes most likely.
What I'm hoping is they won't circulate, but they'll save them for later, for when there is, they may not today have an opening, but they know someday I'll have an opening, so here's my file of potential applicants.
Why not have the village administrator maintain them until the time that an opening occurs, and she digs through the ones that have indicated an interest in that board and proffers them to X, Y, and Z at that point in time within 2
Will
business
she
days.
remember to do that? I mean, is that something? we wanna give her?
She's pretty darn adept over there.
I was thinking, sorry, I was thinking of Terry. Administrator has not.
So you.
Yeah.
So-
So Jen.
No, what I'm saying is, does it make sense to put all that responsibility on one person versus you share it with the chair of the board who's gonna be particularly interested in looking in that file when the opening happens.
There's a reason why, when I came in, I said, Jen, I want you to stay on because she can handle a lot.
I'm not saying she can't, I'm saying, what is the harm of distributing these?
Because I don't think there's a need at that point in time. You're just kind of selling the pot, and the time that it matters is when there's an opening.
I think we need to communicate to all the committees that such a
File exists,
exists and that Jen
Yeah,
has it.
but you get
And
my
if you
point
have
on
an
this.
opening,
Okay.
go see Jen to get the interest forms.
Okay, so can I get an amendment to this motion that all applicants for village boards and committees requiring board approval will be required to complete the attached committee interest form, which will be posted on the village website. Completed forms will be distributed by the village administrator within 5 business days. Let's be reasonable here though, too. Upon notice of a vacancy in a committee or board. And be sent to all board members and chairs of the relevant boards or committees of interest. This pertains only to committee interest forms showing interest in that board or committee.
I'm fine with that.
Information on this form will be used to help select members for vacant board and committee slots, the slots that are up for renewal at the organizational meeting.
We may have people
Who's waiting
that
on?
are just generally interested and don't select particular, like, wherever you get a spot, I'm
Well,
interested.
The form does ask them to.
Can I get that amended motion, Ben?
I approve.
Thank you. My second was Sean.
I approve.
Discussion, all in favor? Aye, opposed, motion carries.
And so, just to clarify the implementation. Jen, you had like the Word document of this. Are you able to put that into online form with a? Okay, because the newsletter mentions having this form online.
Correct, and that's where I got somebody who's showing interest, and I'm like, well, I don't know what to say yet, because this is a little bit weird.
Take their email and.
Well, no, I can say to them, if you send in something, we're not gonna circular file it by accident, because we had to send it out within 2 business days, okay? So that's actually where I got the idea when I was facing that situation.
Yeah.
So you've had some people respond based on the newsletter?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah.
For which?
I got some pros and some cons, so to be honest with you, that newsletter, I'm not gonna lie to you. So, okay, can I get a motion that all board and committee membership vacancies requiring board approval will be publicized in 10 business days on the village website and Facebook page. Post will include a request with link for interested residents to complete the committee interest form, though this form will not be required for mayoral appointments.
Make the motion.
Second.
I'm gonna give it to Liz in a second, trustee Baskin on the motion discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Mayor will abstain. Can I get a motion to distribute the attached Wisball Park survey through the village email list and on village social media?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin, trustee Cormos, discussion. Just a question, are we trying to figure out a way to ensure that we're not getting multiple submissions from the same person?
Well, certainly in the email list, it will be somewhat identifiable, but
Yeah, but it's a Google form though, so is there something in the Google form that's sort of saying, hey, one per customer?
I'm not sure if it does, it has to tie to that it came from one computer ID. I don't know if it does that.
Only if you click the switch on that though.
there should be a setting for it.
Yeah, that's the thing. And you questioned me before if I was collecting emails. I was like, no, Gmail is saying, hey, this is how we control it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if you go to a different computer, I don't know.
So
if that-
then you gotta go.
if it-
Well,
Doesn't matter from your Google.
yeah, it's from your Google account.
Okay, so One per Google.
Yeah, let's just be, we won't put in this, but I think out of just respect for the process of doing a survey, we kind of want to make sure we hear
Well,
that.
those surveys aren't actually statistically valid,
But they might be
Well,
used
they're
for something,
useful, but they're not.
She said that it hasn't been an issue, but
just generally, I think
Yeah,
it's a
that's
good
fine.
idea.
yeah, it's fine.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I'm gonna add the words, upon receipt of confidentiality agreement. Would you be okay with that? Can I get a motion that the village provide to the LaBerge Group and any, let me do that again. Can I get a motion that the village provide to the LaBerge Group any and all village water and sewer data requested upon receipt by the village of a confidentiality agreement from LaBerge Group?
I'll make that one.
I'll second.
Trustee Raymond, trustee Fandesa, discussion.
Don't think it's needed, but if you want it, it's okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, a motion that the board approve the application for the CDTC UPWP grant for rezoning and land use regulations with the village to provide a $20,000 cash match and $5,000 in-kind services, and authorizing the mayor to sign the attached letter committing the sum of $20,000 in cash match and $5,000 in in-kind services toward the grant by no later than tomorrow, which is almost today, November 29, 2022.
Make the motion,
Trustee Cormos, trustee Baskin, discussion.
do Wednesday, so I'll. like,
I am
the day
aware.
before, 'cause
I looked.
I gotta fill out that online form from what I've got.
Got you while you can tomorrow. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion that the rules of procedure be amended to extend the first public comment period to 5 minutes per person, and eliminate the second public comment period with a limit of 1 comment per meeting.
I'll make that one. I'll second it.
Raymond, Baskin, discussion.
Well, the first thing I will respond to some of the comments earlier. The 5 minutes was based on actually the last meeting we had. Mayor was extending the 3-minute time to 5 minutes, and that seemed to be a good figure that people could get everything out that they needed to say. So that's why I came upon the 5 minutes.
I like to do that, Christine, because whatever timekeeper she was using was bad. I'm just being honest. I don't know what the heck she was using or figuring, I don't know what she was thinking that was based on.
But it seemed that seemed to be a good time for people to get all the comments out. I'm simply doing this as a saving grace for folks, so they don't have to stick around till 10:30, 11 o'clock. And in regards to comments regarding the motions, your comments are the most relevant and have the most impact before we vote on them. They have little or no impact on the motion after we voted on it. So I'd rather give you more time when it's more impactful than you have time at the end of the meeting at whatever time. And in all reality, it doesn't affect the motion or how we voted on it.
That's half the point.
Okay, so allow me.
Yeah.
Earlier today on the Democrats page, there was this discussion about me basically standing in the face of public discourse and debate, I think, or something along those lines was the wording. And I said essentially by writing a letter back to the Gazette. And my answer was actually I'm contributing to public debate and discourse at the end of the day. And I would assume that folks that would write something like that would stand up and say that something like this is limiting debate and discourse ultimately, especially from people that are technically our bosses. I mean, I don't see this. Remember something. Let's go back to the old days where originally, and the template that I use from Terry always reminds me of this because it still has the old one in it. Originally, we had 3 minutes for motions pending to be discussed, then 3 minutes for anything you wanted essentially related to village business at the end. And it seemed to work, even though some people were a little confused by it or whatever. It sort of honed our focus on, hey, we got these motions coming up. And then later on, if you want to stick around and tell us about, you know, this event, that event, or your concerns or whatever, you could do so. And hey, if you've been here for 3.5 hours, you deserve the ability to say whatever the heck you please in my book. That's just my thought. If you don't want to, you always got YouTube the next day to come on and watch it.
If I could share some statistics, which I'd like to do. I looked through all the videos and how much time the meetings.
You need a hobby.
No. Okay, under Larry Fulbright, there were 34 videos. The average length was 1 hour and 16 minutes for a meeting. Under Christine Fitzpatrick, there were 9 meetings. The average length was 1 hour and 43 minutes. Under Frank Rossi II, 14 meetings. The average length was more than double, 3 hours and 39 minutes. The longest meeting under Larry Woolbright and Christine Fitzpatrick was 2 hours and 40 minutes. The shortest meeting under Frank Rossi was 2 hours and 52 minutes, and the longest 2 meetings at 4 hours and 22 minutes.
Actually, we had 2 special meetings, so remember that.
I took village
Only one comment
meetings.
period.
Yeah. So this is why this, you know, you just referred to when we first started, when we expanded it. I'm going back to, and I bet if we had recordings of Mayor Romano's meetings, they didn't last that long. I went to them since I moved here. And it's exhausting.
I bet they didn't go to M on motions or
Yeah.
P on motions.
I was in the Romano administration and he strictly curtailed public speaking. I mean, he shut people down all the time. So we're not doing that, that's obvious. But
You're welcome.
I don't
Yeah,
want
you
to.
are.
And I don't necessarily want to do that either. What I want to do is, as you notice, all the chairs are full.
That's a prerogative. We're here.
And they may want to have more comment period. But they left because they just can't endure going through. They said their piece maybe. All I'm saying is give more time when it's actually going to impact our vote. That's all I'm saying.
How many people hit 3, how many people hit 3 minutes? Yeah, yeah, absolutely, I'm sorry. Okay, let Bernadette speak, please.
You know, I don't agree with this. I believe in giving more public comment and this is ultimately their time if they want to be here. But the problem is not necessarily public comment. It's our inability to move our meetings forward, our inability to have conversations without yelling at each other. I think the bulk of our meetings, what was the one topic took like an hour, you know? So I think ultimately that's the bigger issue. I'd rather not, you know, take away public comment time because we can't figure out our own house.
Well, I think history shows that we don't have the discipline to not respond to public comment when it's made, and it significantly lengthens the meeting. So every comment isn't just that comment, it's the response to the comment, back and forth, and there's no time limit on those things. So I think having one period makes sense for the length of these meetings. The purpose of these meetings, the primary purpose is to get village business done, and then the secondary purpose is to hear from the public. And I am very in favor of hearing from the public. I want to hear from the public, but it is not reasonable to our staff or to us or to other people who want to not have these marathon meetings. And so I think, like Sean's, I'm glad Keith presented that data about 65% is rehashing of what was said earlier, because that is very much my impression, that at the end of the meeting, it's basically people repeating what they said earlier, and then us having to respond and back and forth. And I just think it's not a good use of time. So I think it's okay to have 5 minutes, actually is a long time, and plenty of time. You can speak about anything you want. And I think it's fine. The Romano administrator was 3 minutes, and there's no back and forth. He said,
No, he didn't even respond.
yeah, he said, don't expect a response. You could ask him all day long for one question after another. He will not, none of them would respond to you.
Well, I'm
So
glad you brought that up, because I do want to amend this motion to have the board response to comments immediately follow this. So I'd like to make that amendment.
I have no idea what you're amending.
He's changing the rules and procedures to put our response time after this.
It already is. However, you're not going to shut me up as presider.
since we do it anyway, might as well officially move it up after the first comment period.
Right, that's all.
Oh, you're gonna do a response after the first comment period, do motions, go home and hide your tail between your legs, basically, in the whole process.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know. No, people can say whatever they want to say.
We're available at any time.
That's the chicken approach of governing. I'm sorry.
It's,
Like,
I don't know
I
where
think
you're
it's just
coming.
super efficient.
I'm coming from the idea that people tell me left, right, and center, including Chris Dubuque, every meeting, that you might not like the discourse at times, but it's a better discourse than he sees at virtually any other, or at least the allowance for discourse at any other meeting that he attends. While he doesn't like the tenor, he's not saying that discourse is wrong.
Well, I think 5 minutes is sufficient time for anyone, and as Sean has pointed out, that's when your comments may make a difference.
May.
And there will be a discourse, so we'll respond.
So you don't-
And we will respond right after that comment period, hopefully not during the comment period, and I know we've all been guilty of immediately answering when someone talks, but we really should be disciplined and follow our rules of procedure. Let the people talk, take notes, and then we talk, and then we go into motions. I mean,
Yeah, we're elected officials.
We elected you, and we also expect the right to speak.
You have the right to speak. You will have that.
No, because
All
you're
right.
going to vote for this, and we.
Sorry, I shouldn't be this time.
Lack of respect.
So, let me see here, there's something here.
so Sean, are you amending this to?
Yeah.
That would be a good first move here.
Yeah.
I'm
amending it
going
to-
to amend this to include
To move, I have the rules of procedures here.
The response to comments from the end of the meeting to immediately following the first public comment.
Okay.
Jared, you taking notes for the Democrats page?
Just for myself.
Okay, just checking.
I second that amendment.
Did we vote?
No, public comment. You amended it.
Is there public comment when you amend, or just a new
No, it's a
motion?
new one.
It's a new motion. By amending, you've made it a new motion now.
I don't think so. That's how the rules of procedure.
90 seconds.
I just want to remind you guys, spent half an hour talking about rewriting the Arts Committee's motion in front of us. They should have just been tabled for next time. It's nothing that had to go on. You guys are talking about saving time. You guys wasted a half hour just on that one. You're talking about inefficient. You're right. John Romano kept things moving. He didn't allow the trustees to like get out of hand. But if it wasn't ready, he like went past it. You guys just won't let something go.
Right?
In 90 seconds is really tough to go through because you guys just don't give a damn about what the people are asking you. All right, but you're worried about going from 6 minutes to 5 minutes, 17%. You're saving, if 10 people speak for 6 minutes, that's an hour. If they only speak for 5 minutes, you're saving 10 minutes off the meeting. Am I right? It's do the math. It's simple math, Sean.
Simple math.
It's simple math.
It's the back
If
and
10
forth.
people speak
So
for
let's-
6 minutes, that's 60 minutes. If they only speak for 5, that's 50. You're saving 10 minutes and you're not listening to what your constituents are saying. You came up with this. Your constituents didn't go to you and say, look we should limit how much I get to speak. Come on.
Jared?
Yeah, Jared Ikelucci, 24 Chapman. I would just add, I think there's no issue with limiting how long people are in a public comment period. Sorry, I appreciate what Trustee Baskin said. The primary reason for a village meeting is conducting village business. That's what we're here for primarily, as members of the public to understand the business that's being conducted on our behalf and when appropriate to give comment. I fully agree with the way Trustee Raymond has presented this, that providing time up front, an extended amount of time at that, allows for us to make a full comment on any piece of the agenda that we wish to. At the end of a meeting, any comment we make tends to be tinged by frustration and anger and leads to nothing productive. If that is the sort of discourse we want to encourage in a village, let that stay on the social media pages where it already flourishes. Let's focus on village board business when we're in these meetings.
Who the hell are you to tell people where the discourse belongs or doesn't belong when your page today said we believe discourse and debate are essential to
Excuse me, Mr.
democracy?
Mayor, that is not me, and I do not appreciate any insinuations you make about me again, a member of the public, from you, the mayor of the village,
90 seconds.
to insinuate. He's attacked me. Thank you very much.
He attacked you.
Yeah,
He
you
just
should say,
attacked
who the
me.
hell are you? That is not appropriate.
This is
That is not-
completely inappropriate.
Jared,
and you're making
Martha
insinuations about-
and Kristen are on this page. Martha and Kristen are on this page.
And Frank, is that me?
Yeah, essentially.
Am I
yeah.
my mother? Am I my wife?
This is the time. for
Am I my
discussion.
mother? Am I my sister?
This is inappropriate. And this is why we're limiting. this is-
No, it's not. No, it's actually, that's why? Because you can't take the heat.
Because you
You
can't
can't
control
take the heat.
yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can control just fine. Don't you worry.
Can you follow the rules and procedures? I'd like to see one meeting when you follow the rules.
I'd like to see one too from you. Such as when you put in motions,
All right,
you
let's finish the
respond.
discussion.
Gina Morosi, 10 Old Glory Lane, my 90 seconds. You changed every single item on the agenda tonight and had very long discussions doing it. Do not penalize your constituents for your lack of getting your shit together. Okay, enough already. You can't. We have a right now, just to prove you wrong. My next comment was going to be, about breakfast with Santa and some details about it. I haven't talked about that yet because I talked about other items the first time around, but now I'm gonna be precluded from doing that. Okay? We have a right to speak to you. You're supposed to listen to us. You may not like it. It may not be pleasant. It may be long. But you guys, if you go back and look at this video, see how much time of this meeting was you and your unpreparedness, and you're changing every single thing and debating every little single item.
Liz, there's a for instance here too.
Are we ready to move to a vote?
Liz, there's a for instance here too. On Wednesday, I asked you via text, then via email, what the CDTA new business was so that we could put some definition into the agenda for it. So people had some preparation, know what's going to be brought up at this meeting. You refused to respond multiple times. Then I also asked you questions about the CDTC UPWP grant to try to figure out some of the questions that Bernadette and I had to go seek out ourselves ultimately. Excuse me.
I don't
Excuse
remember
me.
you asking that. You know how many emails we
Liz?
got today?
Liz, I texted it to you. Would you like to see it?
Look,
Liz,
Oh, my God.
that I put it in
Let's
emails?
move to a
No.
vote.
Okay, no.
let's
ma'am,
move
ma'am,
to a vote.
Ma'am, excuse me. You're now lying to the people here. Flat out lying to people here. That's not appropriate.
What
What
does this
you're
have to do with the
saying
motion?
is
How is this germane
incorrect.
to the
Let's
motion at hand?
Move. to a
Because
vote.
it is bringing up the point that two issues that could have actually been resolved or at least described in large part could have been handled outside this meeting, got forced into this meeting unnecessarily because she ignored text messages and
Nothing
emails.
to do with the motion.
Absolutely did.
It has absolutely.
It does
Frank,
because
this
you're
is a
blaming,
filibuster.
excuse me?
You're-
Yeah, well, that's good, but I'm talking and you don't like when I interrupt you, do you? You've told me multiple
Go ahead.
times.
You got all night.
Yeah, go ahead, finish talking,
Thank you, Liz.
because you like to hear yourself talk.
All right.
Let's all stop.
Go
Let's all
ahead.
stop.
So the
I
point
understand
is that you're blaming the public for long meetings.
What
You're
saying-
contributing, excuse me, you just said I could talk. The point is that you're the one contributing to these meetings. Why do you think mayor's announcements were moved to Facebook today? Anybody in the audience watch and hear the first point, Gina?
Because of the length and possible contentiousness and unknown facts of this meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to say something. I took a look at your mayor announcements, which don't belong on your Facebook page, by the way. Because that is not the place to put village business on your own personal page.
It's the mayor's page.
I think
The mayor's page.
And I think you had something that was not appropriate to be on mayor's announcements. Mayor's announcements have been about things that are happening, not about your interpretation.
That's not interpretation, Liz. That was actually from our accountants and our water feasibility
It's
folks.
not the place to put those issues.
I'm sorry. That's your belief that it's not the place to put those issues. You want to address them? We had a meeting. We had that topic tonight as well, in case you wanted to.
Here, you talk on Facebook, you put a discussion
this
of
is not
water
about the
revenue motion that has been proposed by trustee Baskin that risks triggering a
Yes.
20% property taxes. That does not belong on Facebook. That's how,
Liz, it has nothing germane to the
Okay.
motion.
all right, let's take a vote.
I'm
please.
sorry,
There's
wait,
still
there's-
Bob Bush.
comment.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
I go to.
Thank you. Mike Iacolucci, 9 Russell Street. I just wanted to maybe offer a reminder. Earlier this year, I think at a meeting, I suggested that it was not appropriate to try to conduct government business via social media. And my recollection is that there was wide agreement with that thought. And I think just a few minutes ago, I heard you, Mr. Mayor, refer to Facebook as the place for you to do things. And I just want to offer my thought. I do not believe social media should be used to conduct business. And I urge you all to consider that point. Thank you.
Actually, what I stated was that after Jared's comment about where discourse and debate belong, and you suggesting social media, I asked who the hell are you to say where it does or doesn't belong in terms of other people believes it belongs in the meeting? That was actually what I said. Who's up? Kristen?
Kristen Icalucci, 24 Chapman Street. I am appalled by the lack of leadership in this meeting. This is your meeting, Mr. Mayor, and this is how you run it. You allow people to talk over each other. You allow people to shout down each other, and then you turn around and participate in that same behavior. You're not leading by example. You mentioned social media. You have an excellent social media presence. And I'm beginning to think maybe you don't want to be a mayor of the Village of Friends. You want to be a mayor of the Village of Followers of you. Please reconsider your behavior and leadership in these meetings and align it more with the positive approach that you promote of yourself on your Facebook page. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, I'd like to say something after.
Bob Bush actually was next.
Like I said before in the last public comment, I don't agree with this, Sean, I apologize. I make the first one about the motions, the second one, the Gina does about announcements, or someone that in my neighborhood has a problem, I bring it to you guys' attention at that time. Drive back and forth, yeah, my back and forth with you guys has been nothing but productive and just been very good discussion. Again, I had a lot of it, you guys did a lot of it. So eliminate that second one, I'm sorry, Jay, I don't agree with you about that, I apologize. But eliminate that second one, eliminates my ability to bring you guys, since you people in my neighborhood can't come here to tell you about, don't have so online and stuff. So how else are they gonna be able to tell you about this going on? 5 minutes is a long time, but I can tell you right now, I could use the 5 minutes to talk about everything that's in this agenda. And where does it leave me for anything else I have to talk about? It doesn't. So, maybe I don't think I'm the only one that's disciplined enough to use that time appropriately, but you're eliminating people, the public, from coming forward about other information besides what's on this. Yes, you guys work for us. Yes, these meetings are about conducting business. I agree with that. But they're also about informing you guys about stuff, because I live in a neighborhood that has a young crowd and has an elderly crowd. I don't go to the woods, you know what's up the house. I see people walking down this up and down my street all day long. I sit there and I talk to them. I have a bench outside my front door, so they're outside my front yard, so they can sit there and rest before they take the extra hike up to their home. And I sit down and I talk to them. And they tell me what's going on, they tell me their problems and so on and so forth. How am I gonna be able to bring that to you guys? If I only got 5 minutes to really discuss about what emotions are in here. I don't. Should I email it to you guys then? How's that gonna bring that to everyone's attention? Yes, I could email everyone individual, but my response time from you guys isn't very good in my past history of it. So I'm sorry, I don't agree with this motion at all. I think you guys are doing a very disservice to this village by eliminating. I understand your frustration when the meetings go on, and I'll address that in the next public comment. Thank you.
Chris?
Chris Beers, Cameron Drive. I welcome each and every one of you to attend other meetings of your own and see why other meetings do two public comments. As Mr. Bush said, the first public comment in most meetings is to address what's on the agenda. If I have concerns with the motion, I have my 3 minutes to address that. Numerous motions, what's on the agenda. And then the other 3 minutes is maybe bringing ideas as the public to your attention to be considered for the next meeting as a potential motion. Email doesn't do it. Dialogue does it, in person does it. Not everybody's an email or a Facebook or calling you, sending a letter. So again, that's the purpose. And that's why almost every single public meeting I go to has 2 public comments. If you want to extend it, great, extend it 5 minutes, but then have 2 public comments. It's that simple. I've taken examples from this meeting to school board meetings where I've seen great presentations And the public has no chance, no 90-second chance to question or ask anything about that public. This is one of the, or that public comment. This is one of the few places where you have a presenter and you open up the public to ask their own questions to the presenter. There you do an excellent job, but don't limit our ability to speak. Again, we should have the chance to speak on the issues at hand in the first public comment and to bring stuff to your attention we'd like to discuss at future meetings. Now, 65%, I don't know where the numbers are getting pulled from, but I can tell you, I hear a lot of public comment on Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor. I don't hear the same onus being put on each and every one of these board members who also yelled, who've also pounded on the table, who've also tried pushing your agendas through. Own up to it. In fact, Bernadette, I think, is the only one who ever apologized for her behavior at a meeting one time when I raised my voice of how disgusted I was to see the exchange between all of you. So again, don't limit or punish us because you can't get along. Maybe have a meeting other than an ethics meeting an hour beforehand of each meeting. So you can have these discussions before you sit down in front of us as the public. Because the boards do that. You shake your head, no, but the boards do that. Board of Education do that, and those meetings get done in 2 hours. 2 hours. They're efficient, they're done, both public comments. But there is no discourse, unfortunately. And I do appreciate that here in this meeting. But again, don't take away something public comment.
Just this point, any meeting that we have where there's more than 2 of us is a public meeting. So extending it isn't gonna change anything. Ahead of time, we can't meet together and work things out.
You can have an agenda
in
meeting.
person.
You can have an agenda meeting. Yeah, it is. but
Still
it's
an
agenda
open meeting, so it's not gonna solve the problem.
You can have an agenda meeting as an open meeting with the intent to discuss agenda items, so make sure that everybody's clear what the agenda is, because clearly multiple things were not handled that could have been handled ahead of time in this meeting. I mean, clearly.
And we're not gonna take public comment then?
No, we're not voting on them. We're making sure we understand what the wording of that motion is or isn't at that point in time, or if a change needs to be made. Go ahead, John, I think you, or.
No, we're talking about something that's not germane again for the motion. So.
Well, it's all about, what, I mean, what I was gonna say. There are going to be, first of all, I don't agree with a pre-meeting meeting, it's just gonna extend the whole thing, but, there will inevitably be multiple times for people to talk throughout this meeting. Take right now, for instance. In our rules of procedure, it says the public shall be allowed to speak during any public comment period of the meeting, or in the event a motion is made and up for discussion that has not been listed on the agenda.
Read the motion.
So
Read the motion.
Frank interpreted that to mean that we can, because we amended the motion, that now everyone gets a time to speak.
But read the motion.
What are you talking about?
The current motion in front of you, read it. The final sentence. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to clarify before you go too deep into this. L.
Oh, you're saying that's one comment per meeting?
Correct. I'm not making this up. That's what's there.
All right, well, potentially we could just take out that phrase as long as we're only have one public comment period. The other thing I'd like to say is, so even if there is one official public comment, there's gonna be created multiple opportunities for discussion, I have no doubt. Secondly, people complain about, oh, you spent half an hour on this or that. That's called village business. This meeting is to conduct village business. If you don't like watching it, you can leave anytime. But that is conducting village business. You might not like the way it's being done, but we're doing it. We're getting it done. Take some time. But I'm not gonna apologize for that. That's a meeting. That's a meeting. And so that's normal. You should expect that some things are gonna take half an hour to hash out. I actually think in general, except when we digressed, we actually hashed things out pretty well today. It could have been worse. But even when we hash things out well, it takes time. It's just the way it is. It's okay.
But just on that note, I try to respectfully ask Liz for clarification on 2 things.
But that's not gonna shorten the meeting.
Oh, yes, it would have. Because we would have known where CDTA was going, what it was. CDTC, UPWP would not have even been remember, I actually requested that one still because I didn't understand what was
We
going
still
on.
wanted to talk about it and say, this is happening, and then we had this discussion about shelters, and everybody talked at that time too, and, so it wasn't as if it wasn't a decent conversation, or that it wouldn't have happened at all if he had sent you an email. It's still on the agenda, it's still gonna happen, with the conversation. Yeah, I mean, right, we could do more potentially by email. I find that there's not a lot of consensus building or listening on email, that we talk at each other, and then we actually do more, we get more consensus, or at least more listening done in this setting than in email. But anyway, so I don't apologize for doing village work and that takes time. I feel like if we have this one time at the beginning, there'll still be created other times, and that these meetings are just too long. We have an executive meeting after this, and it's 11 p.m. So you guys, 5 minutes is a long time. I think it's possible to both talk about the agenda items and talk about any current events during that 5-minute time, which is longer than almost any other place you'll find. And so I think it serves that purpose.
I think there's some confusion about the one comment per meeting. That isn't one subject.
No, that's not the confusion. The confusion is it shouldn't be in there at all. Because
Well-
if we haven't opened up a discussion on a new motion, for instance, you're saying that.
I'm
somebody
saying
talked-
during the comment period, you say whatever comment you make, and then you're done.
But then an extemporaneous motion comes up, or an amended motion, meaningfully changing a motion that was being considered.
Well, wouldn't that fall under the 90-second rule anyway?
But you, with a limit of one comment per meeting is
Per
what you said.
meeting,
During the comment period?
period, yeah, just add that,
Okay,
during the
I can
public,
amend
the public comment period,
during public comment period.
to clarify.
Okay, first off, I gotta ask the person that made the motion was Sean.
Yes, so I will approve that amendment.
The seconder was
Second, I think that was.
Baskin, yes, yep. Okay. All in favor? Let's get a voice vote, or a roll call vote, oh my goodness. Roll call vote.
Trustee Raymond,
Aye.
trustee Baskin,
Aye.
trustee Cormo,
Aye.
trustee Bondesa,
No, please make it in the minutes that I don't approve the name.
Mayor Rossi.
No, for the same reason, please, in the minutes.
And the amendment includes moving that public response, or the board response to right after that first public comment.
Can I get a motion to move the start time of the board of trustees meeting from 7 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. and the rules of procedure be amended by the village attorney to reflect the change?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa. I'll second.
Um,
Sean, wait a minute. Sean, go ahead.
Just briefly, this was discussed earlier on in the year, I don't remember at this point, but I brought it back up because of a exchange on Liz, I'm sorry, we talk about the Biddles a lot, but it was on Liz's Facebook post, and she had discussed basically her later meetings end. And also, Caitlin Perwana also mentioned, and there, so I think, and it was coming from the perspective of parents, and there's a lot of people that have jobs. I would appreciate if as a board, we could try to move it up half an hour, see how it works. At the very least, we're not ending as late, even if we still have as long of a meeting, we're not ending as late. And I think it would be the respectful thing to do with our public.
I think meetings, that's not gonna affect the length of the meeting, but it is gonna affect the ability for working people to come home and sit down and have dinner before a meeting. And since don't really recommend having to bring, food to a meeting because we go so long,
Yeah, that'll ruin dinner without changing, I think, the nature of the meeting itself.
Yeah.
10:30, 11, 11:30.
Prince, beginning at 6 o'clock.
Corinth starts at 6 o'clock. Yeah.
I'm just asking for a half hour.
My number one's 8 o'clock Thursday morning. know how they do that.
They have a bunch of
I'd
retired.
have to have Elizabeth Biddle give me a wake-up call at 8 AM or something. There's no way.
Most of our committee meetings, et cetera, people were found 7 o'clock. So that gives people a chance, if they're working, to get home, sit down with their family, have a meal.
I know personally, starting on the early to 7 is completely unworkable for my schedule. It just simply is.
You just seconded.
Yeah, when we're having discussion.
Oh, okay.
You know, the
Moving
Cowboys,
things along.
the Cowboys will play on Monday night again. And you want to watch that game?
It's an excellent argument. No.
Let's see how this change in rules of procedure helps that happen.
It's not the rules of procedure that are the issue, folks. We have M motions here. That's 13 motions. Again, show me the prior mayors, what their average number of motions considered were, and how many of them you contributed to the agendas in the first place. I bet you the clerk could probably tell me if I'm off on that question.
There was not ever as many motions and trustees never submitted their own motion.
I wouldn't say. Yeah.
No. Okay, maybe not never, but not on this level.
Well, typically there was a lot of email collaboration, so all of them were already pre-vetted in the language change and amended
Yeah,
beforehand.
yeah.
Oh, I agree. I'm happy to do it.
Again, if we're offering different solutions to try to end our meetings earlier, I say we also have this, but
I'll be honest, if I see another agenda like this, I will continue to put my mayor's announcements on Facebook out of respect for the community. And hey, Elizabeth, you were one of the first ones that liked it today. I mean, am I off base by going that route?
Yeah, but not everybody goes on Facebook.
Well,
Not
everybody comes here and not everybody's watch a fucking 4.5-hour video either. Sorry.
Amen. I've always wanted to drop the F-bomb in a meeting.
I'm sorry. That's why I don't.
Well,
God bless you. Oh boy. Roll call.
trustee Raymond,
No.
trustee Atkins,
No,
trustee, no, trustee Van Daysta,
yes.
and Mayor Lawson.
Yes, scrub the F-bomb by Elizabeth when you put it next to my name in terms of I agree with her 100%.
You can't edit the minutes.
Yeah, no, those are fresh minutes now.
Oh, you can't.
I'm editing what she said as part of my reasoning. Okay, other business. I hate to bring this up, folks, but yeah. We are 3 days away from the new water period and sewer period. Are we doing anything? Because as I've reminded folks in the letter and other things today, our water feasibility expert told us that we do not qualify for grants for water and sewer infrastructure right now because our water rates are too low. Are we going to just wait and surge at some point, or are we going to begin the process so that we don't have to basically have an overnight sensation at some point in time on this? You tell me.
I think we make an educated decision on analyzed water data.
Can I clarify something? You said the water period ends December 1st.
No, it ends November 30th. The new one begins December 1st.
My water bill says it goes to the end of the year. I pulled out one of my water bills. I was looking at it and it said till December 12th, December 31st.
Let's go to the code.
I don't know. I mean, I looked at my water bill and it said that. That the water period.
This was changed at one point. I wanted to remind you, and that's part of, I think, where the confusion starts coming from on this.
I think was a recent bill.
Okay. Reading of meters. All water meters shall be read twice each year in December and June by property owner, and the meter readings reported to the village. A fee will be charged to any property owner not reporting their meter during the designated time as described on that fee schedule. So essentially, your meter read is from December 1st to December 31st. If you choose to read on December 1st, your new period begins on the part of December 1st you didn't read it on, and as such,
The billing is done.
Liz, it's based on your water usage at that point. So if you're consistent
Okay,
on the
all
first
right.
day of that
We'll
month,
Just forget it.
you get my,
Let's
you get my point, correct? Do you,
Yeah,
do
I understand it's when you're consuming the water, but does the rate really make any difference to somebody? If it's gonna rise, it's gonna rise. You know,
if you.
in that, when you get billed for that period, which
you're-
is not until.
You're assuming everybody's using the minimum, I think, which is not the case.
It's-
Because then you're billed on metered water, you're not just getting applied to 30,000 placeholder.
the- Changing the rate only matters when you get the bill. Really,
No, it matters if somebody's consuming water to think about, well, it's a little bit more expensive right now.
but it goes back 6 months. It's ending now.
No, I'm not looking to retroact
Okay,
this,
okay,
it's
I
new.
understand.
Okay.
This meeting is getting too long. And
Sean, are you understanding where I'm going with that? I just want to make sure.
I do, but
Okay.
I think we have to wait 6 months. It's not a big deal.
I just think we should, let's put in writing, make a case for what we're doing and why we're doing it in writing and share it with the public, not just on Facebook. And, post, but explain to people, because some people can be very upset by any increase. And so we really need to get our ducks in a row and just explain ourselves and the reason.
They're gonna be more upset about a 20% increase at some point if you have to suddenly pivot and do that, I think.
They're gonna be equally upset no matter what. That's irrelevant.
actually, if I had my choice to have an increase now and then, the rest of it equaling 20%, I'd rather put it off 6 months. Time value of money.
Time value of money would also say that the more you save right now, you collect interest on it and start moving into a capital scenario at that point.
What kind of interest are you gonna get on that?
I can go up to 4% on CDs right now, Liz.
Yeah, well,
Just letting you know.
We do need to increase, and I was alarmed at how much more the towns around us pay. Like we pay $100 for water, and around us pay 600 or something insane. So we are looking at changes. Part of that depends on what we do with our water money. If we still use it on non-water things, or commit all water revenue to water, it all impacts where we end up paying.
I need to be clear on something here, just for clarity's sake, because I don't think, I'm hoping you understand this. An outside user is paying $61 or $62 times 3 times 2 for a year of water. So they're paying $360. Now it's less than many and still.
Are
be a
they
decent-
outside bill 3 times the amount?
yeah.
Yes.
Still
Oh, yeah,
based on
this is something else that Don raised. I should actually make sure everybody understands. We only have 2 water rates we use now, only 2. Inside and outside 3 times. There's no 2 times or 4 times anymore, and it's all linked basically 3 times.
No longer.
Right, but the
Well, it's
inside village
direct currently.
users, inside village, I mean, that's actually one question I had, a data point that I'd be interested in. What is the average use or billing for water, and what is the max and what is the minimum? Just so we know what the range is. So when we change it, 2%, whatever it is, we know what that change is too.
Right, well, and again, we really need to do a financial analysis for the budget cycle to see if, look at pros and cons and different things. Maybe we need to separate out the water fund, which may mean an increase in taxes. However, in our current billing, we do minimum of 30 grand and 3,000 gallons. Whether it's grandma using 10,000 gallons or a family of 4 using 27,000 gallons. And then they would both get the same equal increase. Whereas if we tax, obviously that's going to be more progressive. And maybe we have to do a combination of both. I don't know, because obviously
we don't want to raise water rates 400 or 500%. That's not fair. And also, you know, so we need to do all of those moving parts and have full analysis, full documentation written down. I think before we can really, in good faith, raise anything and provide full justification to our public.
You realize that we have $12,000 according to our AED left in
And
the
I
sewer fund.
understand, and I would be willing, just because I know right now, based on the budget, there is a zero revenue in sewer.
We're actually appropriating money from general fund to have some money in sewer right now, correct?
And if that is something you want to consider a sewer rate increase, I would entertain that.
Well, it was both, and so I'm
But
asking,
water
here's,
has too many moving parts. Sewer is pretty simple.
Yeah, and sewer
Yeah.
unfortunately is mostly charged at the village rate because we don't sell that much sewer outside. So the sewer rate increase isn't gonna have the same impact as a water. So it's gonna be more difficult to raise the funds with the sewer. And just by example, like, you know, I'll do research on what other communities are charging.
you don't need to,
But-
NICOM's done it for you.
It's out of date.
No, it's not, it's annual, it's an annual survey to put out.
Okay, I'll look at that. But I just looked at Saratoga Springs and they charge double their water rate for sewer. So,
Which to be commonsensically doesn't make sense, because water into your house is usually just water out of your house.
yeah.
So.
So we're gonna do the analysis. We're gonna
That's expensive belief, I'll tell you.
and present the data, and if people have questions or suggestions, we'll run it with that.
So I just want to say it one last time, make sure we are understanding this. This is the last chance you have for this next water period to increase rates to ensure revenues are right in at one or both accounts ultimately for purposes of trying to start building up some funds for different reasons, probably for both.
Do you want to consider sewer now?
I brought it up because I'm saying this is your last chance and I'm giving you guys a
Well,
chance.
the thing is, the amount of money you are raising was really pretty small.
Not
Given what our
really.
needs are.
Right.
It's $20,000 for 2.5%. It ends up being an average of 3.75% if you do it twice in a year. So that's basically on an $800,000 situation. Where's Mike?
$30,000.
No, you're thinking of the other thing from before.
Well, the thing is,
3.75%.
we're only talking about the
It's about
next 6
30,000.
We're only talking about the next 6 months. We're not talking about a year, because within 6 months, we'll have some answers and.
Yeah, I mean, we could do a sewer rate just for the next billing period, and we'll have plenty of answers and plenty of data for the next billing cycle. And that also puts us in the budget year too, so we can plan that.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that I'm willing to entertain a motion to raise sewer rates.
Well, are you willing to make a motion?
I'm willing to make a motion.
To,
what did you just say?
no, you're fine. It's just you have to define what that increase is.
A one-time increase.
A one-time increase for the next billing cycle of 3%.
3%, okay. For sewer.
For sewer. Oh.
Do I have a second? I'll second it with you, Sean.
Okay.
Discussion. Public comment. Gina.
Hell, why not? Gina Morosi, 10 Old Glory Lane. Where have you been? You've been in office for 6 years,
5.5.
5.5? You've been in office for 3.5, almost 4. Where have you been? Now somebody wants to finally do something and you're fighting on it. And all he wants to do is match inflation. You just went above that with 3.
I know.
Okay,
I
so
also looked at the numbers.
what,
And we probably will have to
5
go
years.
above that.
Exactly.
Probably.
So 5 years of not increasing, and then going 2.5% to match inflation. That's where the figure comes from, if you're listening. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with matching inflation? I don't understand this. And you've been here how many years and nothing's been done?
Not true.
Oh, really? You raised the rates in 5 years, Liz?
Yeah, the rates were raised when we made the adjustment as to the structure of the
Now you
rates.
flipped them. How much
Yes,
more did
and
you
that
take?
raised additional
And
revenue.
what'd you do for sewer?
It was sewer that we flipped.
Didn't Bob put them?
No, it was still in reverse when the revenue committee.
Right.
Is
And that
this-
was one of the.
Right, and that's when you didn't listen to the revenue committee and went rogue and did your own thing.
Doesn't the fee increase automatically and then
Right,
schedule?
No.
Exactly.
that's
It
the whole thing.
increases, before it decreased, the more
Listen,
sewer you use.
let me tell you my
We changed
shock
it.
when I asked Bob for a history on water and sewer rates and saw what they were. I was
Doesn't
like,
increase automatically.
sewer rates went down when the whole flip occurred.
Thank you.
Water rates were the same for minimum and then flipped. 60% of our users use minimum. And therefore, most people have not had an additional dollar for water for 5 years.
But we made more revenue under the sewer fund. when
That's-
we put it.
That's great, but that's a one-time recognition, basically.
Well, it raised more revenue. That's what the revenue committee suggested. And the main reason was there were so many no reports that it was recommended by the revenue committee that we not raise or redo rates at that time until we got better compliance.
Right, but people, I mean, did anybody say don't keep up with inflation eventually?
I'm
Not
just
at
saying
all.
inflation's, I got shot down by you about saying inflation's going up. The PDD and developing, you said I was a joke. So, you know, I just.
Was it raised?
That's not
You shot
exactly
me
what I
down,
said.
showing I was ridiculous. You guys, you're all, you know, you all vote Democrat, you all vote Republican, nobody's doing anything right here. This is like unbelievable what you guys are doing. This is just disgusting. This is like worse than disgusting.
Well, tonight we have a motion by the Democrat technically and
About time, geez.
but hold on, hold on, because none of you seconded. I was the one that had to second the second, it's the mayor, so that's not normal. So are we going in this direction or not, I guess? So public comment, yes, I was just saying, Bob, I see your hand, or Jared, Bob, Jared, Bob.
First to say, I'm pleased to see trustee Raymond and Mayor Rossi agreeing to introduce this motion. And I also just want to make note, this was raised in the last meeting as well as a potential compromise and was lost in the 90 minutes of argument. The key piece, I think, that trustee Raymond's identifying here is that we know that there's an immediate need in the sewage fund. We can raise rates there. We need to understand a little better about what the long-term needs are for our water system. So I'm pleased to see that we're moving forward with one direction in what I hope is a fruitful compromise.
Although Bernadette, correct me if I'm wrong, what Don told us, basically he's got a concern about both. Our water feasibility study guy from LaBerge. He's got a concern about water rate level and sewer rate level, maybe for different reasons. One is water rate is based on grants.
Yeah. Well, we'll explore all of that. Okay.
We will deal with that.
Again, where have you been?
Anybody else? Bob?
You like this?
Bob Bush, One Church Ave. You know, I mentioned it before, you guys are gonna raise the sewer rates without a study, and then you guys are bickering back and forth about the water rates. And that has to have a study. All right? We all know, everyone in this room, not that there's many left, know that the rates are gonna go up. So why are we waiting to raise the water rates? Liz, I don't agree with you, I don't wanna take a 20% hit. I'd rather have it gradually get up to that point, because I'm sorry, I'm not a limited income. Like many other people are. I'm not saying you're not, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm not a limited income, I'd rather see that gradually raised, because inflation is gonna nail me in the butt however long, because who knows what's gonna happen.
So take that 20% hit 6 months down the road, a year down the road, whatever it may be. It's just not feasible. You start now and you gradually get up there. What's gonna hurt to raise it now and then readdress it 6 months down the road? When you have the information already in hand. So that way you're putting money in the sewer and the water. And you're prepared for when the cost of inflation for all the materials and maintenance and stuff comes. Because right now, you have the cost for the water bill, not the water bill, I'm sorry. The maintenance and repair for the water stuff. And that cost is going up. You've got nothing to back it up with. So I'm sorry, I think you need to raise both rates, not just one, because you need to, if you're gonna stick with the plan of having a study, and not a study, or data to raise the rate for water, you need to do it with sewer as well. I understand there ain't much to do with sewer, because like you said, what comes in goes out, although you said where you want, crap like that, but you still need to have the data, I believe. So you can play catch up on the water rates come 6 months now, and then the sewer rates, you're going to raise up that again. I'm just trying to say I'd rather have it where both go up at the same time, and then just instead of doing this, let's just do 20% a year down the road.
The AUD, which we all have, basically says in 2021, water between metered sales, service charges, and interest and penalties was about $987,000, 987. In 2022, it was give or take about 861,000. So it had dropped about 130,000, give or take.
Does it give you
Or
information on
120
why it dropped?
120,000.
Because we collected on old.
Yeah.
You know, it's 11, I'm sorry to interrupt, it's 11:40.
Can I finish?
We move along.
Can I finish my point? Can
It's-
I finish my point? It was minus 125 basically year to year in terms of revenue. In terms of expenses, we went from 300,000 to 475,000. We went plus 175 in expenses. So our water income between 2021 and 2022 went minus $300,000 between year to year.
That right there tells you the water rate needs to go up. Well.
It might have been the pumps a little bit, I'm not sure.
Either, so it's a catch-22.
Yeah, and the only reason I'm raising sewer is because it's so fund is woefully underfunded. We don't know how funded the water fund is because water revenues are commingled with the general fund. So.
No, we line item identify them. We just read you the three categories we have them in. We actually have these actually laid out.
If there's excess income from water, it
You-
goes into the general fund, it disappears.
You were using your water income to balance your general fund budget.
Which means
Yes,
we're
we
using-
need to see if that's what we should be doing, given the fact.
Our accountant said absolutely.
That our water revenue is going down.
Our accountant said two things to me last week. Number one, increase your water rates. Number two, he said, the way to approach it is not to take it and move it to F fund, which is a water only fund, but to, after the fact, examine what your general fund balance went up, identify whether or not it was based on water income, which you can identify in an AUD or in a year report, and then make a determination after you get a capital plan together, how much you want to set aside from that at that point into the reserve fund for capital plan tasks. And Don, after I explained to him what the accountant said was fine. He said, absolutely, I see what the conundrum is, and I would do it that way, absolutely. Right?
Right out in 16 don't work. Liz, you said that the water fund goes into the general fund or into some categories. When was that something that was just done like this year or last year, or has it always been that way?
Well, I believe there must have been a time when we had a separate water fund, because we've got a fund.
It's been a long time.
It was,
It's been that way.
it's as long as I've lived here, but
Okay, so that was something that could have been addressed previously, right?
Well, but no accountant wanted us to do it because they recognized the problem.
I get that.
Yeah.
It could have been addressed 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 7 years ago. whatever.
Larry's brought it up in conversation years ago.
We discussed.
And, how much does the average, or not the average, but the person that uses that 30,000 gallon cutoff, which is most of the people.
In Village,
What
is
do they pay per
$62,
year?
$62, give or take.
All right, I've said this before, I'm on a fixed income. A lot of us here are on fixed incomes, double that. I will pay that $120 a year if it's gonna help our infrastructure. It's not gonna kill us to pay $60 more a year. So these little, oh, let's go 2.5, let's go 3%.
No, double that for a year. You're talking 6 months.
6% a year. I'll go to $60. I think anybody would if it's gonna make the infrastructure better. You know, I'll give up my 5, 6 coffees at Dunkin' Donuts to do that. It's a simple thing. It's not a lot of dollars. Let's not talk percentages. Let's talk the dollars. What's the cost to me in my wallet? That's what we're interested in. And if anybody can say, no, I don't care about that, well, they're lying to you. You know, I don't care who it is. It's about what's coming out of your wallet every year.
The only issue with that is the people outside the village are paying in a lot more money.
And I get
That
that.
is the issue.
I
So
get
maybe
that.
we should have a fixed amount, have a second.
There's a ways to do it though, is what I'm saying. $60 a year isn't gonna kill us. If somebody's paying 3 times at 180, 360, it's not gonna kill them either. $180 a year. How much is
360,
that
360 a
month?
year, 360 a year.
360 a year, so it's $30 a month.
You know,
It's not gonna kill
coupled the
them.
two schedules exactly for that reason.
But they're
because
not
they were-
decoupled in reality, they're
No,
not
they were
decoupled.
left where they were.
Right.
But
Very
we
honestly.
decoupled them.
Very honestly, everybody here is a lot smarter than I am. I'm not a college guy. I only know what I've learned in running multi-million-dollar businesses. But I don't understand this whole figure schedules and all this other stuff. I don't understand that. Bottom line is what comes out of my wallet, which I left home, by the way. I thought I lost it. It's what's coming out of my wallet every day. That's my concern as a citizen. It's not about the percentages, it's not the schedules. And all
So if
this
you were
other stuff.
sitting in this chair, what would your proposal be, out of curiosity?
My proposal?
Yes.
Would be, I would probably go 25% on water. And I'd match it in sewer. What did you pay about the same in sewer? I don't even know. My wife paid
One
for it.
half water sewer in the
All right, so I pay $30 a year for sewer.
60 per year. Remember, it's
60
two periods, two periods.
I'll
two
go to
periods.
120 there. I feel like it's, you know, dialing for dollars here. Oh, boy. I did myself there.
Next up, bowling for dollars.
But you get what I'm saying? You know, you guys are, like I say, a lot smarter than I am. You understand all this stuff. All I'm looking at is what's coming out of my wallet every month.
And
That's
I
exactly what.
understand that. But there was an individual here last meeting who lived outside the village, who was upset about the 2.5. So.
And that kind of person.
So that cancels each other out, doesn't it?
Yeah,
So-
no, it doesn't really cancel them out. It just, you know, gives you an idea of where their thought pattern is. I want this, but I don't.
It's not either or, it's timing and it's having the data in front of us to know the path. It's gonna be, hopefully we'll get it within 6 months, of what we're asking for, and then we can move forward in a more aggressive way. Where we justify what we're doing.
Well, Burge has already said as soon as they have the data, I don't know, I within 60 days, we have a report. So.
Then you can't charge us for 6 months after that because it's starting in period.
Yeah, but we can charge the next billing cycle and it will be based on solid scientific data.
All right, we move ahead.
We gotta vote on this, don't we? Vote on this, yeah.
Everybody else done?
Wait, hand up.
There you go. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Hey,
Hi.
Lisa.
Lisa Spidell, 106 Prospect Street. I have just a couple concerns, and it's Ray Otten's comment of doubling and whatnot. And I get it. It's out of our pocket. And I don't think we should be doing the percentage. Really, people want to know how much this is going to be on the typical water bill for a single family home And how much is that gonna cost us? My concern is if he's talking about doubling it and whatnot, for the average person in the village, that's okay. My mother, who is in bed right now, who doesn't know anything going on right now, that all these changes are being made, that knew nothing about this, that doesn't have a chance to comment or anything, she can't like suck up that much all at once. 2.5%, yes. But Ray is saying, hey, I'd go whatever percentage it was. That's a lot for somebody that's paying 3 times the amount. And it's significant. That's a significant hit. And that needs to be considered. Yes, there needs to be an increase. And I think it's unfortunate that we have a water fund that goes into a general fund and water isn't going to water. And this has been said over and over and over again. But here we are at the last minute, last hour, going into the next day, and this isn't even reaching to the public. And I don't think that's right. So while I'm not against an increase, we need to know what it is as the public and not this guessing game back and forth. This should have been known prior to this long ago. Like, this is the exact amount that it's going to be for the average person that doesn't use extra. And then the person that's 3 times the amount, this is how much it's going to be. Plain and simple. That's all. Thank you.
And just to clarify something, water is going to water in terms of the revenue to covering the expenses. Okay, so it's a question of what the excess water revenues are going to, but those excess revenues or income is shrinking, at least year to year, 2021 to 2022. So just to be clear on that.
And we're using it for things that aren't related to water.
Which again, nobody is arguing with you that if we aren't starting to build up a better funding approach on water, we don't get the capital plan, and after the fact, after the year's done, assess water income, assess general fund balance increase, and say, I'm willing to put X dollars of that now into the water reserve. Nobody is saying don't do that. It's a question of when and how. What we can't do is just push all of our water revenue into F fund off the bat in our budget, because then we have a budget shortfall to make up, which would cause a 20%.
How do you know it's 20%?
Because it's $400,000, $1.8 million in property taxes. You have to make it up using property taxes. It's 20%.
Well, you cut expenses.
Yes.
Donna Martin, 20 Chester Court. You have a motion. Please vote on it.
We had public discussion, so we're waiting on that.
Well, this,
Are we
that's
done?
my.
It's 10 up, guys. 10
Yeah.
at midnight.
I'm ready. Let's wrap this up.
Already an hour ago.
Lisa's hand was already up, or is that something else?
That is Lisa's hand up a second.
No. All in favor? Let's go for a roll call.
Trustee Raymond,
Aye.
trustee Gaskins,
Aye.
trustee Cornwall,
Aye.
trustee Van Gansel,
No.
Mayor Roslin.
Aye. Okay, just to review for those that watch the video or the short form of it somehow tomorrow, this will take effect next period as a 3% increase on sewer rates if you pay village sewer rates, which essentially means, give or take, about 93 cents for most users. It's a start.
Per thousand.
No, it's 93 cents. Because most people, your billing on your sewer is based on your water, and 60% of our users generally are minimum users. And so it's 93 cents for most users.
Okay. It's too
Okay.
late to do the math.
I did a side calculation.
So public comment number 2 technically is allowed only because we didn't allow 5 minutes earlier. Does anybody have anything left? Chris, you indicate you might.
Oh, yeah, no hands up there.
Oh, we got here some. Happy Thanksgiving, Keith.
Keith Lewis, 38 East High Street. Frank, during the last public comment, you extracted a singular point in email without disclosing the facts or the context. I could read emails and comments you've said, Frank, including asking me if I had a hot date with a straight married town supervisor, or with Gina suggested I should be run through a wood chipper. But that would be a distraction from what needs to be discussed now. And that's what you did, Frank, by not addressing the point I made, that you ran about water urgency and you've had less than 3 hours of board discussion on water, while you've had almost 18 on the arts program your sister's involved in. You insinuated I'm not supportive of the clerk's improvements. That's false. I live across the street and I'm thrilled about any improvements, but I believe in equal treatment for all residents and no special treatment or accommodations for officials or insiders. Another member of the historical commission stopped off when the roof was being replaced, and Gina stated she was in charge and no permit was needed. That's untrue. A permit was required. Later, a permit was requested. The historical commission was asked to retroactively approve the work that had already been completed for the clerk, something we've never done before since I've been on the commission. I didn't know what Gina's involvement was regarding the roof. I assumed Gina was working as a paid vendor because on the project, if she was the person or volunteer or financially assisted
I
with
gotta
the project,
advise you that right now, as you're
the
speaking,
ethics code
litigation is being threatened of
no
you by
officer,
somebody in the crowd that you're speaking
employee,
of. I just have to
or
warn you of that, since you cannot hear that.
I'm sorry, you're interrupting, man. It's my public comment.
Okay,
And
but did you hear what I said? I just want to make clear.
that as a historical, you cannot in a vacuum attack someone with information and then not allow them to defend themselves. I have 3 minutes. Ballston Spa Village Ethics Code states no officer, employee, or official shall accept or solicit a gift, whether in the form of service, loan, thing of promise from any person, firm, or corporation, which to his or her knowledge is interested in any manner in business dealings with the village. Gina speaks regularly about her interests in the arts, and she's asked the board to approve thousands of dollars. Having interacted with you, Frank, and observed the way that you state questionable data as fact, you can call me naive, but I really didn't think asking you outright would get an honest answer. I felt a snarky note might prompt you to do exactly what you did this meeting, which was state publicly Gina's accurate role. And for that, I am very grateful. Thank you.
So it was a snarky comment on the flowers, a snarky comment to me on Thanksgiving. I see. I see. Wow.
Yeah, no kidding.
Frank, I got Lisa wanting to have a second.
Yep, she's got that now. Lisa, go ahead now.
Yeah, Lisa Spidell, 106 Prospect Street. I just want to, Mayor, you had made a comment about the water fund. I want a little clarification that I
Sure.
guess I'm confused on, because we have a separate sewer fund where when I pay my sewer bill and I send my check in, the money goes into sewer and it's used to do sewer repairs, to do what's necessary to take the crap out of my house. To put it simply.
Yes.
When I pay my water
Get the
bill,
literal.
when I pay my water bill and I put the money in the mail for the water part of it, it's not going into a specific fund. It is for that year, but if there's anything extra that hasn't been used towards water that year, it's going into a general fund to go to pay for, I don't know, a birdhouse or a.
I get what you're explaining. If you give me a
But-
second, I'll explain it to
But
you
is
real
it,
fast.
but hold on one second, is it,
Yep, go ahead.
is it like a rob Peter to pay Paul thing?
No.
And
no.
is there a resolution to separate these so that is not the scenario moving forward? Because, yeah, I don't think it makes sense now. I understand that's how it is and that's how it's been. But is there something in the process? Because I'm so confused. that, is there something in the process to eventually make the water fund similar to the sewer fund?
Lisa, hang on for a second with me, okay?
Yep.
So here's how it's explained, and I discussed this with the accountants and also Don Rhodes afterward. The village is not, keep her on.
Oh, all right, fair enough. I'll go back.
The village is not purchasing water and then selling the water. The village is producing the water. As such, it is not required to push everything into a separate water fund. This is contrary to what we do with sewer, where we actually are with this, run it through the sewer district ultimately, and are not technically managing it on our own per se. So no, we are not obligated by law to keep water out of the general fund because of the way that we're handling it. It's assumed based on the model we have, especially with our outside users, that it's technically going to be a profit-making enterprise that could be pouring into our general fund the way it does. To separate it would have to take out basically the $400,000 of income we have, give or take, in water each budget year. So we're budgeting with the assumption that we have $400,000 of profit in water in our general fund. If we move that money into F fund, all of our revenues, from the budget day one, we have to make up the difference in general fund. We have to balance the general fund. And so that means we would have to find that $400,000 from somewhere else. The only place to find it, there's two places technically. One is through property taxes. We have $1.8 million plus in property taxes. A $400,000 shortfall means over a 20% increase in property taxes. Or we can cover it with fund balance from the general fund, but we risk that we would deplete our general fund balance within 7 to 8 years because it would be a year-over-year depletion that would have to occur to avoid raising taxes year after year.
There is a third option,
Which
Yep.
is,
austerity.
Reduce expenses. That is the third
with
option.
this board,
Oh, yeah, I got plenty of stuff I can cut.
Oh, we know who'd be first.
anyway, the sensible, correct answers are the two I laid out. The third one, good luck.
No, it could be a combination.
However, the point ultimately is that the correct way to manage, Lisa, the question of trying to get water income into some kind of water use is after the year is done, when we get an AUD back, we evaluate, did our fund balance go up? Yes or no? If so, did we have profit in water that year? Yes or no? Do we have a capital plan that includes water and sewer changes, infrastructure changes? Yes or no? If we do, we can assess as a board, how much of that money should we put into the fund? And so that's the issue ultimately. When do you do it? And the answer is not at the budget stage, but after the fact, once you run the cycle for the year, but also making sure you have the advanced planning with the capital plan put in place so you know what you're achieving in that process. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Somewhat. I'm also curious how other municipalities do this. Like, do they all do it this way, or is it different? I'm just trying to make sense of it, and it makes sense for sewer. Why not water? But I don't know. Anyway, that's all. I don't want to take up any more time. It's late.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll say most municipalities have a separate water fund, and that is what is recommended by the comptroller's office. I know we can't do it at once, but we have to move in that direction.
Your accountant flat out says, don't do it, and do it with a capital plan and post-planning process instead of at the budget process. Don't shoot the messenger on that one. I went through this last week because the question came up with the proposed resolution, and I did not want to trigger a 20% tax increase or something along those
Don't
lines.
do it all
Yeah,
at
we can
once.
save this for another day.
Anybody else? Ray?
I'm gonna end the night on a great note. I have, in the spirit of things that are going on, a prepared statement that I worked on. So, resolution submittal. All resolutions must be submitted at least 14 days in advance of a village board meeting. Exceptions will be permitted only if it can be shown that there is less than a 21-day deadline attached to the resolution, and it involves funding, a contract requirement, or other legal obligation. It must then be shown when the notification of said item was received by the party introducing said resolution. When submitting a resolution, the date of the contact to each member of the board must be noted clearly. Each board member has 10 days to submit discussion concerning said resolution. If a board member chooses not to respond back to the member submitting said resolution within those 10 days, that member will be considered approving of that resolution. Discussion of each resolution will be completed no more than 3 days prior to the date of the public meeting, so that at the board meeting, the resolution will be read, an explanation of its need given, and a vote will be taken. And secondly, each board member, because you guys say it's easy to contact us, each board member will set up a 2-hour per month, in-person public interaction period that will allow for village residents to have a question and answer period to ask questions, express concerns, or find out the trustee's opinion on specific issues. These periods could be split into 2 60-minute sessions if so desired. These would take place during early evening hours so as to allow a convenient time for residents to access each village official. The session would be an open dialogue session and results to be posted to village media. These sessions would be regularly scheduled each month for consistency. Sort of covers a lot of what we've talked about tonight. And I know Ben's falling asleep over there and discussed about what I say because it holds you guys accountable. But that way we would have a time we could come and see each of you at the village hall once a month. Once a month. I'm not talking every week. Once a month. You would have access on one-on-one basis. Nobody shows up, yeah, you get a lot of homework done.
Have I not responded to your emails about Mary?
Yeah, you have when I've asked, but I'd rather have a one-on-one with you.
Could you
Um,
give me a call, send me an email, say you.
No, I'd rather be, like it's been said before, a lot of times on emails and.
You have no idea how this job works.
No idea. And I do think that we're.
All right,
we're
I
entitled to.
don't want to hear. I don't take that from anybody. And just be glad you're all where you are.
Anybody else? Bob?
Never get to get you.
What was that? What about the wood chipper would
I'm
say?
laughing over it.
Okay.
All right.
Can I make 3 minutes?
Absolutely.
To stop bickering. Robert Bush, 71 Church Ave Jr., in case anyone doesn't know. Because some people are still confusing my father, he's been dead for 3 years. This bickering back and forth crap, just a second ago here. And the crap with it, I'm sorry, with Keith Lewis, I hate to name the person. Going back and forth, but not just you guys, but the people in the audience. This is what makes this meeting last 15 minutes. The bickering back and forth, the meetings you guys are talking about, I'm sorry, it's not public comment. If you look at the video, you will see that you guys spend at least 15 minutes to a half hour, even longer, on some of these motions for discussion. There's a reason why we talk about email collaboration in the former administration. Why is that not happening? Most of these things can be discussed, email, and then presented here. You hear our piece, then you vote on it. This back and forth crap for 15, 20 minutes. I mean, how much is this actually true that you guys voted on? None of it. Because you guys haven't met most of these motions. Am I right? Am I wrong? This happens at most of the meetings. You guys don't see this. Us as the public here do. So blaming the public comment is wrong. I mean, if you figure this out before the meeting, if you can't figure it out before the meeting, it's my personal view, it should be stricken from the agenda and moved on to another one. Why? So you guys can figure it out for the next meeting. That will move this meetings along a lot quicker than you guys bickering back and forth, throwing insults back and forth, whatever the hell you guys want to call it, than just doing that. And when these meetings go over, it's past midnight. Happy Tuesdays, guys. I mean, come on. You guys are better than this. Work together, use the tools that you're talking about, and you talking about the job, okay? I got 4 jobs. Every job requires me to answer my email. Every job requires me to answer my phone. So this crap about I even see the email crap,
makes me wonder if you're prepared for this meeting.
Thursday morning, I did not check my email. Sorry, Thanksgiving, no, didn't check my email. Apologize.
We had,
You guys
I
get this
counted
done.
47 emails on my village email today.
I get 300 a day.
No, I get other, this is just.
How
this
many,
business.
how many did she write in
One time
calls
I
in the
get
first
300
place?
emails. Yeah, that's not common, 104, or 3 I have. So,
This is supposed to be a
Congratulations.
part-time job.
so are 3 of my other jobs. So you preachers are required here. If you go by my house, I'm barely ever home. I make time for this meeting to come here. And I have to sit here for 4 hours. Sometimes even longer, 5 hours probably now. For this, to listen to this crap, guys. I don't come here to listen to you guys bicker. I come here to see what the village news is, to see what you guys are working on, and to hold you guys accountable. Because what I tell you when I ran for your guys' spot, if I don't win, I'm gonna hold you guys accountable. I don't care if I'm a Republican, Democrat, blue, green, or whatever. I'm gonna do what I said I was gonna do. It doesn't matter what affiliation I am. I'm gonna still stand in this meeting. It's still, yeah, I'm gonna bark. I'm gonna complain. You guys can roll your eyes all you want. Don't think I don't see you guys because you're gonna say it. I don't say nothing. But I'm still here. And I'm still gonna be here. Whether it's public comment or not, I'm still gonna be here. Why? Because I've lived in this village for my whole life and I care about what happens in this village. It doesn't matter what party I'm part of, or who I'm friends with, or any of that crap. As you notice, I don't side from either side. I compliment you today on some of the things that you said that you moved along. I appreciate it. You've informed us. It's great. I appreciate it. I'm not attacking you on things. I'm attacking the whole board here. Not one individual. Sorry, I used you as an example. And I wasn't.
Well, I apologize to Ray for my little outburst. What is, I'm tired.
Yeah, we're all very tired.
And I get this.
And, you know, we have 2 items for executive sessions. It means we're gonna be here for at least another hour. Cool. Could we wrap it up?
Yeah, we can wrap it up.
My husband is gonna start emailing me, are you know, dead on the street? Because are you
we can-
coming home tonight?
I think it would
We
be
can
best
wrap
to just staff interrupt.
We can wrap this up more efficiently if you guys use email and use collaborate better than you guys do. That's all I'm saying.
Can Liz keep sending you that into your personal email address, not to your village email address? As a reminder. Anybody else? Chris, his email.
Chris Dukes at Stealing Dread. Again, a lot of Bob will cover and again, the comments, let's wrap it up and everything. Get more effective at your job. If it's a part-time job, get more effective at it. It's that simple. I go to enough of these meetings and this is seriously the longest one. It is. Take the time, meet about the agenda beforehand, get it straightened out, because again, most everything that was covered on here was covered as you sat and watched. People literally get up and discuss this, when that could have been done well before then. Because again, the sewer issue is important, the water issue is important. New York took a huge hit with COVID when everybody was scrambling to get unemployment and the general fund went like that. Because there wasn't enough money in the general fund, because again, nobody prepared for that eventuality. So what happens when you have a water main break? What happens when you have a sinkhole because your storm sewer collapses due to disrepair? I worked for water and sewer for 2 years from the city of Plattsburgh. Touch base with them, ask them what they do right and where you can improve as a village. You got to increase the rates and prepare for storm level. You just have to. I can control my water usage. I cannot control my property taxes. I'd rather not come out of my property taxes to deal with an emergency situation. Now, I'd like to see more of that discussion and less discussion on having to amend every little thing and how to put together committees for Christ. Come on. It's not rocket science and it doesn't take long. I don't care what party you're at. I don't care what your allegiances is, but I see it. This is a huge pissing match. Every one of these meetings, they're politicized instead of covering what we want as villagers to move forward. I sort of like Mr. Otten's idea with making yourself available to us. But again, that's what you have in 2 public comments here, now just 1 public comment. So again, I mean, you just want to have us speak less and you speak more, because that's getting a lot done. Really is getting a lot done. So again, I'm sorry if I'm inconveniencing you, but I also have a wife who's going to wonder where I'm at. And I haven't had dinner, and I work, and I brought my son up to Saratoga, and I brought my daughter to work, and I brought groceries home. And I'm here because I care about the village. I'm sorry if I'm inconveniencing you. Body language is 75% of the language, and I don't appreciate it. Because I try to be moderate, I try to be considerate, I try to be a voice for other people if they don't know how to come across without yelling or swearing. But I can only take so much disrespect to it. So please, it's all we're asking. I'll respect your 5 minutes. I'll just do the 5 minutes in the beginning. I'll probably still sit here for 4 hours till the very end. That needs to be improved, and limiting public comment is not going to do that. Maybe limit yourselves and your discussion on each motion. Limit a motion to 1 minute discussion. That's it. Move on. That's it. That's all I'm asking for. And these meetings will go a lot quicker. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, whichever. I'm sorry, that's hysterical. No, Bernadette, you get accused of something publicly by somebody, that's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
Bernadette, I have to agree with her in some ways, because I don't get the choice to not open my emails on Thanksgiving. When I get emailed in my mayor account, I have to see what's going on, if there's an emergency, or if there's something going on. And so when I was making my way back from Springfield after doing my show out there with the kids, I'm driving down at a red light, see this thing flash, and I have to live with that on Thanksgiving. And she had to live with it too, because I had to tell her what the hell was being said, because it wasn't fair to either one of us under the circumstances. So let me tell you what it can do to your Thanksgiving. I'm fine by the fact this is my job and I've got thick skin, but it's actually attacking people who are special to me.
But none of us are responsible for that. It's not, let's just end the meeting.
Silence is compliance.
That's right.
Board comments, questions, concerns.
Terrific heading.
One thing I will promise, Chris, is that after the meetings, I will stay after for as long as I need to listen to whatever other comments you have and convey them via email to the board for the next day, so that if there's a requirement for somebody to get back to somebody, then they're gonna at least know it. I will email it to them and I will stick around, because I don't care about the beer until 3 a.m. They listen to the folks of this village. Ultimately, it's a part-time job for the mayor too, whether or not Liz understands that, but I understand what comes with it. Okay,
I am completely available. I answer emails quickly. I was going to get your email address from your wife. I want to email you, but I had to get through today first. I'll email you tomorrow.
But I buy a key.
anybody else on board comments, questions, concerns? Okay. So here's what's gonna happen. We'll go to executive session. I am recusing myself from one of the topics in executive session. So for that will be handed the gavel once they come back. They'll handle that issue after Carla and I leave that session. There will be no action likely taken from what I understand. Is that a correct assumption?
As far as I'm aware, I don't think any
Ben,
action.
I'm gonna ask you.
After the executive or during?
After any action taken, okay, that's generally what we have to warn them about. Correct. You don't presume a motion.
We're talking about the legal conflict. We're not able to say that? Oh, we can't say it.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can. You have to say what you're.
Well, no, we can talk about a contract issue.
You can say it's illegal about our time. That's perfectly
Okay,
fine.
regardless, we gotta come to.
All right, but the question is,
Well, do you anticipate a motion?
this, to propose something to Carla could be a motion.
She won't be here.
No, I'm not
No,
saying.
no, but, not that you'll be here, but,
You don't need a motion for that. You can reach a board consensus. What,
okay.
have we ever done a motion for a police contract afterward? No, we build a consensus again, my authority inside executive session. Okay,
We'll do consensus.
so can I get a motion to go into the executive session? To discuss contract issues and litigation, yep. Second, so first was Ben, second was Liz, trustee Baskin Formos, discussion, all in favor, aye, opposed, we're in executive session.
And
No.
Barbara said.
right, let me know, John. All right, we're coming back from executive session. May I have a motion that the vouchers number 23-00564 to 23-01201 be audited and the meeting adjourned at
12:44.
Thank you. 12:44.
Make that
Yeah.
motion. AM.
Yes.
In case there.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Good night. Thank you all.
I apologize to you for these long meetings.
Yeah.
Apologize for it.